Hey, welcome back to the show where keeping it real goes right. Welcome back to Real Take Sports Talk live here with our coverage of the NFL Draft, the 2021 NFL Draft. We're coming to you live from various locations along the East Coast. Andrew, of course, repping the Tennessee Titans. I'm out here repping the Baltimore Ravens. We're going to be bringing you the first pick until the last pick. Hopefully, no technical difficulties in between, but we cannot be 100% sure. Regardless, though, Andrew, we have a lot to talk about. Big news, though. First, to just, I guess, get things started, Andrew. Huge news out of the NFL. Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers, has apparently told the Packers that he is no longer interested in staying with the team. We know that last year they picked quarterback Jordan Love. That to some people rubbed Aaron Rodgers the wrong way. We know that some people thought that could be the beginning of the end of Aaron Rodgers' tenure in Green Bay. And it looks like, at least for now, we could see maybe some ripple effects in the draft. What do you think is going to happen? What do you make of this? Aaron Rodgers saying that he no longer wants to be a Green Bay Packer.
Well, listen, man. I mean, it gets to a point where you piss a dude off enough times and eventually you force their hand and they just say, I'm done with it. This has been a failing relationship for God knows how long. The fact that this man only has one Super Bowl and this team not only has failed to give him any weapons at all, whether it be through trades, free agency, the draft. How many years, the past couple of years, have they sat there and they've built a very good defense, but he's made it abundantly clear, I need a weapon, outside of Devontae Adams on the outside and old boy they got in the backfield. He really doesn't have that much, and he hasn't had that much. And I mean, this has been a long time coming. Honestly, I think this has been a long time coming. I don't blame him. It gives him now an opportunity to go start somewhere fresh. I mean, we saw when that marriage, ultimately reached its climax. We saw Tom went elsewhere, and it was beneficial for him. So I think with this marriage probably coming to an end, he's probably going to look to get out sooner rather than later elsewhere. And we will see what happens. He could go out to San Francisco and try to be like his hero, Joe Montana, and bring a championship to San Francisco. But we're going to see. I can't hear you.
See, Andrew's a junior producer on this show as well. But people ask me on Twitter about this, and the one thing that I come back to, the one thing that I've kind of come back to multiple times throughout thinking about this is that I don't think we've seen a Green Bay Packers quarterback play more than like 16 years in one tenure. So for Aaron Rodgers to want out now, I think it's kind of like following that pattern in Green Bay. The other aspect, of course, that goes into it is they have Jordan Love. The Green Bay Packers traded up last year to get their guy, and their guy apparently was Jordan Love, whether we agree or disagree. And Andrew, I'm sorry, I'm going to finish. You don't draft a guy. I've said it multiple times. I said you do not draft a guy that high. You don't trade up into the first round to draft a quarterback without the intention of starting him at some point in the near future. And a year later, man, that's pretty close to the near future. I think that, the Packers apparently are trying to get him to stay. The Packers apparently are saying, oh, no, don't leave. But I don't know, man. Look, Rodgers has played it out. They literally did everything they could to piss him off, this past year by whether it's, drafting the quarterback, not getting him the help in the draft, not getting the help in free agency, or even like the last play of their offensive play of their game in the NFC Championship game and not allowing him to make the play to win the game instead of kicking a field goal, playing for a potential another possession. So all of those things have kind of, I think, catapulted to him saying, look, I'm not the future here. His contract discussions were kind of ended. They don't want to extend him. So he's like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Why am I here? And why don't I just go elsewhere? I think that's what's going through Aaron Rodgers' mind. I think that's what, rightfully so, I think.
And I think that's really what did it was he's been preaching for how many years? I need weapons. I need help. Get me something. And they how many years did they go not drafting an offensive player? And then the first one they draft in God knows how long is this dude's replacement? Yeah, I'd be fucking pissed too. Everything he's given to the organization. I mean, how many 13 win seasons is he going to give you? And, with nothing either. That's the thing is like he's getting up there in age. I still think he has a few more good years left in him, but it's just, I said before, man, you piss him off, and there's a lot that went into it. There was LaFleur's play calling in the NFC Championship where they realistically, they could have won that game. Like, if not for LaFleur's play calling, they could have won that game. So not going for it, coupled with not getting him help, and then the one offensive player they do draft, and God knows how long is his replacement. And we don't even know if Jordan Love is the guy, because remember, he hasn't taken a snap yet. We don't even know if he's the guy. So I don't blame him. I whether he gets traded or not, I don't see him getting traded tonight just because of the cap hits. I looked into that. The cap hits that they would take would it wouldn't be in their best interest. They would probably have to wait till after June 1st to trade him. And by that point, don't be surprised if there is a team tonight. Don't be surprised if you see a guy get picked, a guy get drafted. Don't be surprised if you see a team tonight draft somebody you didn't normally think they would draft because they're picking for Green Bay.
See, now that idea is interesting to me. I think like here's the thing: if you're Green Bay, do you even ask to get a quarterback? Is that something like in your mind? Like, do you think that because remember they still drafted Jordan Love in the first round, like. You don't draft that guy if that's not your intention in the future. So, like, what do you think about that? What do you think about like who if there was a quarterback, I guess that number 3 spot or whatever that the Packers would want? Who do you think it would be?
Hey, listen, I don't think it's a quarterback. Don't be surprised if it's a skill player, not a running back. Don't be surprised. Remember my draft board, I had Kyle Pitts coming off at 4. Don't be surprised if Kyle Pitts comes off at 3 to San Francisco. And then Kyle Pitts, along with maybe some other first-round picks years down the road, they get swapped for Aaron Rodgers. And that's what I would see. At least, you know what? If they're going to move on and they're going to move on to another quarterback, Kyle Pitts would be a great fucking place to start. With Devontae Adams, an old boy in the backfield, be a great fucking place to start with the dude who I said. That's who I think. I think Kyle Pitts, when it's all said and done, is going to be putting a gold jacket on when it's all said and done. I had him going to Atlanta, but don't be surprised if he comes off at 3 and he's later used in a trade with Green Bay.
That certainly would be. That would I think completely ruin a lot of teams' drafts. Like Kyle Pitts has been tied to the Atlanta Falcons. So if he goes at 3 and the Falcons are sitting there at 4, then what do they do? Do they potentially make a run at quarterback? Maybe maybe they didn't expect someone like a Trey Lance or Mac Jones to be there potentially, and they have an opportunity to get the heir apparent to Matt Ryan. That could be something that they do. We could also see a scenario where they might just be forced to pick wide receiver. I had Ja'Marr Chase going there in my mock draft because I think that, that if they're going to trade away Julio, getting a clear-cut wide receiver would be better. Also, considering the fact they already gave up a second rounder to get Hayden Hurst. But I do understand, Kyle Pitts is like arguably the best offensive player in this draft. So we'll see what happens there. So, again, that's going to be, I think, a storyline that we're going to be following throughout the night. And you guys should follow us on Twitter at Real Take Sports. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Do all that good jazz support. We got daily videos every single day. We'll be going over, I guess, some of our predictions. We already did a prediction show, by the way, the other day, which, we were pretty much in agreement on a lot of things. And Andrew and I usually don't agree on a lot when it comes to sports, which was, I think the Kyle Pitts one was the only big one that we had.
And we might both end up being wrong on that one, because if San Francisco has any plans, I'm telling you, if you're a team and the team is going to offer you Kyle Pitts as trade bait, especially for a dude that, you're kind of looking to unload, I would, and you already have your quarterback of the future on the roster, throw in maybe next year's. I mean, I don't know if San Francisco has any picks. I don't know what San Francisco's draft situation is like for next year or the year after.
They traded a lot to get up to number 3 in the first place with Miami. So,
hey,
yeah, that's a thing too.
you know what? You throw in some future, maybe, two future seconds, a third and a fourth with Kyle Pitts. You send that over to Green Bay. You absorb some of that salary. I mean, and they cut. Listen, they're gonna end up cutting Jimmy G. If that's the situation, they're cutting Jimmy G. That's gonna save them about $20 million in cap. It's gonna help them absorb Aaron Rodgers' contract too. So that's just what I think would happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if here's the thing. They signed Jimmy G to this big deal, right? Jimmy G was supposed to be the next big thing, the next Tom Brady, the next the prototypical quarterback. And I think the biggest indictment on him has been he's injury prone. He's been injured almost every single time he's been out there, other than the year they went to the Super Bowl. So, I think there's the upside in Jimmy G as far as, he can help your team get to that place. He can help your team get to a potential Super Bowl, but he has to have the pieces around him, and he has to be healthy. And those are two big ifs right now with Jimmy G and the San Francisco 49ers, because a lot of that team, a lot of their best players are coming off of injury as well. So, I think that's why you're hearing all this talk about them taking a quarterback. And again, you don't trade up to number 3 unless you're going to take a quarterback. So we're going to see that. One thing we do know, though, Andrew, we just saw on the NFL Network that Shad Khan, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, had gave an interview with the NFL Network, and he talked about how Trevor Lawrence, the quarterback out of Clemson, he talked to him recently over a Zoom meeting. He likes the poise, he likes the acumen, he likes the ability and the way he carries himself. And he didn't outright say it, but I think it's what everyone already knows. Trevor Lawrence is going to be the number 1 pick in the draft. The team loves him. He fits there, and Jacksonville has been in the news as well. We know that they're going to be taking number 1 and number 23. But one thing that was interesting was a report came out today that Tim Tebow requested a tryout with the Jaguars and Urban Meyer, his former head coach, as a tight end. A lot of people think that Tim Tebow, if he had switched over to tight end earlier in his career in the NFL, he might have elongated that career by maybe 5 or 6 years. Instead, he said, I want to be a quarterback. When that didn't happen, he went over to the Mets Double-A team, and he played baseball for a little bit. Now he's back in the news of potentially coming back and playing tight end. What do you think about that?
Hey, he did pull an upset in the playoffs for Denver. He did beat Pittsburgh in that playoff game. Let's not forget that. But yeah, his failed baseball career. We're not even going to get into his failed baseball career. Tight end. You know what? He's up there in age, when he's like 32, 33. He still keeps himself in really good shape. He definitely studies the game, given that he was working at ESPN and they used him as an analyst. So he definitely, he studies the game. And Urban, he knows Urban. He knows Urban's playbook. Any little niches that Urban kind of added into the thing, I'm sure he could figure that out, given that he was once a quarterback. So I think that relationship right there. I mean, I'd like to see it. Talk about a comeback story. We talk about it's not going to be like the Alex Smith comeback story, but when you factor in how this was a dude who led the Denver Broncos to a playoff win that they had no business winning, by the way. Basically, they moved on from him to go get a shell of himself, Peyton Manning, even though he did win a Super Bowl. The defense won in that Super Bowl, though. And then goes and plays baseball, fails at that, and then makes a comeback at a completely different position. I mean, it'd be a nice comeback. I'd like to see it.
It would be a nice comeback. I think that the good thing is he's got Urban Meyer, his old head coach, who he probably has a plan for Tim Tebow, because I don't think if Tim Tebow is going to come back and is he going to be positioned as a tight end? Yeah. But they're going to have some packages, you would think, to have Tim Tebow in there as well.
They would most definitely, dude. They will. Don't think they won't use him in like a Taysom Hill type role, where if they need him to throw a pass, if they need him, don't think they won't use him in a Taysom Hill type role.
I don't know if I want to see Tim Tebow throwing a pass, though. I don't know if that's if that's exactly what you want.
I mean, he can. We know he can run the ball. He keeps himself in really good shape. I could see them using him in a Taysom Hill type role.
Mm-hmm. I could see that too. I believe that the ability, of course, as far as the athletics are there. Tim Tebow could run through any defense in the NFL. Almost any defense in the NFL. I think he's strong. He's kept himself in shape. Obviously, he played baseball. The upper body strength is just insane on that man. So he's got. I think he's going to have the ability. It's just a matter of if the Jaguars see that as a route they want to go. Now the Urban Meyer connection makes it more viable than honestly any other team, because no other team I think would take a chance on a guy who's been out of football since, what was it, 2015, 2016. He probably
It might have been 2014. Might have been
2014. Yeah, so like we're talking about 7 years. 7 years removed in football. I don't think we've ever seen that in the history of the NFL. Like, you might have had maybe one or two guys back in the day when World War II was going on, when they got drafted or what have you, and they had to leave, and then they came back maybe to play football. I think Bronco Nagurski was out of the NFL for maybe only 4 years. But, like we saw Gronk come out after 1 year, Jason Witten, Tim Tebow, 7 years, and then back in the game. I'll tell you what, it would make headlines in Jacksonville. And I think that's a lot that might play into it as well. Jacksonville is a team, they're looking for headlines. They need it. They want to get people interested in their product. Tim Tebow was always a Florida guy. Tim Tebow was always there was always a connection between him and the Jaguars. A lot of people throughout the years have been saying that, Tebow and the Jaguars, that would have been a good fit back in the day. We're going to see what happens, though, with this.
Don't get me wrong, dude. They love them dudes. Them Florida dudes, Tebow is royalty down in the swamp. So if you don't think for 1 second, Tebow will sell jerseys. Tebow will sell jerseys in that area, in that market, whether he's not going to be the quarterback. They love Tim Tebow. If Tim Tebow could run for mayor of Duval, of Gainesville, he would win. They love Tim Tebow down there.
They do. They do love Tim Tebow. All right, number 2, we got reports out here that the New York Jets have basically told Zach Wilson that he will be the number 2 pick in the draft. That's not unexpected given what we've heard over the past few weeks. And look, you and I said it, and we got a little bit of flack in our comment section on our video that we did about Zach Wilson. And you and I said that as far as bust potential, Zach Wilson, given where he's going to be drafted likely, almost certainly, the bust potential is probably the biggest of anyone in this draft, because he really only had one great year. He really only had one great year. The year before, 11 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Granted, the last year was a fantastic year. But, with these one-hit wonders in college football, sometimes they pan out. Not everyone's Joe Burrow. Not everyone is a Cam Newton. You can name a lot of people. Mitch Trubisky had one pretty good year, and people thought he was the next big thing. Achilles Smith is another. There's you can name a lot of people who didn't work out. Given the same track record. Does Zach Wilson have a lot of potential? Yes, I think he's very raw though. I think he's very raw. I think he needs to be molded. And the thing is with the Jets, I don't think he's in the position on that team to be molded. I think he's more of a plug-and-play option in that offense because they got rid of Sam Darnold. The coach that they brought in, Robert Saleh, arguably the best defensive-minded coach in football. That's not going to be his priority. So I think there's going to be some struggles for him early in New York. Also, you got to look at who else is in his division. You got the New England Patriots, who are no slouches whatsoever. You have the Miami Dolphins, went 10-6 last year, have the best cornerback in the NFL right now, and then you have also the Buffalo Bills, who went to the AFC Championship game last year. So it's not an easy division, and it's not going to be an easy road for Zach Wilson, especially on a team that's basically been rebuilding for the past 10 years. So at some point, I think somebody should tell the Jets, hey, Zach Wilson can be good, but can he be good on our team? And that's a question that I don't think enough teams ask themselves, because they're enamored with the stats, they're enamored with the ability, they're enamored with a lot of stuff. But I think they don't take that extra second to be like, all right, does this person fit in what we're doing and what we have done and what we're going to do? And I personally do not think that Zach Wilson can be successful in the New York Jets. If he went to a team like the New England Patriots, maybe. If he went to a team where he could sit and wait, or if there are pieces around him, then I think he would have a much better chance. But going somewhere where there's nobody. There's nothing to build on the offense. Like it's gonna be tough, man. It's gonna be tough for him.
They did just pay Corey Davis, so there is that. But
okay, there's one piece. It's if he can get him the ball. If he can get him the ball.
If he can get him the ball, because I watched a lot of Corey Davis his first couple of years, and he was good when they got him the ball. You know what the problem was? We had multiple quarterbacks that couldn't get him the ball. So there was that. Defenses are going to key in on him. I mean, I agree, man. It's just he's going to go to the Jets. Joe Douglas. It's the Jets. It's the Jets, dude. Like they messed up with Sam Darnold. I don't think Zach Wilson is nearly as talented as Sam Darnold either. And even though Zach might have one more piece because Sam literally had nothing, I mean, he does have the highest bust potential just because of where he's going. Like, and this is not a knock on him, dude. It's not a knock on him. It's just think about all these other quarterbacks that have come out. Think about the Geno Smiths, the Mark Sanchez's of the world. Think about all those dudes that came out. I mean, Fitzmagic might be the most successful one in the past, decade? And that's only because he's still playing. They just so many quarterbacks is where their career goes to die. And in his case, it sucks because his career might be going to die before it even starts.
It's very sad, man. It's very sad. And look, we're not hoping that Zach Wilson's a bust. I hope he's successful. I genuinely hope Zach Wilson becomes a Pro Bowl 10-year veteran in the NFL. I wish nobody in this draft bad luck at all. But like, if you're looking at the reality, if you're looking at the quarterback the Jets have turned out, they've never turned out a successful quarterback in their entire history.
Now, real quick, if he beats my team in the fucking playoffs, that's different. If we have to run him into the playoffs, it's the only time I'm rooting against him. If my team has to play him in the playoffs, that's the only time I'm rooting against him. Until then,
we're talking about general success. Like we don't want Zach Wilson to be a bust. That is not what we are we're hoping for. And
just don't be fucking Mahomes against my team in the playoffs. That's all I'm saying.
As we're talking about this, Zach Wilson is making his way onto the stage with the other NFL draftees or to-be draftees to do a big photo op. One name that's missing, one person specifically that's missing big time here is obviously Trevor Lawrence. He's not going to be in the draft. And the other one, though, is Justin Fields, someone that you and I have touted. As you can see below, Justin Fields, we have him rated as the second best quarterback in this draft. Come at me, people. I don't care. He is by far the second best quarterback in this draft. It's here's the thing. Between him and Trey Lance has a lot of upside, but the expectations, I think, initially for Trey Lance are going to be very similar to that of Josh Allen. I think that's going to be pretty much his career trajectory. But Trey Lance can be good. But Justin Fields he can be ready to go. He can be ready to go day one. That is, and I don't know why it is. Maybe it's the fact that he's, that it's an Ohio State bias. I know you mentioned that earlier, Andrew. The other thing that we noted was potentially it's the idea of a black quarterback. But a lot of the things we heard going up were very racially charged. Whether it was, he doesn't have the work ethic or he doesn't have the IQ, and all of those things have been disproven. All you got to do is watch the games. The dude's elite. The dude was the quintessential leader of that team. So I don't get it, but he's gonna fall. That's one thing we probably know. He's probably going to fall unless someone trades up in the top 6 to get him. And it's kind of sad.
Let's just hope, not for his sake, but for the sake of everybody else, he doesn't fall to the fucking Patriots. Let's just hope. Let's just fucking hope.
Could you imagine Bill Belichick having Justin Fields as a rookie?
All those fucking weapons that they just bought, like all those, dude, they signed dudes. They bought in Njoku. I mean, he's going to have some weapons there too. Yeah, he might not have, Randy Moss, but he's going to have Njoku. He's going to have dudes. And don't be surprised if he falls to New England. I mean, don't be surprised that Belichick, that he still has N'Keal Harry. The jury's still out on him. I think he still could be a pretty solid wideout in this league. Don't be surprised if they put some more pieces around him. And, New England's always going to play defense. They're always going to have a good defense. The thing is, an explosive quarterback. That's what Fields is. Dude, Fields is an explosive quarterback. Anyone who watched him play in college, he can he can put points up on the board very quickly, whether it's throw the long ball, whether it's using his legs. I mean, he's an explosive player. So
Yeah,
let's just pray to God he doesn't go to the fucking Patriots. I'm hoping he doesn't go to the Patriots. Maybe for his career would be the best thing for him to go to New England and that structure and everything like that. I mean, I'm just hoping for the sake of my team that I don't have to watch, my team have to fucking run into them. If he goes to the NFC, I'll be okay with that. Go to the NFC. Just send all those dudes to the NFC. Every single one of them. Just keep them out of the fucking AFC.
Yeah, I mean, I have him. Look, I kind of, honestly, I'm going to admit to it. I probably did mess up on my mock draft because I had him and he ended up going to the Eagles, which I think if he's there and you're Philly and he's there, I think it's like very, very obvious you take him there. I don't.
Dude, I've seen Giants fans that are like, yo, if he's there, he's not getting paid. I've seen Giants fans that are like, yo, if he falls to the Giants, like, fuck Danny Dimes. Like, that's your quarterback.
Oh, and, yeah. By the way, Real Take Sports Talks John Gonzalez, our resident Giants fan, said, quote, oh, fuck yes. Fuck Daniel Jones. Take Justin Fields if he's there. I think that's very smart of him to say. It's probably the smartest thing he's ever said concerning Daniel Jones since he's ever been on the show. So, yeah, I think the Danny Dimes thing is going to be interesting. If Fields falls that low, I think what do they pick? They pick 12, right? The Giants pick 12, so he would have to fall down there. I have him falling down to 13. Which, again, it's not indicative of him. It's just indicative of apparently what people think of him and also the needs of some of these teams that are drafting. I do think someone's going to end up trading up. I 100% think someone's going to end up trading up to obtain the services of one Justin Fields. Yeah, so...
Better not be the fucking Patriots.
It better not be the Patriots.
So help me God. We got to play them this year. We got to play them this year. So help me God. It better not be the fucking Patriots, dude. No, my team, we have to play them this year. No, absolutely fucking not. We got them. We got the fucking Chiefs. I can't. Like, I want to see my team succeed. I can't have these other teams like, no, that you don't get that. You had your 20-year run. You had your, last year you fell off. And you don't luck into the dude who could end up being the fucking steal of this draft, the dude who basically he could end up being like the Steph Curry of this draft, where they draft two quarterbacks before him who don't pan out, and then the dude who fell, who everyone was like, he's not our guy. Well, guess what? That's a future fucking Hall of Famer right there. If he ends up being the Steph Curry of this draft, he better not be for the fucking Patriots. That's all I'm saying. They had their 20-year run. They can go be the Jets for the next 20 years, for all I care.
God, could you just... It would be perfect, though. It would be like a very... That would be an aggressive move for the Patriots, but it would just be... It would be like... Yeah, wow, they're back at that point. Yeah, so there's that. We know that there's wide receivers as well in this draft, Andrew. We're just about 20 minutes away from the NFL draft officially kicking off. We're expecting to see a run at quarterbacks early at 1, 2, and 3. Trevor Lawrence tied to the Jaguars. Zach Wilson to the New York Football Jets. And potentially, this is a new thing that came out. Apparently, there's odds on these quarterbacks, Andrew. Did you know that? There's odds on these guys. So going into
I couldn't get it
today,
in time. I couldn't make bets. I couldn't get it in time.
Yeah, so going into today, it was weird. For the longest time, Mac Jones has been the favorite to go at number 3 to the San Francisco 49ers. But we learned that now, apparently, the favorite is Trey Lance. So, I mean,
this is in wake of the Aaron Rodgers news, by the way. This is only in wake of the Aaron Rodgers news.
No. This happened before. This happened this morning. So this morning, we found out that Trey Lance is now the favorite to go number 3 overall, which, again, I think is quite interesting. Actually, hold up. We got to take a quick break. I got to deal with some technical issues we're dealing with, but we'll be right back. Okay, I think we're back. Hopefully, there's no problems here. If there are, let me know. But Andrew, so the receivers in this draft, we have three just amazing ones. We have Jamar Chase out of LSU, Jalen Waddle, and Devontae Smith, both out of the University of Alabama. Devontae Smith, also the reigning defending Heisman Trophy. Well, not defending because he's not in college football anymore, but you know what I mean. He's a reigning Heisman Trophy winner. The kid is a stud, but there's problems. People have problems with Devontae Smith's size. They say, oh, he's 6'1". He might have the ability to jump as high as almost anyone else in the draft, but it's always a but. It's always a but with these people.
Don't forget he runs like a 4.3, a high like a 4.31. Don't forget there's that too.
There's that too, and but the big but is he's 175 pounds. And people don't want to take a chance on him, which I find just insane because that means that apparently people these primetime athletes who have access to the best facilities and the best food in the world cannot gain like 20 pounds of muscle if they need to. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. The fact that he's apparently going to fall because of his size is just insane to me.
Hey, if he falls to 22, I won't complain. I mean, yeah, dude. Listen, players get scrutinized for the dumbest stuff, and think about the last Heisman winner from Alabama. Just think about that one, dude. Second rounder. The dude just rushed for 2,000 yards this past season, dude. That was the last Heisman winner from Alabama, running back, dude. And what was the knock on him? We don't like how he runs. He runs straight up. He can't catch. You know what? Who gives a fuck? Look at the film. Look at what he does on the field. Look at how, he's that big and he can outrun an entire secondary. Oh, and if they catch up to him, by the way, he could dismiss them. Look at this kid. Look at how, go back and watch the film. Look at what he did against Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley is going to be the first corner taken in next year's NFL draft. And look at how he abused him in the Alabama LSU. Like, it wasn't even close. Derek Stingley, last year in the national championship game against Clemson, Derek Stingley basically took, I think it was T. Higgins. He took him out of the game. Like, T. Higgins was he was a non-factor. This dude took the dude who the Bengals took with their second pick, first pick of the second round. He made that dude a non-factor. And that dude, that's an NFL receiver. This dude made that dude basically look like a JUCO. Like, he exposed it. And I'm not even going to say exposed him. It's just Devontae Smith is just built different. Like, whether he's like 175, like, there's nothing to say once he gets in the NFL weight training program, because he's not going to have to go to class. He's not going to do all that other stuff. He's going to be able to just focus on football. And just, if you've ever heard his story, man, like, his story is already one of like a come up. He's, I think he's going to be good in the NFL, dude. Like, there's certain things, dude, you can't teach. You can't teach the vertical. There's certain things you can't teach, man. He has the best hands in the draft. Can't teach the vertical. He runs like a 4.31 or 4. You can't teach that, dude. Like, if he falls past 10, whoever gets him is getting a steal. Like, that's all there is to it.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think that whoever gets him is getting a steal. That's why I want the Ravens to trade up for him, honestly. If we're being 100% honest about it. So the Ravens apparently have this idea that, and a lot of Ravens fans and a lot of reporters, they want the Ravens to go out and get Julio Jones. And I, since the beginning, have been very, very much against that idea. And that's because a lot of that has to do with the fact that Devontae Smith is expected to fall, potentially past the top 6, maybe into the early 10s. And if that happens, I think if you're Baltimore, it's like no brainer. You're trading your first round picks this year and whatever you got to next year, maybe later on in this draft, to trade up and get that receiver. Because would you rather have a guy who you can mold into one of the best wide receivers in football, in Devontae Smith, or potentially even Jalen Waddle, whichever one goes down, right? Because there's only 3 top receivers in this draft. Everyone else, is good, has the potential to be great, but there's a lot of separation between those 3 and everyone else. But would you rather have that, or would you go with taking the 32-year-old Julio Jones, who's coming off of an injury, who is expected to make $15+ million next year. Would you rather have that? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure if that's the person I want. On my team, I don't know if that's the person I want to get and give up all that, because we're probably gonna have to give up a first round pick or something anyway to get Julio. So why not just give up that first round pick, get someone who's younger, who's cheaper, who's potentially has more of an upside in production over the next 10 years? Just makes more sense to me.
Yeah, I've had mixed feelings about this because, like, you guys, I know people have said you guys should go after Julio. I think my team should go out. I thought we should have went after Julio, and then I actually did some thinking about it, and I was like, yeah, we had a top 5 offense last season and a bottom 5 defense. Offense wasn't our problem. Adding Julio Jones is not going to make up for the fact that we can't stop other teams. So that's why I was like, you know what? I think wherever Julio goes, I personally think Julio is going to end up in so help me God, he better not end up in fucking, like I said, he better not end up in fucking Tampa Bay, Kansas City, or New England. He's not going to go to Tampa Bay. He's not going to go to Tampa Bay. They're not making that trade in division. But
yeah, they already also they re-signed Antonio Brown.
So I mean, with the whole, with these wideouts, like you were saying before, you could definitely get a player. He might not be Julio Jones. I mean, Ja'Marr Chase, this is one thing that a lot of people don't realize too either, dude. Ja'Marr Chase on that depth chart at LSU, mind you, Justin Jefferson, I think, just won Offensive Rookie of the Year, if I'm not mistaken, dude. Ja'Marr Chase was higher on that depth chart in terms of wide receiver than Justin Jefferson, who I think just tore up the NFL this year as a rookie. So just think about that. You're getting a player who essentially was better than the guy who won the Rookie of the Year. And you have a chance to draft that. He might not be Julio Jones, but you're still going to get a damn good receiver. So I wouldn't, like, if I'm the Ravens, I wouldn't trade for Julio Jones, just absorbing that contract. I wanted Tennessee to do it initially, but then after I did some, thinking about it, scoring, dude, like, if you guys have a top 5 offense, but your defense can't stop nobody,
let's hope we're back now. I think we are. Man, I am sorry about the technical difficulties. Anyone who's watching, Jesus, I don't know what's going on. I literally like I did a. It's doing the same thing again. It literally is doing the same thing again. Hold up, I think I know what I might need to do. Give me a second. Okay, we're gonna try to come back. And we're back, hopefully. We're just going to have to ride it out with what we got, I guess. So, hopefully it doesn't mess up too much for the rest of the time. I'm sorry it did so much right there. But anyway, we're talking about the wide receivers. So any team that's going to go out and get these wide receivers, I think, is going to be lucky. I really hope it's one of our teams. I genuinely hope. If anyone gets it, I hope it's one of our teams. Because I do not want to see, like the Chiefs. If the Chiefs trade up and get Devontae, it would be unfair. I don't think they have the capital to, but still, or any team like that. I don't think it would be a good look for anyone, but we'll see.
No, fuck the Chiefs. They don't. No. No. Just no.
Understood. We're about 6 minutes away from the draft. So If you haven't already, remember to like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you get notified whenever new videos release. We got daily videos every single day because I'm a maniac who loves to put out content, loves to entertain and inform about all topics, whether it be sports, football, basketball, wrestling. Don't care. I talk about it. So we got that. We got a lot of other stuff in store for tonight as well. The Aaron Rodgers story was big. We already covered that. We covered the fact that Aaron Rodgers, his career or his time in Green Bay is likely coming to an end. Yeah, so that's crazy.
The other one I don't think we talked about yet, which happened recently, which could affect how another team in the top 10 drafts was the Teddy Bridgewater got traded to, I think it was Denver the other day. So now they're going to have a QB battle between Drew Lock, whether they're still sold on Drew Lock, and Teddy Bridgewater, because they haven't made it definitive. We don't know definitively whether Teddy Bridgewater is going to be the quarterback for the Denver Broncos. I mean, Teddy has a very nice track record. It didn't work out in Carolina, but I think Carolina is going to play the long game. I think with the bringing in of Matt Rule, I think Carolina is going to play the long game and just, they're just going to wait till they get it right. They went out, they got Darnold. So that's kind of how but don't be surprised if they draft a quarterback. But if they don't, just know Carolina's going to ride it out with Sam. Sam, for the foreseeable future, is their guy. And that's pretty much it for Carolina. Denver, though, Denver is going to be interesting because with what you just told me about the odds increasing on Trey Lance going third, now that could play into whether Denver takes a quarterback and they just go all out, take another young quarterback and just go all out QB battle to just see, who's going to be our guy, who's going to be our backup, and Drew Lock might end up being a casualty. We'll see.
Yeah, see, we will. Yeah. So I guess we're about. What are we now? Oh, we're only 4 minutes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. It is coming up, man. It's crazy. You're gonna hear Roger Goodell get booed out of the freaking building.
It's my favorite pastime of the draft. Watching. Apparently, it's his too.
It's kind of crazy. It's cathartic. It must be really cathartic for him. Yep. We're exactly 4 minutes away from the NFL draft now, according to ESPN's timer. I might be off. I'm watching on YouTube TV. Andrew, what are you watching on?
Well, I have the live stream on my actual TV, and I also have the other one on Hulu. So the Hulu one is about 30 seconds behind. So
right, I think that's what mine is. Are you watching ESPN?
I have them both. I have the Hulu one from ESPN on my laptop. And then I have the actual draft on my TV, so I have it on both screens.
What's the exact time on your Hulu one?
The Hulu one I see 3:14, and the one on my TV I see about 2:40.
Okay, cool. I'm in the middle there. I'm at like 2:58 right now, so we're gonna. So our reactions are gonna be. They're gonna be fine. They're gonna be fine.
We kind of already know who's going top two, so don't be so, we kind of already know who's going top two. I already
have the graphics ready for top three or top three. Most scenarios of top three, unless somebody trades out, which I don't think anyone in the top three is going to trade out. Like someone would have to give up.
Listen,
someone would have to give up something insane to get San Francisco to trade out.
Hey, listen, I even though they've said that Sunshine is their quarterback, I'm serious, man. If Green Bay really can't fix this, you could make that call. If you're Urban Meyer, you can make that call and you could say, listen, we don't know if this kid could be as good as Aaron Rodgers. Nothing could be more enticing than that number one pick. I mean, my team did it a few years ago. We traded out of the number one pick. So yeah, I'm just saying.
I mean that worked out. That worked out not terribly for you guys. Like it could have been worse.
Well, I mean, we ended up losing half those dudes anyway.
Yeah, you could have taken Jared. Could have taken Jared Goff.
I mean, we ended up losing half those dudes anyway, though. Dory's gone, Jonnu's gone, Conklin's gone. We ended up losing a lot of the dudes. I mean, we did get Derrick Henry though. We did get Derrick Henry, so there was that. We did get Kevin Byard. There is that, but that number one pick could get you a lot. And, I mean, even though he is what 37, 38, I mean, they could draft Sunshine tonight, but May 1st or June 1st, dude, Sunshine could be on the move up north to Green Bay. You don't know. You just don't know.
If that happens, what happens to Jordan Love?
You know what? Then they get on the phone and see if they can get some thirds, maybe 2 fourths and a fifth for him. Or maybe a third round pick. I don't know, dude. I mean, he is still young and the jury's still out on him. You don't know. What Favre got traded for? What, a fifth? Favre got traded for either a fourth or a fifth, and he was old.
I think it was a fourth. Flacco.
I think it was a fourth.
God bless him. We got Flacco traded for the fourth. We got a 4th round pick out of Flacco, which is amazing.
I think Randy Moss might have gotten traded for a fourth or a fifth. So Jordan Love could probably get you a second back. I don't know. That one's weird. I don't know how a team would evaluate that one if he is on the trade market, just because we really don't know. We know nothing. The dude has not taken a snap in over a year.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, to be fair, neither is Jamar Chase. And
that is true.
And if we're being real, Trey Lance, 1 game last year. That is true. Anyway, we're here. It's time. The NFL draft is officially underway. Actually, not officially underway. Roger Goodell has yet to announce that, but it is 8 p.m. It is the draft special is officially underway. Thank you for everyone who's joining. Remember to like, share, subscribe, ask questions in the chat. We got the chat linked up here. I will be monitoring along. But we got a bunch of stuff here. Bunch of stuff that could happen here. We know likely what's going to happen top through with Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson going number 1, number 2 to the Jaguars and the Jets, respectively. A lot of J's in the top 3. And then we got the San Francisco 49ers. We're slated to take Mac Jones as recent as yesterday. Now it's changed to Trey Lance. We really don't know what's going to happen. Maybe it's all a smokescreen and they go for Justin Fields. Maybe it's all a smokescreen and they take Kyle Pitts. Who knows? Who knows what they're going to do? But it's time to find out. It's time to find out right now, man. Oh. It's fun. I love the NFL draft. The NFL draft's it's the best draft of any sports draft.
Dude, if your team didn't win, put it this way. If your team didn't win, all right, if you were a playoff team and you know your team has the pick, you know for a fact that it's you're not gonna get no showstopper. You might get a showstopper, but it's not really, you know what I'm saying? If your team didn't make the playoffs, this is all you look forward, and you have a first. This is what you look forward to. This is one of my favorite days of the year.
Wow, this is the first time Browns fans are going to see their team pick in the 20s in, I think, what was it, 25, 26 years?
They got to wait. They're going to have to wait.
Before we were born, my guy. They're
going to have to wait. I can't believe my team and your team are picking ahead of Cleveland. I can't believe it. My team and your team are picking ahead of Cleveland. I can't believe it.
It's outrageous. The NFL's turned upside down, man. I don't know. Up is down. Down is up. Here we go. Also, the NFL draft is in Cleveland. That's another thing to take note of. Interesting note. Sorry, I interrupted you.
On a different note, I figured out how they make the schedules. So I could tell you who the Ravens are playing, not this season, but I could tell you I could pretty much tell you their schedule for next season.
I'm so glad you figured it out. Dude, everyone's known this. They kind of changed it up. They had to change it up now because of they added the 17th
game.
They had it perfect, man. They had it perfect. I think if they were gonna add a 17th game, they might as well have just added another team or another 2 teams. But
the 17th game, I think. I'm trying to figure out how they do it. Is it a regional thing? Because if you look at who you guys are playing, you guys finished second, right? Did you finish second in the division?
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. We finished second.
So you finished second. So I take it your 17th game will probably be the second place team from the NFC North. So you would probably play Chicago.
I think that's what it is. Yeah. I think we play Chicago.
I don't know whether it's a regional thing where like the first place team in the AFC North or like the AFC South plays the first place team from the AFC or from the NFC South. I don't know how, if it's a regional thing or if it goes based off of how your team played, who your team played a few years ago. I don't know. But that 17th game, man, it's going to be interesting. You might see some load management out of some dudes.
Yeah. Here we go. Is Roger Goodell? It's 8:04, my guy. Come on. We don't got all night, Roger. We've been waiting a year to boo you in person. Those virtual boos did not get it.
They didn't, dude.
Dude, Mel Kiper looks amazing. Pretty sure this dude's like 60. Dude looks like he's like 40.
I'm just happy my boy Mike Greenberg gets to be on the set.
Oh my god, dude. No Trey Wingo. Thank God.
Thank God we got Greeny. Thank God we got Greeny. I would rather have Greeny.
You remember last year when Wingo, he was like talking about Jeff Okuda, and he was like, Jeff Okuda was an academic standout, an academic star, boasting a GPA of 3.0, and everyone was just like, look, my GPA wasn't the best in college, but if that's an academic standout, I was like a Rhodes Scholar. And there's no offense to Jeff Okuda. I don't think Trey Wingo should have put him in that position to begin with, but regardless.
He shouldn't have. No, exactly. It's what Trey Wingo should have said was he should have said, because Okuda wore number 1 in college. He should have said, you see that 1? You know what that 1 stands for? That stands for I'm going to be the first player at my position off the board. That's what that 1 stood for. I'm going to be the first player in my position off the fucking draft board.
Oh, that's they got Booger. They got Booger McFarland. They got my boy Booger McFarland here.
Dude, why won't the Eagles hire Louis Riddick already? Like, why won't they just hire him? Like, how long has he been campaigning himself on TV every single day for a job with the Eagles? Like, how long is he? Years now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's getting paid a lot of money to do Monday Night Football. I think he's getting paid a lot of money to do Monday Night Football because he's really good at it too. Oh wow, that's cool. They have vaccinated fans.
Dude, I'm just thinking about the season right now. You know my team. I'm not gonna say we get fucked over, but would you rather have? See, you guys. Did you guys start last season on prime time?
Well, we didn't.
Yeah, mine. I hope we don't get fucked over because I just looked at our schedule. I mean, I looked at the schedule, but I'm like, just given like the way my team's schedule looks, dude. Think about all the storylines, bro. We're gonna have like if my team opens up against Trevor Lawrence, dude, like that's gonna be that might get Monday Night Football. By the way, that might get Monday Night Football.
It possibly could. It very well could. Yo, I gotta go grab something real quick, Andrew. Handle the stream. It's all you.
Hold it down. So yeah, we're just sitting here waiting for Big Roger Goodell to. I want him to put Jacksonville on the clock. We all know who Jacksonville is going to take. It's just we're just waiting on it at this point. Let me see if I could go to the chat and let me see if I could find any questions. Do you guys have any questions for us? Let me see. There we go. Let me find the stream. Nothing yet. So yeah, just my take. Personally, if any of you root for Tennessee, I root for Tennessee. I mean, you've probably heard it numerous times. There's been a lot of speculation about who my team might take, whether we might trade up. One name to look out for tonight from the defensive side of the football. He could go anywhere from like top 15 to, anywhere in the first round, really. Anything from 15 on, probably not going to fall to the second round, is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah out of Notre Dame. He's basically like a Swiss Army knife. You go back and watch the film, you can see he's a linebacker. He could go. He can defend. He could line up on slot receiver. He could rush the quarterback. He has very good closing speed. He reminds me a lot of Devin White. He's a player to watch out for. I think if he falls to 22, I would love for my team to take him, but we'll see. Another player to look out for is definitely here's one which there's been a lot of speculation, dude.
By the way, I was listening to you when you were doing that. You gotta have a little more bass in your voice when you're alone, my guy. A little more
Yeah,
bass. You gotta,
I'm sorry.
even if you gotta go into the Mel Kiper and you gotta start talking like this, the Baltimore Ravens picking number 24 in the NFL draft. They could pick a wide receiver. I haven't taken a defensive end though because they lost Matthew Judon. You gotta replace the Judon and all that.
Hey, if you're gonna replace Matthew Judon, there's a kid out of Tulsa who literally just won the Defensive Player of the Year in college football, who I think could replace Matthew Judon very nicely in Zaven Collins. The player I was getting at was Rashad Bateman. He's coming out of Minnesota, same coach that produced Corey Davis. That's where I was going with that. Was Tennessee? We could potentially go after Rashad Bateman. There has been speculation that we might go after Rashad Bateman just because he reminds people a lot of Corey Davis. He is coming from the place where they like to row the boat, Minnesota. I'm trying to remember who that coach was. It'll come to me. But, Bateman is a player I've heard could potentially have superstar talent. With Tennessee, though, I don't know. J-Rob usually does his best. He usually does his best drafting in the second and third round. So whoever we get in the first round, I'm not going to be completely sold on him until we see him play. I hope, for all intents and purposes, that we get a defensive player, though. Preferably a player who could line up a linebacker or a defensive end that could make an impact. Because anyone who sits there and says my team needs offense, we had a top 5 offense last year. Offense is not the problem. The problem is stopping the other team's offense. That was our problem. So
that was a big problem for you guys last year.
Bottom 5th. We were the bottom 5th in the entire league in defense, just in almost every category. I think the only thing we led the league in might have been interceptions, and that was because we had a span of like 4 weeks where we won game. Like when we started out 5-0. We were winning those games off of like timely scoop and scores, interceptions. Like that's how we won those games. So all we need now is Big Roger to walk up to that stage. Here we go. Here he comes.
This is it. It's almost time to sing it. It's almost time to say it. Let's hear the boos. I can't wait to hear the boos, man. The draft is back. Dude, would not even imagine this a year ago. A year ago, we were like, that's when we started this podcast, I think. Like a year ago, we started this podcast and we were just like, man, it's crazy. We
couldn't do nothing. That's how we started this. We couldn't do nothing.
Absolutely couldn't do anything. So Roger Goodell is walking out. There's a chair. I think, is that Trent Dilfer behind him? Who is that behind him? Is that Trent Dilfer? That looks smack like Trent Dilfer, doesn't it? Am I lying? Oh, no, that's okay, no, that's Joe Thomas.
Hasselbeck?
Joe Thomas. That's Joe Thomas. Damn, Joe Thomas lost a lot of weight. Not getting booed at all. He's not getting booed at all. This is a draft first. Roger Goodell not getting booed at the NFL draft.
Is he egging them on to boo him?
He's trying. They're not loud. They're just not loud.
Jordan Belfort on Twitter just said, I'm taking Mac at number 1 and never looking back. Hashtag roll tide.
Dude.
We love you, Jordan. We love you, Jordan.
Dude, he sounds a lot like Chris LeBron.
Chris LeBron.
All on Alabama. It's even though he knows nothing about the team, it's all about Alabama.
He got the jersey. He's all decked out in the fucking roll tide gear.
It's like no, not even the official gear. The Amazon gear.
It's gonna be conflicting because if my younger brother, if he becomes a Missouri Tiger, then
All right. They are okay. They're just milking this as a Browns, dude. We're like it's 8:15. Come on, my guy. Come on. Just open the NFL draft. This is not. I
Hold
don't
on a
care
second. I'll be
about the
right back.
Browns.
I'll be right back.
No one cares about the Browns. What? So they're going to have an NFL fan who's at the draft sit in this random chair that's sitting right next to Roger Goodell on the podium on the draft stage. That makes that's interesting. What? Just a random ass fan? Okay, I guess that's what it is. That's what it is. And so now they're just gonna pick a fan. Joe Thomas and the lot are picking a fan. It's a Jags fan. Oh well, we don't need another pregame speech. How many more pregame speeches can he give? They just said Joe Thomas is gonna give another pregame speech. We don't need this. We just want it. Just open the NFL draft. Let the chaos begin. No,
Oh,
no.
that chair.
Oh, you missed it. So, in that chair, every draft pick, there's going to be a chair. That chair is going to be there, and every draft pick, there's going to be a fan from a different team to come out and sit in the chair while the draft pick is announced.
Oh.
Imagine if you're like a team, like you're a fan of the team that's picking, and your team just trades out,
Yep.
and you're just gonna be sitting up there while like seeing like a rival team pick the player you wanted.
Well,
All right.
I think he's on the clock. I think Jacksonville's on the clock.
Up, it's open. The NFL draft is officially underway, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. We don't expect them to be on there for long. We know that Trevor Lawrence is the expected pick here. They need a quarterback. They've got a lot of pieces. Urban Meyer coming in his first year, potentially Tim Tebow coming in, Shahid Khan, Tony Khan, and the lot. They've been talking about how Trevor Lawrence is the pick here. Trevor Lawrence is the quintessential prototypical quarterback. We've known it for years. There's been 3 years in the making this point. 3 years in the making this pick. Trevor Lawrence is expected to go number 1 overall, barring some sort of miracle. I don't think it's even in question, Andrew. So, we're going to be talking about it in a second, but, the Jacksonville Jaguars 1-15 last year. The quarterback situation was one of the many issues of the team, and now it looks like Trevor Lawrence is on his way to Jacksonville. We're going to see the announcement in a second, but what do you think about this pick for Jacksonville, potentially picking the quarterback of their future?
I have no words. This is honestly in division. This is AFC South. This is competition, man. All I have to say is I hope it flops. Personally, this is my personal bias coming out. I hope it flops.
Yes. For those who don't know, Andrew has a huge bias against Trevor Lawrence. I've never met someone who despises a quarterback that's so universally loved than Andrew has with Trevor Lawrence.
Listen, it's not. I'm sure he's a really nice dude. He's probably a class act. It's just I don't like the track record of his college coach with regards to developing quality NFL talent. That's it. I don't like Dabo's track record in sending guys to the NFL. That's it. You could argue, he sent Nuke. There was the Mike Williams of the world. Okay, where's the defense? Where's the defense? That's it.
I mean, is Trevor Lawrence a defensive player? No, he's an offensive player. Mm-hmm. But last year we saw Joe Burrow taken, and this year Trevor Lawrence expected to be the number 1 pick, a 95% win percentage in football, the 2018 college football national championship winner. This dude he's got all of the accomplishments. He's got everything that would make you think that he's the number 1 pick, and The Jags, they're still on the clock here, but yeah, they're gonna take Trevor Lawrence. It's like not even in doubt. If they weren't picking Lawrence, which they totally are, who should they pick? Fantasy booking here.
Oh, Fields.
That makes sense.
He's got the Ohio State ties. I mean, Fields.
Or do you trade out, get an offensive tackle, run with Minshew? That's what I do. If I'm not picking Lawrence.
You could get a lot. Dude, you can get a lot for that.
For that pick? Oh, yeah, dude. Because Trevor, like, you know how many Green Bay might even trade up. Like, you'd get that.
I've said it.
You get that, the Billy King type trade. 5 first-round picks, like, in the next, 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Lawrence looks like he's calm, cool, and collective, sitting at home watching the NFL draft. He's not
with
even
his girl.
Not even phased by anything that's going on as Trevor Lawrence. He's ready. He's ready for the moment. He understands it. He understands what this means for him, his family, for everyone involved. And I think we're going to get a notification pretty soon about the pick being in, it looks like. So my sources tell me on Twitter.
You don't have who is the Woj? Who is the Woj of the NFL draft? The one who my sources tell me that they're leaning towards.
Shefty. It's Shefty. It's totally Shefty. Adam Schefter was Woj before Woj was Woj.
Dude, Woj. Woj is funny. Do you remember Woj at the NFL draft? No, at the NBA draft, dude. I was at the NBA draft before I knew. But put it this way, I went to the 2018 NBA draft. I knew that Kevin Knox was a Knick before Kevin Knox knew he was a Knick because of Woj on Twitter.
That's wild. That is wild. He didn't even get the call. They called Woj beforehand. That's crazy. That's crazy. Imagine being that inside. That teams tell you before the player they draft.
That is wow.
So I'm sorry. I was just gonna ask you a question about the draft real quick. Just expand a little bit. I think on just Clemson and the concerns you have specifically about Trevor Lawrence. And why you think he might not. Because you said before, he's not as good as people think he is. I just want to see if you could expand on that a little bit.
Okay. So a lot of it has to do with, I think the talent is definitely there. The talent, I think, is definitely there. The issue that I have is, and it's kind of the same issue that I saw with Jameis Winston coming out, which was the caliber of competition that he's playing against in the ACC is not that of the Big Ten or the SEC. That is established. So with that, he's going to put up monster numbers against lesser caliber competition. My only issue is when you saw Jameis Winston against another team with a few NFL bodies in that Oregon team, they got run off the field. In 2 instances, I saw Trevor Lawrence go up against teams with NFL caliber players on the defensive side. I'm not even going to talk about the offense because he plays offense. I'm not going to talk about the other team's offense. But LSU's defense pretty much held him in check last year. And then this year, same thing with Ohio State's defense. And this is an Ohio State team that didn't have the Chase Young. They didn't have the Jeff Okudah. They didn't have the Damon Arnett. They didn't have those guys. And they held him pretty much in check. So my only concern for him is that when I've seen him go up against NFL caliber competition, he hasn't really risen to the occasion. I think when a lot of people, they always bring up, well, there was that freshman year when he won the national championship. My argument to that was the game is won in the trenches. And I think the combination of those 3 defensive linemen who are all first-round picks, and Dexter Lawrence, Christian Wilkins, and Cleveland Farrell, they more or less made his life easier because they made Tua's life harder. So, as shown with the pick 6 that Tua threw in the first quarter to A.J. Terrell. So, my only concern for Lawrence is going to be that he does have all the physical tools. He's a physical specimen. The talent's definitely there. My only argument is when I saw him go up against the big time caliber competition, like the more physical teams, he folded. So that's my only concern is on the NFL, every team is like that. Like the NFL, let's say he was playing against, the Boston Colleges of the world. He was playing against the Georgia Techs. Well, let's say Georgia Tech had one, or the Boston College had one, stud defensive player. Well, that one stud defensive player is now on the other team's defense with a bunch of other dudes who are either just as good or better than him. That's what Trevor Lawrence is going to be going up against in the NFL. That's my only concern, was that he didn't play against the same caliber of NFL competition as he should have. And when he did, he folded.
Well, we're going to see what happens. One thing that we do know, Andrew, the Jacksonville Jaguars pick is in right now. So it's in. They went right up to the wire. The clock restarted on them, but it looks like they got it in time. And at this point, we're waiting for the announcement. We know it's the inevitable. All your concerns aside at this point, Trevor Lawrence looks like he's going to be the first pick in the draft. That's going to be his legacy to start his NFL career. Can he live up to it? You and I disagree on whether he can or cannot. I think that in Jacksonville, given his head coach, given the supporting cast he'll have behind him, and given his abilities, he's going to be able to do better. I think this is a great pick for Jacksonville. He's my number one quarterback. I think it's look, him and Fields were decently close. They got closer as the season went along, but Trevor Lawrence is still the number one pick. So at this point, we're still waiting. The fan is in the chair, Andrew. The fan is still waiting in the chair. Been waiting there for 10 minutes. God knows where that chair has been. But Goodell is walking out. Roger Goodell is walking out to announce the pick. So that's so weird. The fan just sits there. There it is. There it is. All right, Andrew. There it is. Trevor Lawrence has been selected by the Jacksonville Jaguars as the number one overall pick. What do we think about this?
You better be ready, man. Because we're gunning for him in the AFC South. Indy's got a defense. Tennessee, they're putting a lot of their efforts towards rebuilding that defense. As the number one pick, you got to be ready, man, because there's a lot of pressure that comes with that, and there's a lot of dudes that are going to be gunning for him. A lot of dudes in that defense, they're going to be looking at him and they're going to be like, you know what, you are no different than anybody else on this team. You know what, they're going to look at that. They don't view him any different than they view Minshew. They're still going to attack him the same way they attack any other quarterback. So we'll see.
Yeah, he's a number one, but he was a number one pick for a reason. He led them as a rookie. He led the Clemson Tigers as a rookie, or as a freshman rather, to the national championship game. The dude is a stud his entire time there. He goes through his progressions like a maniac. He is the prototypical NFL quarterback in the good way, and he's got some ability to actually move. So I like the pick. I think Jacksonville had to do it. They had to do it, not only for the survival of their team, but for their future, for the you don't pass up on a guy like Trevor Lawrence. You just don't pass up on this guy. If you do, you're gonna be left wondering the entire time. As we're taking a look right now, the Jets are on the clock, and Zach Wilson is hugging his mom. Seems to be getting congratulated, and it looks like that, as expected, that's where this is gonna go. Zach Wilson is expected to go number 2 overall to the New York Football Jets, and he's got the talent. Mel Kiper just said he's got the talent, but is he as good as these other quarterbacks? Is he as good as Justin Fields? You and I don't think so. Is he as good as Trey Lance? I definitely don't think so. Is he even as good as some even ask Mac Jones? Pretty close if you ask a lot of people, but Nevertheless, the Jets, who have missed out on every quarterback since the 1960s that they've drafted, are expected here to take Zach Wilson, the guy who is basically a one-year wonder, has the ability, not saying he doesn't, but it's going to be a very long road on that team.
Hey, just know whatever week, because we play the Jets, whatever week, and that's at MetLife. I am there. I am fucking there.
Yeah, I got no. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna miss out on the opportunity to shit on the Jets, especially with Corey
I
Davis.
am there. Hell, JETS suck.
JETS suck. That was funny. That's like the funniest thing to happen in New York. But all right, it's just it. And again, it's also I don't want to make it seem like we're hating on Zach Wilson. This is not a hate on Zach Wilson thing. It's mostly about the Jets, if we're being real. I don't hate Zach. I don't hate the pick Zach Wilson as much as I hate where he's going, because I think he's going to have to work 10 times harder in New York than he would on a lot of other teams to be successful.
Put it this way, I think his life would be easier playing for the Giants than it would playing for the Jets, just because.
Oh yeah. The Giants are objectively a better team.
Better team, just better run organization, more structure and everything. It's just the Jets have been a dumpster fire forever. And, we're going to see if this kid can overcome. But listen, the odds are against him. If he does, all the props to him. Just don't beat my fucking team in the playoffs. He's going to an AFC team. I'm sorry. I'm gonna root for his success. I want to root for his success, just not against my team. That's it. And if we run into him in the fucking playoffs, I will call him every name in the book.
I
can
promise you that Andrew will call him every single name in the book.
As a fan.
Yeah. So the Jets seem to be very relaxed there. I think they're calling in the pick right now. It looks like. And Zach Wilson, look, the kid looks young. Looks like he's got a lot of poise for his age, especially. He looks like the typical quarterback that you want, the face of the franchise guy. Broadway Wilson is what they're probably going to call him. But again, I don't know, man. I think the Jets they think he's a lot better, or he's going to have more of an impact initially than he's actually going to have.
I love the hair. I like the hair. The hair looks. It does look. He kind of reminds me of like the Ken doll. He kind of reminds me of like the Ken doll. I'm not gonna lie. They're gonna call him. Listen, they're gonna call him Pretty Boy when he gets to the Jets. That is one thing. That is one thing he's gonna have going for him.
Yep, Pretty Boy, no flizzy here. But I will say this.
Namath was a pretty boy, and I guess didn't it work out for the Jets? So we'll see.
We will see. We'll see about that. Yeah, this is look again. Don't hate the pick. Mostly just like where he's going. This is prove us wrong. I genuinely hope Zach Wilson proves us wrong. The dude's got the velocity to throw the ball. He's got the ability, the arm strength, the accuracy can be hit and miss. The work ethic is there, but the body of work is not. The body of work one great season, by the way, in the NFL in college football does not a quarterback make. So he's gonna have to prove a lot of people wrong. Hopefully he's gonna get the reps. He's gonna get everything, the organization, the rocket ship behind him. It's gonna be all on him at this point. And unfortunately, I think even that might not be enough to break the Jets' curse of quarterbacks, because they have not been good at drafting quarterbacks. Go back to Namath. You can go back to Vinny Testaverde. You can go back to Mark Sanchez. You can go back to any of those guys. Sam Darnold even just got traded to the Carolina Panthers. Hopefully he can restart his career. But as I'm saying this, Roger Goodell is walking down the stage. The Jets fan is positioned, looking back at Goodell, giving him the thumbs up, saying, let's go. Let's announce the pick. And let's take a listen to this pick. There we go. Zach Wilson, quarterback, BYU, going to the New York Football Jets. Andrew, this is a pick that everyone expected. A lot of people thought that this was going to be the pick for the New York Jets, and including us. What do you think about it? What do you think
I
about
like it. He's high-fiving fans. He's already, before he even goes up to shake Adele's hands, he's already high-fiving fans. I love it. Listen, he has talent. I don't know if he's more talented than Darnold. We're gonna see. I mean, listen, if football doesn't work out for him, New York, he looks like the Ken doll. He has very nice hair. Listen, he'll be in New York. If football doesn't work out, he definitely has a career in modeling. I will tell you that. I will tell you that.
He very well could. The Jets taking a quarterback here, and as I said before, wish the kid the best. He's got the ability. I really hope the Jets don't screw it up this time, but they've given me no reason to think that they won't.
Jets suck.
But you know who didn't suck as much as a lot of people thought they would this year?
San Francisco.
Mac Jones. A lot of people did. There's not a lot of expectations on Alabama quarterback. Not a lot of expectations on Alabama quarterbacks. Dude came out there. I believe he had 41 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Amazing season. But like the same thing with Zach Wilson, 1 year does not a quarterback make, and especially Alabama they're not known for making great quarterbacks. So that is the question here. The question is, it's going to be a quarterback. San Francisco traded up to 3, traded multiple first-round picks to get up to 3 in the Dolphins spot. They're taking a quarterback. Jimmy G, we'll talk about him, I'm sure, at a later point tonight. But, Andrew, you got to take a quarterback. Odds are basically 50-50 at this point about Trey Lance and Mac Jones, although you said both of those could be smoke screens and the real pick could be Justin Fields. Now, while the real pick right now should be Justin Fields, who do you think between Trey Lance and Mac Jones, who fits better in that offense?
I mean, just based off of fit, I think based off of fit, out of the 3 quarterbacks, I would say Mac Jones, just because he fits more of the Brady, Jimmy G. But as I told you before, man, just based off of ability and based off of, I think he has the highest ceiling out of everybody, dude. Fields. I mean, the last 2 Super Bowls that who was it? The last 2 Super Bowls that were lost by what's his name? I'm drawing a blank on his name. The head coach of San Francisco. The last two Super Bowls. Shanahan. The last 2 Super Bowls that were lost by Shanahan were, even though he had Matt Ryan and he had Jimmy G, he didn't have a quarterback that could extend plays and, make something happen. So I think having that, the system quarterback is great. I think having that quarterback that can extend plays, but at the same time, I'm telling you, I think Fields is just the overall, he's got the physical prowess. He's got all the tools. I think you can mold him. If you want him to be a system quarterback, dude, you can mold him into that game manager. And it's not like he's going to lose the ability. He's not going to lose his 4.4 speed. He's not going to lose the 4.4 speed. He's not going to lose the arm strength. If anything, you're molding him up here. That's why I think it should be Fields. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. Justin Fields. Johnny just shouted you out in the chat. He helped you out. He said Kyle Shanahan to remind you who the coach was. What's up, Johnny?
Thank you, Johnny.
We love you, man. We love you.
Johnny,
we miss you.
Come back to us, Johnny.
Seriously, I need you, man. Producing and hosting is not the move for me. I'm not good at it.
Who we kidding? Johnny's sitting on the beach right now in Miami. Who we kidding?
Johnny just asked in the chat, Alabama QBs better than Clemson QBs? Question mark. That's an amazing question for you, Andrew. Whose QBs are better, Alabama or Clemson's?
I'm not even gonna lie to you. It is Clemson. It is Clemson for the time being. That's it though. Better running backs, Bama. Wideouts, Bama. O-line, Bama. D-line, Bama. DB, Bama. So they can have the quarterback. Bama has everything else.
They can have the most important position on the football field. You can have your franchise quarterbacks. I'll take my 4-3 linebacker any day.
Hey, listen. All I'm saying is, listen, Mahomes is great until he's got an elite fucking D line closing in on him. That's all I'm saying. Until he's got those fucking dudes in Tampa Bay, JPP and Dominican Sue, Devin White. Until he's got those dudes closing in on him. That's all I'm saying. You can have your quarterback. It's just I would take elite defense over an elite quarterback any day.
Yep.
I would
All
take
right.
the 2000 Ravens. I would take the 2000 Ravens over the 2019 Chiefs. And I
Cool.
mean that.
All right. We're under 2 minutes here for the NFL draft for the San Francisco 49ers, who are on the clock. They're under 2 minutes expecting the pick. I think we just saw their GM on the phone. So expect the pick to be in fairly soon. Andrew, who's going here? Who's going here? You got to bet right now. Who's going here?
I think it should be Fields, but
Who's
I
it
have a
going to
feeling
be?
it's gonna be? I think it's either going to be Mac Jones or Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts. That would if Kyle Pitts got in there, that would be interesting. But again, this is the pick we were talking about. The pick is in, by the way. The pick is
Listen,
officially
The draft
in.
doesn't officially start. The draft doesn't officially start till after the first two picks are in.
Because we already know who's going number 1, number 2 most of the time. It's when you get into number 3, number 4. That's when everything starts to fall apart, and all the mocks go right out the window.
Here we go. The draft has
Now-
officially begun. That pick is in.
The
Let's
pick
see
is,
it.
The pick's in. Roger Goodell has not made his way yet over to the podium. We're still awaiting him going in. If I had to say who's going here, it should be Justin Fields. Conventional wisdom, anything, football analytics, everything tells you this pick should be Justin Fields. It's not going to be him. It's unfortunately going to be Mac Jones. And remember, well, I'll get into like the whole quarterbacks being taken top 3 in a second, but Mac Jones, it's gonna be weird. I think they're going system here over talent, and I don't know how well that's gonna go for them.
Do not rule out they could be drafting for Green Bay, by the way. Don't rule that out.
Well, yeah, there is that the whole Aaron Rodgers scenario, because Aaron Rodgers apparently asked out from the Green Bay Packers today. We know that, so we'll see. All right, looks like Goodell is on his way over to the podium. Let's take a listen to see what he has to say.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance,
Whoa!
North Dakota State.
So that was a little unexpected. The odds makers had him as the favorite just today for the first time throughout this entire process. But Trey Lance, the quarterback out of North Dakota State, is now a San Francisco 49er, the second highest picked player, I should say, out of the school's history. The other, of course, being Carson Wentz, who was taken number 2 overall back in 2016. Trey Lance is going to the San Francisco 49ers. Andrew, and this is where the mock drafts go out the window. Right here. This is where the mock drafts go out the window. There were not many people who had Trey Lance going here. I think that this is a better pick than Mac Jones. I think Trey Lance is the kind of guy you can mold into your pick if you're the San Francisco 49ers. He's the kind of guy you can mold into a quarterback that you want him to be. He can do almost anything you want, whether it be running through people. He's a pocket quarterback when you need to. He's arguably the most versatile quarterback in this draft. I think this is a good pick because if they had gone with Mac Jones, I promise you they would have regretted it.
Yeah, Jones is kind of a statue. I don't know. I just can't help this feeling. I even though he played in North Dakota, I can't help but feel like they made this pick for Green Bay. I would not be surprised one bit if this pick is on the move a few weeks from now to Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers. But I mean, they did want to change it up. My only thing, dude, if they wanted to change it up and they wanted the athletic dude, why not Fields? He's bigger, stronger, faster. Like, that's the only reason why I don't think this pick necessarily is for San Francisco. I think this pick might be on the move in a trade in the coming weeks. So
I don't
stay
know.
tuned.
I don't know.
Stay posted for that.
See, look, we talked about this. We talked about this throughout the entire process. What you and I repeated about Kyle Shanahan in the past 2 Super Bowls he's lost. He's had a quarterback that hasn't had the ability to be both a pocket passer and a quarterback and can move out of the pocket. But Trey Lance has proven that he has the ability to do both. 1 interception is in his entire 3 years at North Dakota State. The kid has not turned 21 years old yet. He is smart for his age. He ran a very intricate, very sophisticated offense over in North Dakota State. We know that Carson Wentz was able to pick up the Eagles' offense very quickly. You should expect the same from Trey Lance, but I do believe this pick is the best pick they could have made aside from picking Justin Fields, but I understand why they made this pick. He's a big body. He can run through people, and this is exactly what you and I were talking about. When the pass rush does come in those big moments, Trey Lance is the guy you want. Trey Lance is the guy you want to be running and extending plays. He showed a knack to extend plays greatly and during his time in college, and I think he's going to be doing very similar, maybe not the same things in the NFL.
Time will tell, man.
Time will tell. Time will tell.
We got Atlanta on the clock now.
Atlanta on the clock.
I had Atlanta taking Kyle Pitts. So we're going to see. I don't know if Atlanta goes quarterback here with Matt Ryan. They do have – my only thing is I don't know if they go quarterback here just because if they go quarterback, they already have Matt Ryan. Do you draft a quarterback just to have him sit for the next 2 years? Because I don't really know of a team that would take on Matt Ryan's contract. That's my only thing. I don't know. I think Kyle Pitts. I think they go Kyle Pitts here, but we're going to see.
We're coming up at about under 4 minutes here for the Atlanta Falcons pick. We're under 4 minutes on their pick. They're expected to take a playmaker, whether it be Kyle Pitts, maybe one of these wide receivers. We don't know yet. But Andrew, let's talk about the scenario that we mentioned earlier with Atlanta. Do you think they picked the successor to Matt Ryan here? Is that in play, whether it be Justin Fields or Mac Jones?
I just don't see it. Just because there's another quarterback coming out next year in Rattler. You have another quarterback class coming out next year. I don't see it, dude. I think I don't see it. Maybe a wide receiver. You might see a wide receiver go off the board here because you did mention how Julio, either Kyle Pitts or a wide receiver, I think here, just because Julio is probably going to be on the move for cap purposes. I don't see a quarterback going here, though. I see a skill player going here. Probably either that or a defensive player. You don't be surprised if you see Micah Parsons come off the board because that offense was not the issue for this team. It was defense. So you could see a defensive player come off the board here. Don't put a lot of stock into that, but yeah, don't put a lot of stock into that. But don't be surprised if you do see a defensive player. But I'm thinking it's going to be either Kyle Pitts or a wideout.
Yeah, I mean, I had them taking Jamar Chase. I think Jamar Chase has the most upside is the most NFL ready of these wide receiving and even tight end people in the draft. I think he's got the highest skill right now. Kyle Pitts has a lot of ability, but I'm telling you, Jamar Chase is the most NFL plug and play ready guy, and if that window for Matt Ryan is closing. Every day that goes by, that window is closing. Julio looks like he's on the move. He might go to Oakland, Las Vegas, or Baltimore. We'll see what happens with that. But the pick is in, and it looks like Roger Goodell at least is making his way. Oh nope. That was random. They teased us. They teased us big time. But yeah, Louis Riddick is looking really fly in his suit. I can't believe he's not a GM somewhere.
He always does. Dude, I'm telling you, he has been vying for that Eagles job for so long. Just give it to him.
It doesn't look like Howie Roseman's going to have it for a long time after this year. All right, so it's official. Okay, I cannot speak. I cannot speak today. Anyway, so here we go. The pick is in. Goodell is on his way, and he just showed the pick to the Atlanta fan. He looks happy about it. Let's see. The pick is in. Goodell announcing it. Who are the Falcons picking?
The fourth pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Kyle Pitts,
There we go.
Florida.
As you said, as everybody's been saying over the past few weeks, arguably the best offensive player in this draft, Kyle Pitts, has been selected by the Atlanta Falcons. He is going number 4 overall. He will be catching passes from Matt Ryan in this upcoming season. Andrew, you talked about it. You've raved about him. He's got a good body, arguably best hands in this draft. What do you want? What is Atlanta getting out of Kyle Pitts in this draft?
You're getting, arguably, as I mentioned before, you're getting a player who he's fast, physical. You can put him on the line. He can block. He obviously can catch passes. You'll put him in the slot. You're getting just an all-around versatile offensive weapon. And you're going to lose Julio. You're losing Julio, who's bigger, faster, stronger than a lot of these dudes. You know what? You replace him with a player like Kyle Pitts. It's a good starting point for a team that is obviously going to lose their main offensive weapon in Julio Jones. I like the pick. As I told you, I think this kid, when it's all said and done, don't be surprised if you see him putting on a gold jacket a decade from now.
A lot of people have been saying that. A lot of people think he has the biggest upside of any player. Offense, defense, special teams wise in this draft. I just said special teams. Oh my God, you can tell where my mind is at. But that is crazy. That is crazy. Kyle Pitts going to the Atlanta Falcons. They're going to get a hell of a player. That's for sure. Up next, we have the Cincinnati Bengals. They did pick number 1 last year. We saw where they went. They picked Joe Burrow last year, got their quarterback of the future. Unfortunately, though, Andrew, their quarterback of the future did not last throughout the season. Offensive line was bad. He got beaten up, tore his ACL, MCL. His knee is badly, badly damaged right now, but he's expected to make a full recovery, expect to be back for the beginning of the season. And you would think, after what they went through last year, they got the quarterback. Now you need someone to protect him. I would think that the pick here would have to be Penei Sewell from Oregon, the offensive tackle, the best offensive tackle in this draft.
Absolutely. That's where I think they're going. It's the same approach that the Colts took when they built that O-line for Andrew Luck. You got to protect your quarterback. And Joe Burrow, he showed flashes of being special last season before he got injured. So I think, you got your guy. They got their guy last year. Now you got to protect them. So I could definitely see them going Penei Sewell here and just continuing to build an O-line. You got to protect the quarterback. You got to do it.
You have to protect the quarterback. You have to be able to get Joe Burrow, especially coming off a serious injury. This is not a look. A lot of players come back from ACL and MCL injuries nowadays, but you forget the amount of rehab, the amount of damage that's been done to that knee. It can go bad very quickly again. So I can tell you for sure that the Bengals, I think they know that, and they want to fix that immediately because you don't want to have offensive tackle problems, going into the second, third, fourth year of your quarterback's career. We saw what happened with Andrew Luck. It ended his career early. Joe Burrow showed that he has all the ability in the world, but they have to go left tackle here. You have to, and if you don't. And if you don't and you trade out, you better be getting a really, really good haul.
Yeah. No, if they're trading out, they better be getting at least a 1 or 2 twos, a couple 2s and a 3. That's the only way I could see. I don't think they trade out, though. I think they're going to take the approach that Indy took for the last couple of years, which was just build that O-line. Build that O-line and protect your quarterback. It all starts. I'm telling you, man, I say it all the time. The game is won in the trenches. And we saw, dude, you can't protect your quarterback. What's the point of having a next level? What's the point of having a quarterback that's special, if you can't protect him? He can't help you if he's on his back every play.
Someone just said in the chat. By the way, he's get some of his chat stuff. Pitts will probably be the best player available. You're right. Julio coming to the 410, meaning Julio coming to Baltimore. Don't think that's happening. Joe Burrow is so good, better than Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield combined. That is cap. That is I'm sorry, that's cap.
He's not the athlete that Kyler Murray is, but I think as a passer, he's definitely better game manager, and he's definitely more accurate than Baker. I will give him that.
Who do you? Okay, you're starting a team. Who are you picking? Who are you taking? Are you taking Burrow over Murray? Yeah,
that is tough. Because Kyler can extend the plays. You know what? No, what's funny?
You got to be able to do that in today's NFL too. You have to be able to do that.
Burrow strikes me more as a Rodgers. He strikes me more as like a Rodgers kind of player, closer to Aaron Rodgers than he does to not the super athletic like scrambler type quarterback that like Baker and Kyler is. But he's also not like a statue like Tom. So I would say he's more like the Aaron Rodgers type, where he's not explosively athletic, but he can still extend plays and make the throws. So,
yeah. Well, with the pick is in, the Bengals. It looks like the Bengals aren't picking. The pick's in. The Bengals are not going to be trading out of this spot. So, again, I think the only logical choice here is you take Penei Sewell. You have to, and if you don't, you're opening yourself up to not just criticism from your fans, but you're opening yourself up and your quarterback up to being injured again. You can't risk him being injured. Penei Sewell is the best offensive tackle in this draft. He's got the potential to be the cornerstone of any team in their offensive line. I think he's got the ability. He has to be the pick here. There's like no question here.
And that's the thing. I think a lot of teams are seeing what happened with Andrew Luck, and GMs are realizing that it would be a shame if we draft the kid number 1 and then we don't know how good he could have been because we never got a full season out of him because our guys couldn't protect him. So you build that offensive line up front. I remember you and me have had combos about this before where if you want to, be a successful NFL team, as long as you have a good defense and a good O-line, it don't matter who your quarterback is. Mm-hmm. Now, when it comes time to winning like the big game, like the playoff, like the Super Bowl, that's when your quarterback comes in. But if you have a really good defense and you have a really good O-line, it don't matter who your quarterback is, you'll win games.
You can make an average quarterback look good if you have a stable O-line around him and stable pieces around him. That is a fact. But
think about DeMarco Murray. DeMarco Murray was a fucking all-pro in front of and behind that Dallas O-line.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens there. I do think. Yeah, I mean, I think the pick's coming in, so we'll see what happens with this. I could see them go receiver. That would be a very Bengals thing to do, wouldn't it? Just be like AJ Green.
I don't know because
get a receiver.
They did take T Higgins. They did take T Higgins last year with their with the 33rd overall pick. So I don't know. I just think if they don't go defense, if they don't go O-line, I can see them going defense. Honestly, I don't see them going. This is a very deep draft. I don't see them. They're going to go O-line. They're going to go O-line. O-line or defense. I don't see them going wide out.
And if they don't, that is why the Bengals are probably going to be picking in the same spot next year.
Yes, but maybe higher.
But this is like the pick's basically made for them, right? At this point, it's if there's any pick, I'm like just as certain about this pick, honestly, as I was the Zach Wilson pick to the Jets. Like that's how certain I am that Penei Sewell is going to go. This Bengals fan, God bless him. God bless him. He is. You wouldn't catch me dead wearing that shit. That is oof. I don't know who the pick is. I just saw your reaction. That cannot be good.
Whoa.
All right, the pick is in here. The Bengals are selecting.
It was a very Bengals thing.
What?
That was a very Bengals thing to do. All right, well, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if they're picking the same spot next year. Don't be surprised if they're picking top 5 next year.
The Bengals at 5th overall, their quarterback coming off of basically destroying his knee last year, selected Ja'Marr Chase. Now, okay, So this is interesting, Andrew. I don't even have the graphic ready. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I already had the Panay Sewell graphic ready to go, but as I change that, so the Bengals selected Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase, of course, out of LSU, joining forces, I guess, rejoining forces with his former teammate Joe Burrow. Maybe that played into this a little bit, but man, you gotta think here, Andrew. You gotta think. This is the move that the Bengals would make. You said it, man. I'm actually dumbfounded. I'm dumbfounded by this. What do you think?
I have no words. You know what? Who's on the clock? Miami.
They're about to get an amazing offensive tackle in Miami. He's gonna make you forget about Laramie Tunsil entirely.
If he's not if he doesn't go to Miami, you know he's not getting past Detroit. That's all I'm saying.
He better not get past Detroit.
He's not getting past Detroit. I think he's going here though. I'm mind blown, dude.
I mean, let's talk about Jamar Chase though for a second, I guess. So Jamar Chase, of course, he didn't play last year. He's got that connection with Joe Burrow. What does this pick mean for the Bengals? What are they getting out of Jamar Chase in Cincinnati?
They're getting a stud. They're getting a dude who, as I mentioned before, if anybody watched the pre-show, Jamar Chase on the depth chart at LSU was higher on the depth chart in terms of like of just overall value and ability than Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson just won Offensive Player of the Year in the NFL as a rookie, NFL Rookie of the Year. He won the Offensive NFL Rookie of the Year. So with that being said, if they get the same production that Justin Jefferson gave or better production than Justin Jefferson gave, they're getting a stud. They're getting a very talented wide receiver. It's just what good is having all the fucking wideouts if you don't have a quarterback to throw it to them? Yeah, the NFL player comp. They're comparing Jamar Chase to A.J. Brown. I just saw a player comp. They compared him to A.J. Brown. He is big. He is physical. He is fast. I like the comparison because he can create separation. He is big. He is physical. Like I said before, dude, all the dudes at LSU, they said he was better than Justin Jefferson coming out. So, and Justin Jefferson just led up the fucking league last year with who? Who was his quarterback? Kirk Cousins was his quarterback.
Yep.
So you give him Joe Burrow, a healthy Joe Burrow. I don't know. Maybe they have plans to acquire, build an O-line, acquire. I don't know. There's no point in having a player like that. There's no point in having a quarterback. You can have all the offensive weapons in the world, dude. If you don't have an O-line and you don't have a quarterback to throw him the ball, it's pointless. It's
completely pointless. Completely pointless. But one thing I did notice just now, Miami's pick came in quicker than anybody's tonight. Even Trevor Lawrence, who everyone and their mother knew Trevor Lawrence was going number 1 overall. You have to think.
I think Tua's getting a very good left tackle. Tua's getting a very good left tackle. That's all I'm saying.
You know how they call it Tua time? Well, Tua's going to have a lot of time to throw the ball next year if they pick Panay Sewell. Because apparently, I told you this. I was more confident about this pick than I was the Zach Wilson to the Jets pick. In Panay Sewell going to the Bengals. This was the most Bengals thing they could do. This is why we call them the Bungles, guys. This is why everyone in the AFC North refers to the Bengals as the Bungles. Because even when the right answer is right in front of them, these motherfuckers want to be smart. They think they're smart. That was literally the most shocking thing. Man. He's literally an all-pro left tackle in the waiting. Like, come on. Joe Burrow. I'm sure he's happy to have his guy, right? He's happy to have his receiver. But damn, you gotta think he's like looking at his knee, that big ass scar on his knee, and he's just like, I really would have liked some protection.
It would really be a shame if Joe Burrow has to retire when he's 28 years old because of all the fucking hits and all the surgery he takes and all the hits that he takes. I don't know.
It's exactly what the Colts did, by the way. It's exactly what the Colts did.
That's why they built that O-line. That's why Jacoby Brissett looked so much better than he really should have in that one year he was the quarterback for them, because He had the best O line in football. He had the best. He has Quentin Nelson is the best offensive lineman in football. And those other dudes that were playing with him were not exactly, they weren't scrubs. He had some fringe all pros that were blocking for him. So,
Yeah.
pick
Man,
is
the pick is in.
see where
I'm
Miami
not-
goes.
I'm not seeing it yet, so I don't know who's gonna be here. But I mean, actually, I know who it should be here, man. I know but man,
We know who it should be.
look. Miami was a 10-6 team last year. I'm sure they have some level of competency. All right. All right, sixth pick is in for Miami. Who are they selecting to play alongside Tua Tagovailoa?
2021 NFL Draft. The Miami Dolphins select Jalen Waddle, wide receiver.
They went the same direction that Cincy went, dude. They reunited a college quarterback with his college wideout.
Wow, that is literally the same thing wow. I'm sorry, I'm in shock right now, bro. I'm in like actual shock. They had it. Oh,
Dude, Penny Sewell, I don't think he gets past Detroit.
he better not. He better not.
Dude, Detroit has so many holes to fill. Listen, Stafford, I know Stafford didn't have any weapons, but Detroit needs so much. They just made the trade for Goff. You protect him. Like, protect him.
I cannot believe this. Okay, I understand he's a home run threat. I understand he's a great wide receiver. I am not hating on this pick. I think I had the Miami Dolphins taking this exact player in my mock draft, actually. But that was before I knew that Penei Sewell would be available at number 6. Like, this is okay, this
Wow.
is bad. This is a bad pick. I'm sorry. Like okay,
Dude, the pick is already in. The pick is already in for Detroit.
I'm not even gonna set up the graphic because I know better at this point. I know
The pick is
better.
already in for Detroit.
I know
Dude,
better
it
than to know.
It literally hit like 9 minutes, and then pick is in.
They're getting quicker and quicker now. So at number 7, the Detroit Lions have the opportunity to get their left tackle. They're probably gonna pick a wide receiver. Do we know? Has Devonta Smith ever played with Jared Goff? Because that would be following a pattern now, wouldn't it?
Let me think. Where did Jared Goff go to college?
No, he didn't. He went to UCLA. No, I was just playing. But
No, Goff went to Cal. He was supposed to be the next Aaron Rodgers out of Cal.
yeah. Anyway, but no. In all seriousness, Devonta Smith. I had him going here, but that's again before Penei Sewell. So, man, we'll see. This draft is. I don't like this. I really don't like some of these picks that are being made here by these teams.
Now, don't rule out some of these dudes might be on the move. Don't rule out some of these dudes are not getting traded. So if you see any surprises, don't be surprised if one of these dudes ends up getting traded. By the way,
I don't know. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think one of those dudes is getting traded. You just drafted the quarterback's wide
Waddle is a
receiver
home
from
run
college.
threat. That's what I'm saying. Waddle is a home run threat. The Waddle, you know what? The Waddle one at least makes a little bit more sense because now Tua has, he got Devontae Parker on one side and he has Waddle on the other side. He already has the chemistry with Waddle, so he'll be able to come right in and, they already have that chemistry, the timing and everything. But
Man, this is
the
this
Cincinnati one, dude. The Cincinnati, that doesn't make any fucking sense. What good is having a franchise quarterback if he can't stay on the field because you can't protect him?
You know what that might have been? That really might have been a scenario where Burrow went to them and said, "You're picking my guy." Like that's the only conceivable, other than the Bengals just being incompetent. That's the only conceivable scenario that I see that makes a little bit of sense.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, dude. Jamar Chase is a stud. Jamar Chase is
He's a stud. He's an absolute stud. That's not up for question. What is up for question though is he the guy above Penei Sewell? Is he the guy you want on your team? And when you already drafted T. Higgins last year, when you already have some depth there, is this the guy you want instead of someone protecting your quarterback who just is coming off a horrifying leg injury?
What are the odds we see a wideout? What are the odds we see Devontae Smith go here? Not Devontae Smith.
Dude,
Yeah, what are the odds
I
we see
mean,
Devontae Smith go here? I
at
mean,
this point, I mean, I'm expecting like Elijah Moore to go off the board here. God knows what's gonna happen here. Look, again, Jalen Waddle, he's gonna be great. This is not a thing of like, oh, Jalen Waddle. We're not hating, but Jalen Waddle's gonna be great. But man, this is not the pick you make here. You got Penei Sewell on the board. You gotta take him. You have to take him. He is the best offensive tackle in this draft. And maybe Detroit just got their guy. Maybe now Jared Goff coming in, new team, new city, new feeling. Maybe he's going to come in here and now, have some confidence, have the ability to stay in the pocket because he's a pocket quarterback and throw the ball. What would Penei Sewell mean for Jared Goff?
pass protection. He would listen. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Listen, they just lost Kenny Golladay. Don't be surprised if they go with Devontae Smith to replace Kenny Golladay.
Well, either way, we're looking live into the Lions draft room. They seem to be pretty happy. Happy.
He's got a cigar lit and everything. He looks like he got his guy.
Imagine if they take Justin Fields here. That would be interesting.
What would they do? Would they Terrell Pryor him? Would they Terrell Pryor him, move him to wideout?
No. I think they just waited out until they can void the rest of Goff's contract and then go forward with Fields. But we're gonna see. Jalen Waddle. That one's like a
wow.
Again, don't hate the pick, but I hate it when Penei Sewell is on the board. Look. Listen. We talked about Justin Fields. Someone's gonna get lucky and get Penei Sewell, and it might be the Detroit Lions tonight. It might be the Detroit Lions.
We're about to find out. The pick is in. Looks like Big Raj is on his way.
All right, Big Raj is on it.
Big Raj is on his way.
Big Raj is on his way. Andrew, do not ruin it this time for me with your face. Actually, I'm gonna look directly at the screen. Not even gonna look at you. Just don't make a sound. All right, so Raj is on his way to make the pick. He's saying hello to the fan. This is a weird gimmick with the chair. I don't like this. All right, Raj is coming up to the platform to make the pick. With the 7th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select... Wait for it. You have to do it. They had to do it. They had to do it. The pick is in. You gotta pick
your quarterback.
And it's Penei Sewell. All right, Andrew, tell us about Penei Sewell. What does he mean? What kind of player is he? What are they getting?
Dude, they're getting. He's a very athletic offensive tackle. He can play left tackle, right tackle. He's gonna come in right away and play left tackle for Detroit. You got to protect the quarterback. Honestly, he fell 2 spots. He should be a Cincinnati Bengal, but Detroit's getting a cornerstone offensive lineman. I actually, you know what? I could potentially see a couple Pro Bowls in his career. Like, that's how good I think he is.
Yeah, like Penei Sewell. Look, he didn't slide much, but I think 2 picks was enough. What was more than enough of a slide for him. This dude deserves. He's outside of the quarterbacks. He's arguably the best player in the draft. I think he's going to be making an immediate impact in Detroit. I think Jared Goff is probably going to be a little more comfortable now, knowing that they didn't go quarterback here. We knew there was some talk that the Lions might go quarterback if Trey Lance or somebody was available. That didn't happen. Penei Sewell is going to give him maybe that margin of error for Jared Goff to make some mistakes. But also, it's going to, I think, cut down on a lot of mistakes. I think Jared Goff, with time on a new team, he's going to be better. I think he's going to be a lot better than people think. And Penei Sewell, if he is, Penei Sewell is going to play a big part in it.
If you're looking into that Detroit Lions draft room right now and you're seeing how happy, yes, I would be happy as fuck that the best offensive lineman in this draft who has potential All-Pro, Pro Bowl potential fell to me. Abso-fucking-lutely. You know what? For once, Detroit did something good. For once, the Detroit Lions actually did something good.
Yeah, they did something that literally to actually help their franchise. Like, this is Man, I mean, look, Panay Sewell, we love you, man. They're getting a great one in Detroit, but there's no way he should have fell to 7. He should not have gotten
Absolutely
past
not.
should not
He
have gotten
he
past Cincinnati.
he should be a Cincinnati Bengal, if not a Miami Dolphin. I understand the thought process behind both those teams picking those wideouts. They reunite star wide receivers with their college quarterbacks. I get that. The chemistry is already there. I'm just saying, what good is having a quarterback, especially if you're Cincinnati, dude? What good is having a quarterback like that? What good is having that chemistry if they can't even use it because your quarterback is having a second knee surgery in his very young career?
They just went to commercial break. Man.
And with that being said, I will be right back.
All right, Andrew will be right back. I will be kicking it here with y'all. Man, this has been a weird night. This has been a weird start to the draft. Trey Lance was not look. I think to an extent Andrew was right. The whole Mac Jones at number 3 ended up being a smokescreen because it looks like the guy that they wanted all along was Trey Lance. And I actually don't dislike that pick. Trey Lance is a smart guy. He's got the ability to run that offense. He got the ability to elevate that offense of Kyle Shanahan's offense. So more power to him. Think he's gonna have some good pieces around, a good run game. So good pick by them. Now the Bengals. See the Bengals pick here. It's exactly why everyone in the AFC North makes fun of them. Exactly why they're the little brother of the AFC North. Like, they literally have gold. They have the guy in front of them. And they refuse to go down that route. Instead, they take, someone who's nice to have, but not address the immediate need they have at offensive tackle. It's nuts. It's nuts. But that's what the Bengals are the Bengals. That's why they're probably going to go 6-10 next year. That's why they're going to be picking in the top 10 again. And that's why they're probably not going to win many. They're not going to win a playoff game. I forgot. They haven't won a playoff game since what, the 1990s? Since 1992?
Are they the AFC? Between them or the Raiders? Are they the AFC's? Are the Bengals the AFC's Detroit Lions?
I think now they are. I think a year ago you could have said that about the Cleveland Browns, but now they're the Detroit Lions because the Browns made the playoffs.
Because they got dudes. They got dudes in Cleveland. I'm talking just, dude, that's some shit. What that is some shit that the Raiders would have done.
Yeah, that is some shit the Raiders would have done. I'll be right back. You need to hold it down for a second.
I will hold it down. With that being said, the pick for the Panthers is in. We are waiting for them to come back from commercial so we can find out who it is. Personally, I think I had Micah Parsons going here. He is the best defensive player on the board. Micah Parsons is the all-around versatile player. They have a lot of team needs in Carolina. Outside of a running back, they just traded for Sam Darnold. So, the quarterback situation. But, we've been surprised so far in this draft with some of these early picks. So we don't know in which direction Matt Rule is going to go. They just traded Teddy Bridgewater, I think, yesterday. So we're about to find out. We're about to find out in which direction Carolina goes. I think Carolina personally is going to play the long game, and they want to get it right. So I'm not saying they're going to take a quarterback here, but if they do, just don't be surprised because they might not be sold on Sam Darnold. Though I do think Micah Parsons goes here. So we're about to find out. I see Big Raj is on his way to the podium, and let's find out which direction Carolina is going. Wow. Just wow. Like I said, man, after the second pick, the draft could go in multiple directions. That's pick 3 is where the draft really starts, dude. J.C. Horn of South Carolina is a Carolina Panther. You know what? Dude, a lot of people.
Wow. They reached so bad for J.C. Horn.
You know what? When I've seen the player comps, he doesn't have a low floor. He definitely has a high floor. He's a long athlete. Player comp. Don't be surprised if you see a Jalen Ramsey type, maybe a Jair Alexander type. But I definitely think they reached. I hoped that he maybe would have been there for Tennessee at 22. But listen, outside of Micah Parsons, outside of Micah Parsons and Patrick Surtain, this was one of the best defensive players in the draft.
How do you not take Patrick Surtain? If you're going to take a cornerback here, right? How do you not take Patrick Surtain? He's actually so much better than J.C. Horn.
But like we said, the draft after the second pick, once you get to that third pick, that's when the draft really starts. It can go in multiple directions. Carolina surprised some teams. So with them not going in the quarterback direction, we know that Sam Darnold is going to be probably their week 1 starter. J.C. Horn, good luck in Carolina. He's a local kid. He played at South Carolina. He's going to North Carolina. So, I mean, they're getting a really good pick. I think they reached, though. I think if they were going to go corner, like you said before, Patrick Surtain, I was hoping Horn would have been there at 22 for Tennessee, but you know what? Hey, Micah Parsons, dude. Micah Parsons fell, dude.
I don't like
Micah Parsons fell.
Micah Parsons fell, and now the Broncos are on the clock. We know that quarterback is an issue that they want to address. They recently, just today, traded for Teddy Bridgewater, Andrew. Teddy Bridgewater is no longer a Panther. He's now a Bronco. They have Drew Lock there. He's been up and down in his past 2 years in Denver. Quarterback is an issue, but the one thing that we know is Justin Fields is on the board. He's still on there. Mac Jones as well. Justin Fields, though, is not a 6'6" quarterback. And we know how much the Broncos love themselves some tall quarterbacks. So what do we think here? Who do you pick? If you're the Broncos, who are you picking?
If I'm Denver, I go defense. I go defense. I think they make Teddy. Listen, Teddy's proven. Teddy is proven. Whether it was his first stint when he was in Minnesota or when he went to New Orleans and had to hold down the fort for Drew Brees when Drew Brees went down, Teddy's proven. I ultimately think Teddy's probably going to be their week 1 starter, and Teddy's going to be the bridge to their next quarterback. He's going to hold them over. He might be like their Alex Smith type. I think they draft a defensive player. I think Micah Parsons probably goes here.
So you don't have them taking a quarterback here?
I don't have them taking a quarterback, no. I think Teddy is a proven commodity. One thing about all these quarterbacks coming out is they could be as talented. We could have these projections. There's one thing that Teddy has that a lot of them don't have, and that is NFL experience. So,
I mean, Drew Lock has a lot of NFL experience. It's not great experience, but it's also not terrible experience.
But I think Teddy's the one. I think they're both gonna bring it out of each other. Drew Lock in training camp, Drew Lock with Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy's proven, man. Don't forget, this is a guy who he's played in playoff games when he was in Minnesota. He's played in playoff games, even though he didn't play. He's been to playoffs, whether he was the starting quarterback or the backup. He held down the fort for New Orleans. I think Teddy's probably going to be the week 1 starter. I don't think they go quarterback here. There's no point. You didn't make the trade for Teddy Bridgewater just to draft a quarterback here. To have 3 quarterbacks and then you're going to end up cutting one. You didn't make that trade. I think they go defense here. They try to they give Von Miller something. I think they go defense here. They probably go Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons. You've been saying Micah Parsons' name past 3 picks, and we haven't seen him come off the board yet.
Hey, Penei Sewell was the same deal. Penei Sewell fell 2 picks, so.
Well, we'll see. Pick is not in as of yet, but man, look, if they don't take a quarterback here, you would think early second round, Kyle Trask is on the board, and he fits a lot of the John Elway credentials of a quarterback, and he's mobile. So, I mean, that would make sense, I think, if they did that.
Oh, my God, Fields better not fall to the fucking Patriots, man.
I mean, look,
dude, the Giants are at 11, dude. If he's there at 11, the Giants, I would be surprised if they don't take Fields.
Johnny said it. He said that if Fields drops to number 11, it's not even a contest. You're taking Justin Fields.
You
And that's
take
the thing.
Fields.
I don't even think they thought that. Look, we thought that someone was going to trade up to get one of these quarterbacks. It has not happened as of yet. I think if it doesn't happen here, so Andrew, if Denver does not pick a quarterback here, I think the Cowboys are about to get a lot of calls at
No.
number 10.
I think Dallas goes Patrick Surtain. I think Jerry was adamant. Jerry loves. They're trying to build that defense. Defense was the problem there. They've got a quarterback in Dak when he comes back. They've got Zeke. They have all the CeeDee Lamb, Amari Cooper. They got the dudes. They need defense. They need defense, and I think on one side they're going to have Trayvon Diggs. On the other side, I think they're going to go with Patrick Surtain. If Patrick Surtain does not get drafted here, Patrick Surtain will be a Dallas Cowboy. I think Jerry has kind of insinuated that too, by the way.
He's a great pick.
And the pick looks like it's in for Denver.
Pick looks like it's in. Yes, it is. So pick is in for Denver. We know that. Well, it's going to be interesting to see who they take because they went right to the wire. So they might have been getting some trade calls here.
They might have been.
Andrew, like I said, hey man, I'm still alive in my mock draft though, with my with Justin Fields to Philly.
I better not see fucking New England coming up across that. I better not see that because I know where New England is going. We all know if New England's trading into the top 10, we know where they're going.
Oh, they're picking a quarterback. They have to.
They're
And look,
Justin Fields. They're going Justin Fields.
Bill Belichick. I think my thing just froze.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that face I made was not great either. Why is it frozen?
We're just waiting on Roger to come across the stage and let us know who Denver went with.
Rogers, discount double check.
It looks like Roger is on his way out to the podium. We're going to see who We're going to see who Roger Goodell announces is the pick for the Denver Broncos.
All right, so the Broncos pick is in, and Roger he is at the podium. Let's see. Oh, that Broncos fan that's a nice little get up. Nice little Broncos get up. Like the scarf and everything.
Whoa.
All right, so the Broncos here. Let's see who they pick.
With the 9th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Surtain Jr.
Well, Andrew, you talked about it. You talked about Patrick Surtain being one of the best, if not, outside of Micah Parsons, the best defensive player in this draft. And that's who the Broncos just went out and got. They didn't go quarterback. They went defense to help out, like you said, Von Miller. What are they getting out of Patrick Surtain here?
They're getting a lockdown corner, dude. They're getting. I know J.C. Horn has drawn comparisons. His ceiling could be Jalen Ramsey. They're getting a lockdown corner here. They're getting a dude who he could be all pro. Maybe not this season. Maybe next season. Maybe not this upcoming season, but the season after. They're getting an absolute stud. He's got great hands. He's great in coverage. He's great in zone. He can tackle, dude. He's physical. You know, he's like most Alabama corners, dude. Like most Alabama corners. They're big, physical, strong. Like they can do it all.
The immediate player comp for me is Marlon Humphrey.
Yes,
it's another Alabama cornerback, but they are so similar. The ability to tackle, because Marlon Humphrey is arguably the best tackling cornerback in the entire NFL. Patrick Surtain is going to come in there and be one of the top tackling cornerbacks. He's able to make plays behind the line of scrimmage, able to even punch the ball out at times, great at covering. He can do it all. And the Broncos just got themselves a great pick here. I know we talked about quarterback, but Surtain, you can't go bad with Surtain. You cannot go bad with picking a guy like Patrick Surtain. I like the pick here. And now this opens up Dallas, man. You said Dallas was going to pick Patrick Surtain. That, of course, cannot happen now, Andrew. And like I said, man, at what point do we see a quarterback or someone trading up to get a quarterback here? I think Dallas is the spot because then you got two teams that are going to contemplate it. Dallas, we know they're not going to pick a quarterback, but you got the Giants and you have the
Philly.
Eagles, who both have issues with their quarterback situation. Could we see someone trade up here? I think Dallas is the perfect. If you're New England and you like Justin Fields or you like Mac Jones,
You
this is
swap
where you
picks with
trade up.
Dallas.
This is where you trade up to get it. This is where you trade up to get your quarterback. And like I said, that Dallas draft room must be really alive right now. There are a lot of calls coming into that draft room as we speak.
I think they're going to go right down to the wire. I could see Dallas going right down to the wire if they can't get a trade off, and they need defense. If they can't get a trade executed, I think they go Micah Parsons. But I've been saying Micah
Imagine.
Parsons the last how many picks? I mean, now where at what point do we think sitting out this past season is coming back to bite Micah Parsons?
I mean, look, it didn't come back to bite Jamar Chase, right? So it didn't come back to bite him. But I mean, Micah Parsons, again, there's also more of, I guess, an attraction to offensive players, especially wide receivers.
Especially when your quarterback was their quarterback in college. So
This
there
is
is
true.
definitely.
This is true, man. I look, all I have to say is, man, you gotta pick. Mel Kiper's saying it too. Mel Kiper just said, he's like, if you're gonna trade up for a quarterback here, you might as well. It has to be Justin Fields. What did Justin Fields do wrong in Ohio State? Didn't do nothing wrong in Ohio State. Just completed about 70% of his passes. Did great. Led him to the college football playoff both years. He's a great player. Great player. He, if you gotta trade up for a quarterback, I think that's the guy you take.
Yeah, Dallas is going down to the wire. Dallas is trading the pick.
That what we just saw a trade? Who traded in?
Yo, so Dallas made the trick. They made the trade with Philly. They traded in division.
That is, yep, that's it. Wow.
Fields is going to be an Eagle. Holy shit!
Oh, yes, Andrew, you laughed at me at our mock draft meeting. You laughed at me. Who's laughing now? The Eagles have traded. Breaking news: the Eagles have with Dallas to go into number 10 and. You don't make this move if you're Philly, especially. You got Jalen Hurts on the chart. You got Joe Flacco. You're not enamored with either of them. Justin Fields is the guy, and he's going to make an immediate impact for the Philadelphia Eagles. This is the smartest thing the Eagles did in a long time.
Dude, there's an empty Dallas draft room. They're showing the Dallas draft. It's empty.
Did the Eagles steal this pick from them?
I don't know because it still says Philly's there at 12. I don't know if they swap picks.
Could you imagine if Philly's still there at 12? They managed to get 2 first-round picks in this draft. That's crazy.
Maybe for a future. Maybe Dallas traded for a future first, for Philly's future first.
Look, man, we talked about it. Philly needs a quarterback. You know, I know you personally like Jalen Hurts. But, man, if you got a chance to get Justin Fields, you got to take it, right?
I do love me some Jalen Hurts. Or do they go Devontae Smith here?
Oh, yeah, he's still available.
Because remember Jalen Rieger. Remember Jalen Rieger out of TCU last year, he didn't get the job done for Philly. Jalen Rieger didn't get the job done. So
yeah,
they might not be...
They just cut to Devontae Smith, and he is not on the phone. He's looking very dapper, by the way, but he is just looking. Is all he's doing. He's just kind of looking off into the distance. So, look, you're trading up here. Unless you thought Dallas was going to maybe go Devontae Smith, right? I could see it, but, man, they have to be getting a quarterback.
I think they go. I think they go with. I think they go Fields here, and then if Devontae Smith is there at the next pick at 12, they take Devontae Smith at 12.
Well,
We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out.
Philly of all teams, dude.
Look, I like Howie Roseman. You know, he's GMing, he's managing for his job. The dude and the rookie coach who I forgot his name already. This is Look, the Eagles, they got to make an impact. They have to make an impact. They just lost their franchise guy in Carson Wentz. They ran him out of town. They ran the head coach out of town. There's got to be stability and there's got to be confidence in that organization. So,
Do they go Micah Parsons though? Out of Penn State.
do you
He
trade up?
is a
I don't.
he is a Pennsylvania guy.
The only player they would trade up this high for to get
Fields. I think it would be Fields.
would be Fields, and if not, maybe I could see Devonta Smith.
That's
Maybe.
it. It's one of those two.
I
I don't know
don't
if they
see them
would trade
going
him for Micah
defense.
Parsons.
I don't see them going defense. Now, if anyone should have traded up for Penei Sewell, it was this team because their offensive line stank. Philly's going down to the wire here too.
So the Cowboys get the 12th. Yep. So the Cowboys traded back to 12, and they got a 2021 third round pick.
Okay, that's not bad.
And it looks like the pick is in.
All right, pick is in.
So they swap picks. They swap picks with Dallas, and Dallas gets a third round. Dallas gets a third round in this one too, I think.
Mm-hmm. What a time to be alive, isn't it?
Unbelievable. And then the Giants, dude. The Giants, I don't know. Depending on where they go. I think they go Fields, and then I don't know where the Giants go. Do the Giants go O-line? They just spent the Giants spent a shit ton of money on defense this year. I think the Giants probably go O-line.
How mad do you think Johnny would be if they picked Mac Jones?
They're not going to pick Mac Jones. He would be ticked,
literally getting the same quarterback.
He would denounce. He would denounce his fan. He would denounce his fan.
It's like he would become a Titans fan.
Hey man,
Follow
listen,
your footsteps.
we're always taking in new fans. We're always accepting new fans.
Yeah, man, what a.
As one of the only franchises to, do you understand? There are franchises that have never won a Super Bowl. I think every franchise has at least been to a Super Bowl. No, Jacksonville.
No, Jacksonville has not. Cleveland has not.
Cleveland hasn't.
There's a few other ones. The Chargers have.
Here he comes. Here
he
comes.
comes.
Here
All right,
comes.
here's Goody Goodell. It's time to make the pick. The Eagles traded up to number 10, traded away, swap picks with Dallas to trade up here. You got to think it's a quarterback. Let's see what they have in store.
You have to think. You got to think it's Justin Fields. It's got to be Fields. That's the only one they would have traded.
Yeah, but you never know in the NFL.
Let's see it.
Cowboys are down at 12, so it is a run through the NFC East, and we're about to find out who it is the Eagles wanted to move up.
All right, so Goodell is about to announce the pick. Let's take a listen to see who they select.
Johnny just texted me. Johnny said, "Peep the chat."
10th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 10th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Devontae Smith.
There we go. Okay.
There it is.
They
So
were
Jalen
only-
Rieger. Jalen Rieger didn't work out at a TCU last year. They get their guy. They get their wide
They
receiver.
get their guy. And look, there's not a lot of guys better they could have taken here. Justin Fields, arguably, you could have taken here, and it would have been maybe a better pick, but you can't go wrong with Devonta Smith here.
And
Especially
listen.
'cause- yeah.
No, finish. Just finish.
No,
I'll-
go
I'll-
ahead. Go ahead.
This keeps with the theme. The theme has been reunite college wide receivers with their college quarterback. These two did play together at Alabama. Devontae Smith and Jalen Hurts did play together, so maybe that's where Philly's going. They're getting a stud though. They're getting 4.3 speed. A lot of people, his NFL comparison is Calvin Ridley. They're getting at it, who is another Alabama guy. They're getting blazing speed. Honestly, he does have to put on some weight, but I think he'll be able to once he gets into that NFL weight room and everything like that. But he beats his man off the line. They're getting a stud. Philly got their guy. Now the question is, Fields is still on the board. Do the Giants go with Fields? That's the question. Do they actually give up on Danny Dimes and go with Fields, or what do they do?
You have to. Justin Fields on the board here. You have to. He elevates that entire team. You have to pick Justin Fields here. That's the only pick. Like, they could go Rashawn Slater here, right? They could go Rashawn Slater and get and get him there. But man, no, Justin Fields is like, this is your chance to make up for that mistake. If you're the Giants, you know what I'm saying? This is the Giants' chance to make up for the biggest mistake they've made in almost 20 years in their organization. This is their chance to get their guy. This is a chance to get a guy who can actually lead them to a not just a winning season, but the playoffs. I legitimately think he has the ability to do that with the Giants and especially in the NFC East. But it's tough, man. It's tough. Johnny, what do you think?
Johnny's hitting me up. Johnny just told me, I asked him if they should go with Fields. He said, honestly, he says they should either go with Parsons or they should trade down or get Slater.
He told me to pick they should pick Justin Fields like 2 days ago.
Whoa. Johnny just gave me some night. Wow. Johnny just told me they traded down with Chicago.
Oh,
The Giants just traded out with Chicago.
There
So I
was
think Chicago, Justin Fields, I think, is going to Chicago. They have quarterback questions there. I think Justin Fields is going to be a Chicago Bear.
Yep, it just got official. Chicago has traded up into the draft, and they're picking here at number number 11. This is this is why we love the NFL. That's why we love the NFL draft, especially.
Yep, that's where they're going. I think Chicago is going to. Johnny agrees. They're probably going to go with Justin Fields. Adam Schefter's about to break the news on national TV.
That's crazy.
Johnny goes, it might be Mac Jones. That would definitely be a Nagy.
That would be. Oh my god! They literally. It's the same player. They would have. If they pick Mitch Trubisky twice in 4 years. That is a fireable offense. Matt Nagy needs to be fired immediately if that's the pick here. Jesus. No, it has to be Justin Fields. You cannot explain this to Chicago Bears fans. You cannot explain this to NFL fans if the pick is Mac Jones here. Mac Jones is sitting there. He's looking off into the distance, not looking at his phone. So that's a good sign if you're a Bears fan for now. But this cannot be like you can't take Mac Jones here. You have to take Fields if you trade up. But what do we think?
Oh, wait. Oh, I think it's Fields. Fields came off camera and then Fields just came back on. I think they got off camera to maybe take the call.
That is a good sign.
The pick is in. Yep, the pick is in. Yep,
the pick is in.
Justin Fields will be a Chicago Bear.
Andrew, what does this mean for Chicago? What does this mean? Justin Fields
You're
potentially going to Chicago.
Fucking stud. This is the Steph Curry. This is the Steph Curry of the 09 draft. You're getting a fucking stud. He's a physical freak. He's got the arm. He's got the accuracy. He has it all. You're getting. Don't be surprised if this dude ends up being the best player in this draft. Don't be the quarterback in this draft. Don't be surprised if he ends up being the best quarterback in this draft. You're getting a stud. You're getting a stud.
Oh, they could be. Or could you imagine if Justin Fields didn't get the call and he knew he didn't get the call and he just went off screen just to fuck with fans?
Nah, because his whole family went with him.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been. I know. I'm just capping, but man, look here. Like I said, the Bears are a team. They have the defense. They have the pieces around the quarterback to make that team successful. They are a playoff Super Bowl contender with a good quarterback. And this is the guy who, if the Chicago Bears do end up picking Justin Fields, I think this is the guy that gets him over the hump. Not only do they win a playoff game, but they immediately become contenders. And I think Justin Fields is the perfect guy for the position because we saw Mitch Trubisky have trouble eluding pressure. We saw Mitch Trubisky in that offensive line have trouble containing pressure. You're not going to have that problem with Justin Fields. He is a mobile quarterback as well, but he is first things first a pocket passer, he's not like one of these guys who's going to just run whenever he sees any sort of rush. So it has to be Justin Fields here. So someone's walking over to announce the pick.
Big Raj is up there. Let's see it. speed this shit up. Tell me who they took. Come on.
Yeah.
Throughout the
Oh, he's got a lot of cue cards too.
disparities widen in communities of color,
He's got like 4 cards in his hand.
older and rural America.
And they're all full. You know damn well they're all like full. Like they took the screen away. They took like the little banner away. They're like, oh, we don't got time for this.
Needs like nutrition, safety.
No, this is good
There you
though. Objectively, it's good. All right.
Carlos Nelson, who's behind me, has been doing just that, leading the Greater Auburn Gresham Development
Good for you, Carlos.
in Chicago.
Let
His
us know,
dream of
Carlos.
creating
Here it
a
is.
federally qualified health center to provide medical care in his neighborhood is becoming a reality with support from the Chicago Bears, and it will open in 2022. Congratulations, Carlos, and please take it away with the Bears selection.
All right. Here's the pick.
Here it
The,
is.
the Chicago Bears at number 11. Traded up to get it. Carlos making the announcement. Let's see.
How exciting is this? With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields.
Had to be him.
You
It
had,
had
it had to.
You had to
It
do
had
it.
to.
You had to do it. What is Chicago getting with Justin Fields? What does this mean for Chicago, Andrew?
They're getting a dude with superstar potential. I've said this time and time again, dude. They're getting a dude. He's not as big as Cam. He's physical. He can extend plays. He can take a hit. He's accurate. He's got the arm. They're getting a They're getting a superstar in this kid. They are getting a superstar in this kid.
An absolute stud, Justin Fields, going number 11. He took a little bit of a dive, took a little bit of a downturn as far as where he was supposed to go. I thought he was the second best quarterback in the draft, at least, but we now know that it doesn't matter. He's a Chicago Bear, going to be likely their starter of the future for years to come. And if you're Chicago, great move by the Chicago Bears. This is how you make up for the Mitch Trubisky. This is your chance. If you're Matt Nagy, you want to save your job, this is what you got to go out and do. Go get the guy, make everyone forget about the whole Mitch Trubisky situation, make everyone forget about that terrible pick, and get the guy who's going to be your franchise quarterback for the next 10 years. That's what they're getting in Justin Fields. Justin Fields is like, there's a lot of question marks on some of these quarterbacks. Question mark on Mac Jones. Question marks on Zach Wilson. Question marks on what's his name, Trey Lance. But there's not many, if like at all, on Justin Fields. Justin Fields, to me, was the clear-cut number 2. You look at what he did in Ohio State, led that team, went through his progressions, never locked onto receivers, had the ability to extend plays. The dude is a stud. He got a big arm. He's going to do amazing things in Chicago.
I agree, man. That was my boy. I've been Team Field since day one, man. I'm just, Chicago got a good one, man. Chicago got a good one. They finally got it right too. They messed up. They messed up with a Trubisky, but they made it right. They made it right.
All right. So Chicago got their guy at number 11. We move on to number 12, the Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock here. And Andrew, you and I both know the Cowboys have not had, they've been up and down the draft recently. But number 12 here, they have the ability to go out there and get the linebacker of the future. They have the ability to go out there, get someone who, like you said, best defensive player left in the draft. Micah Parsons is there. What do you think?
Their defense struggled a lot last season. I think they go Micah Parsons. Patrick Surtain went off the board before they wanted him to. I think Patrick Surtain was who they were going to take. Now I think they take Micah Parsons.
Yeah, you have to take Micah Parsons. They got a bad defense last year. It really didn't help their offense, which was, of course, missing their most important piece in their quarterback in Dak Prescott. But yeah, you gotta get some help on that defense. I think Micah Parsons is going to go a long way to doing that. Although I will say this, Christian Barmore is there, and I do think that could be a pick that would be in play here for the Cowboys. Regardless, the pick is in.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go.
It has to be Parsons, if we're being real.
I think it has to be. Yeah, it has to be. Dude, Barmore though. I mean, don't be surprised if New England goes Barmore.
Yeah, they might.
Barmore has legit potential. Barmore has potential to be a Pro Bowler.
Yeah, Mel Kiper just said Justin Fields, if Aaron Rodgers is gone, could end up being the best quarterback in that division. That's
Yes.
pretty. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, I have to go get a charger. So Andrew,
I
I'm
will
gonna
hold
let
it
you
down.
hold it down, maybe for the pick. Let's see.
As of right now, we are currently waiting to see what Dallas is going to do. I think Dallas is going to go with Micah Parsons. Their defense really struggled last year. We're gonna see. We're gonna see what Dallas does. As it stands right now, as Mel Kiper just said too, I was very happy to hear about the pick of Justin Fields going to Chicago. Chicago had a good one, man. As I've said before, Chicago had a good one. They all around player, work ethic is there. Athletically, he's a freak. He showed the accuracy, he showed the arm strength and everything like that. Chicago had a good one. And right, like Mel said, if Aaron Rodgers is gone, Fields as a rookie could be the best quarterback in that division. So Chicago could make a run at the playoffs this coming season. And here he comes. Here comes Roger Goodell to let us know which direction the Cowboys are going to go. So it looks like a lot of these double-digit picks are the Draftathon features these. So it looks like we're going to have a guest picker announce the pick for the Dallas Cowboys. So we're about to see which direction Dallas goes in any minute now. It's a very slow process. They announced, here we go. Let's hear who Dallas goes with. The pick is in, and here we go. With the 12th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Micah Parsons, Penn State University. So like I said before, we knew Dallas's defense really struggled last year. Honestly, when they missed out on Patrick Surtain, I knew that, I'm not going to say I knew, but we knew they would probably go the defensive route. So Micah Parsons, I think, is one of the best defensive players. He has the potential to be the best defensive player in this draft. So it was a good pick. Honestly, it was a good pick. Given how they missed out on Surtain, it was a good pick. Micah Parsons, he's going to be a very big pickup for them. He's very versatile. He can play linebacker. He can rush the passer. He could get out, and he could cover dudes in secondary. He's a stud. I mean, anybody who watched his pro day saw he ran, what did he run, like a 4.4 or something at the pro day? They got a good one in Micah Parsons. He sat out the season, obviously, due to COVID because of the COVID, and that contributed to Penn State's lackluster season this year. But Micah Parsons showed when he was on the field, he was a difference maker. And honestly, I think Dallas, this is going to really help their defense in the long run. It's going to help them.
Yeah, Micah Parsons, like you said, has all the ability. He's great at finding the ball. This dude seems to be like finding the ball literally every play, and that is the real test of a great defensive player, which Micah Parsons totally is. Cannot wait to see what he does in the NFL, and he's going to help out that Dallas defense that needed it. So here we go, on to number 13. Unlucky, or maybe lucky number 13, hopefully, for the Los Angeles Football Chargers. Now the Los Angeles Chargers, of course, had a history of not being able to get fans to come to the stadium. And, we saw there's hope. Justin Herbert last year, 31 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and I believe 15 games started. Broke the NFL record for rookie touchdowns. The dude is an absolute monster, and you need a great quarterback like a Justin Herbert with that ability if you're going to compete with a guy like Pat Mahomes in that division. And we know, had some obvious holes on defense. So is this a scenario where they might go Christian Barmore? Is this a scenario where they might try to shore up the offensive line, maybe to give him some extra, to give Herbert some extra help? Maybe get Rashawn Slater, who's still out there, or do they try to reach for another weapon? Maybe trade out. What do you think is going to happen here, Andrew?
Yeah, I think they go. I think they go with. Don't be surprised if they go offensive line here. Even though Penei Sewell did come off the board, don't be surprised if they go offensive line. They have their quarterback of the future in Justin Herbert. They do still have Mike Williams, so they have those in place. It's really difficult because I think they're going to play the long game. You know, I think they can't necessarily match up with Kansas City right now. So I think they build that offense, protect Justin Herbert, allow Justin Herbert to continue to do what he does. And they're going to I think they could build that defense with maybe some second and third round picks within the next 2 years. But as of right now, I think they go offensive line. They go offensive line and they keep Justin Herbert safe. Even though Justin Herbert can get out and extend plays, at the end of the day, you need, like we said before, dude, the recipe is O-line and defense.
O-line and defense.
This is a very deep class in terms of defensive ends, defensive linemen. So they could definitely get some dudes in the second and third round. As of right now, O-line. Go O-line. I would go Rashawn Slater if I'm the Chargers.
I mean, yeah, Rashawn Slater, you could go there. I think Trevon Moehrig is actually still up for play. He's a safety.
Yes, out of TCU. Moehrig.
Out of TCU. Yeah, Moehrig, he's still in play here. I think that secondary was really bad last year. Really bad. Justin Herbert can only do so much. There were a lot of games where Herbert, they were in shootouts and the defense didn't show up. Herbert showed up. He kept the team scoring, but they were not able to keep up defensively, and the other team ended up having the ball last. And sometimes that's how it is when you just have a bad defense in the NFL that can't keep up. So Moehrig would help out, I think.
I don't necessarily know if they go Moehrig because they do still have Derwin James, and
you pair him with Derwin James. It could be
you could pair. Yes, you could
combo.
You could pair him with Derwin James. You could go edge rusher here. Get with Nick Bosa. No, Joey Bosa. With Joey Bosa, if he can stay healthy. They could definitely go the defensive route. I think it would be in their best interest for the long term if they go offensive line with Rashawn Slater and shore up that offensive line for the long term for the sake of Justin Herbert.
Agreed.
And the pick is in. Looks like the pick is in.
Yep. Every time the clock restarts, I'm just gonna assume the pick's in.
Yep. Let me see what Johnny had to say.
I mean, he's probably happy. He's probably happy. I mean, wouldn't you be happy if you were Johnny?
Oh, absolutely.
Your team just didn't have to make a decision. He's probably happy though because they kept that Danny Dimes.
Hey man, Danny Dimes,
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Hey, Chicago got a stud though. Chicago did get a stud.
Chicago did get a stud.
Now we're just waiting on to see which decision the Chargers made. Yeah, man, if they don't go defense, I think a lot of people really showed you the blueprint to play against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Everybody saw that blueprint. You need a pass rush. They already have Joey Bosa if they can keep him healthy. They could go pass rusher here. Jalen Phillips. So even though Jalen Phillips is a project, they could go any of those ways. Like you said before, they can go Trevon Moehrig and shore up that safety, that secondary core with Derwin James, who has been injury prone, and Moehrig. But I think for the sake of the long term, they're thinking long term. They're not thinking about beating the Chiefs this year. They're thinking about maybe 3, 4, 5 years from now. Shore up the O-line. Get the O-line together. You got to keep Justin Herbert healthy. You can't have him running for his life every single play of every single game. That's major key.
This is literally out of left field. Completely out of left field. Like, it's not going to happen, right? Just a question though. How mad would you be if they picked Travis Etienne here?
I mean, I wouldn't be mad because it's not my team, but
Okay, sorry, I should rephrase that. Let me see. How mad would you be if the Titans drafted Travis Etienne? Even though I know they wouldn't, but how mad would you be?
I'd be ticked.
Would that be like burn my Tennessee Titans gear mad or
No, we in that fan base would probably start a petition to get J-Rob terminated effective immediately from his position of GM.
yeah.
And we would petition to have Amy Adams Strunk sell the team. I'm serious. Because I know for a fact Vrabel would not make that pick. That's all on J-Rob.
All right. Looks like we're getting ready. This has been an interesting draft.
It has so far, dude.
It's
There's been a lot of surprises.
really interesting draft.
Like we said before, man, after the second pick, once that the draft doesn't start till the third pick, and as we saw, that third pick really it turned some heads, let me tell you.
I genuinely did not think Trey Lance was going to go to the 49ers.
I didn't think Micah Parsons would fall as low as he did, dude. Dallas got him at what? Dallas got him at 12?
Yeah, 12.
Dude, that dude was projected to go like 8.
Now the real question, Andrew, becomes where does Mac Jones go? Do the Patriots, who are sitting there at 15, think, all right, you got at 13 at 13 you got the Los Angeles Chargers. They're not going to go quarterback. Vikings, you would think they just re-upped Kirk Cousins to another fully guaranteed contract. Oh, okay. Looks like Rashawn Slater's standing up. Looking very confident, waiting. There's a lot of excitement around him. I think it looks like Rashawn Slater might be the pick here.
He might be the pick. They also put the camera on Elijah, whatever the other dude's name was.
There's not a lot of excitement over there. Not a lot of
Nah.
excitement over there at Elijah Tucker's house. Vera Tucker, of course.
I think
Sorry,
they're
go
going
ahead.
Rashawn Slater here.
I think it is.
I think they're going Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, Rashawn Slater and his family looked way too happy for him not to be the pick here. Oh, Booger just said Rashawn Slater's the best offensive tackle in the draft.
No, the best offensive tackle already came off the board.
Yeah, Penei Sewell. I don't even think. Look, I think there's actually another offensive tackle that might be more comparable.
Dude, Justin Herbert is in the war room with them.
That's how you know.
That's how you know. It's an offensive lineman. When you have your quarterback in the fucking draft room with you, it's an offensive lineman.
Yo, that's funny. That is hilarious. I love that. I love that. All right, picks in. Let's see who they take. With the 13th pick, the Chargers select. Had to be him. Had to be.
Dude, the minute I saw Justin Herbert was in that, Justin Herbert made that pick. Justin Herbert was the one that made that pick.
Had to be.
It had to be.
It had to be. So Rashawn Slater going here to the Los Angeles Chargers. We saw Justin Herbert was in the draft room. He potentially had some influence there. They're getting a stud. All right, the second best offensive tackle in this draft. This is a draft filled with a lot of good talented offensive line. They're gonna get some protection for their man. And look, they have some other picks. They can go defense there, but I think this is a good, solid pick. Getting Rashawn Slater here to protect Justin Herbert, hopefully for the next few years.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, dude. You know what? I mean, like we were saying before, they need, even though the Chargers had a lot of problems on defense, they need to show up that offensive line. I don't think the Chargers necessarily, they're not building for this year. Yes, they are building for this year, but they're thinking 3 and 4 years from now. They're thinking 3 years from now, build up an O-line, protect Justin Herbert, keep him as healthy as possible, because ideally, even though Justin Herbert can scramble and he can get out, they don't want him doing that all game. They don't want him doing that, frequently. So great pick for them. They got an offensive tackle. He's going to keep Justin Herbert safe. Great pick. Just I agree with the pick 100%.
All right. We agree with that pick. Do we agree with what Minnesota might do here? The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. They, of course, were they were on 500 for most of the year. End of the year at 7-9. You know, very very up and down year, but very very indicative of the entire Kirk Cousins era in Minnesota. They haven't seemed to have regained the success of the Case Keenum year, where he took them to the NFC Championship game. It's been very up and down. Of course, Kirk Cousins, the first player in NFL history to get a fully guaranteed contract. We've seen how that turned out. And look, the conversation, I think, Andrew, we probably should have the conversation here. Like, we know that there are 4 quarterbacks just taken. 4 pretty solid quarterbacks. And there's one that remains here in Mac Jones. Could you see this being the pick here? Mac Jones being the pick here? Because a lot of people would say you're getting the same, if not a worse version of Kirk Cousins.
No, absolutely not. You're not. Yeah. You don't go. I think Mac Jones probably falls to the second round.
If he gets past New England, yeah.
Dude, the Vikings traded the pick to the Jets. What?
All right, so the Jets now are in play. So I think I know where this is going. If the Jets trade up, they're getting Darrisaw. They're getting offense. They're getting Christian Darrisaw.
Yeah, I'm thinking
offensive
yes.
tackle.
I'm thinking yes. I'm thinking yes.
Like
they already have Mekhi Becton. They just drafted their franchise quarterback. Got to protect them. So they're going to add another. Yes, I agree.
Either that, or they might be trading up here to get interior line in Barmore. Barmore could be the pick here, but I think. Oh, hey, they got back up here. That's a good job by them. Good job by them.
The Jets have drafted.
They're being aggressive here, and look, I don't agree with the pick of Zach Wilson, right? But you put the tools around him to be successful. That's like that's a start. That is a start. And again, I'm not saying like the Jets have a long way to go to prove that they're going to put Zach Wilson in any sort of position. To succeed, but this is how you start it. This is how you start that conversation.
Wow. And then we got New England on the board next. You know what? I think they either go offensive line or they go Christian Barmore, because I could definitely see the if they don't trade back the Patriots, I could definitely see the New England Patriots going after Barmore. And the pick is in.
All right, the pick is in here. It's like the New York Jets select quarterback Mac Jones. Didn't the Washington football team do that one year? No, they drafted RG3, and then like in the second round they drafted Kirk Cousins. That was funny.
That's back when they were, the other team.
Team who must not be named.
Yes.
I like the idea though of the whole DCFC. That should be
hard.
Name.
That's hard. That's hard.
DCFC, DC Football Club. That is hard.
That's hard.
It's like, yeah.
I would want to play for them.
Dude, I'll buy a jersey. Hell yeah. DCFC, that's dope. Although it's got nothing on the XFL team we used to have.
Oh, the DC Defenders.
R.I.P. the Defenders, bro. Like I was at the Beer Snake game. I was there.
Dude, they had Cardale Jones.
It doesn't matter, bro. The XFL. Okay, anyone who says the XFL 2020 was not great, it's just full of shit. The XFL was amazing in 2020. If COVID didn't happen, that thing would still be alive and still be working. Like that was actually like it was so much better than that AAF bullshit that they tried to pull on us back in 2019.
Yes.
It also had the financial backing. That was perfect. And look, The Rock's gonna bring it back hopefully next year. We can only hope. Only hope for good things.
I hope it's as good. I hope it is good.
Man, they had something really good too. Like they were doing like the dude, that was hilarious. Remember McAfee was like one of the reporters for those games. And he would have to interview people right after they threw picks or some shit. Like, hey, you just threw an interception. How do you feel? It's like shit, Pat. Like shit.
What was going through your mind as you threw that interception? He was like, well, I was about to get fucking sacked, and I had to get rid of the ball, so I threw it, and what you know what happens next. He was like, "Yes, I do. Yes, I do."
Yes, I do. Oh, so the pick is in. We're waiting. Roger Goodell, Aaron Rodgers commercial here. Could be. Might have to get rid of that Green Bay Packers cheesehead. He's gonna stop getting those State Farm checks, the discount double check. Man, R.I.P. Could you imagine if if that part of the commercial, like that fan, just follows Aaron Rodgers to whatever team he goes to next?
The little kid, the little redheaded kid.
Yeah. Well, he's not a kid anymore. That dude's been doing it for like 15 years now. But yeah, the one with like the cheese head and imagine, he replaces the cheese head for like a like a Patriots like thing or some shit.
Oh my God, I hope not.
Dude, I mean, it would make sense.
Is the draft back? It looks like the draft is back. Sponsored by the Education Trust, Mental Health America, Feeding America. And there was a fourth one that I missed.
That's good.
Dude, I can't wait. I cannot wait until my Tennessee Titans come to MetLife to play the Jets. I will be there.
Dude, I forgot how long the NFL draft is. It's 10.
This goes till midnight, dude.
I know.
Dude, they're only like not even halfway done. They're not even halfway done with the first
not
round.
even close, bro. We're closer, I think, to a third way being done than halfway.
Yeah.
Actually, okay, no, that's kind of cap, but yeah, still, man, not even halfway done. This is also because they wasted like a half an hour in the beginning, just not doing anything.
Here we go. Here's Big Roger.
Big Rodgers. All right, they have the quarterback of the future. Do they go offensive line? The pick is in for the New York Jets. Roger Goodell is making his way to the podium. Let's take a listen and see who they select.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 14th pick to the New York Jets. With the 14th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker, guard.
Okay.
Makes
All
sense.
right.
You just drafted your quarterback. You already have Mekhi Becton. You add another offensive tackle. You got to protect them. You have to protect them. It makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense here. The Jets taking Elijah Vera Tucker here in a guard from USC in the NFL draft after trading up. So they
By
got
the
the
way-
guard. Go ahead.
I just saw Mac Jones was on the phone, and New England is
on the
I think-
clock. Yeah,
I think-
so.
I
Look.
think
I said it in the beginning. The best place for Mac Jones to go is New England because I can guarantee you this: Bill Belichick will put him in the best position to be successful. If there's any coach out there who will put his players in the best position to be successful and coach them in the right way, it's Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick, as some would say. So
he does. Listen, he does. He's like Tom. He's like Tom. He's not mobile. He's not really, he's a pocket passer. He fits that system. He does. You know what I think? I think because Bill kind of had to change that whole system around Cam. Cam's not exactly a pocket passer. You know what I'm saying? Cam is more of a scrambler who looks to run more than he does the pass. I think Mac Jones would fit their system more. Do I think Mac Jones is the talent? Absolutely not. But I think he fits their system a lot better than Cam. Dude, I think they just if you look, I think they just tipped off who who New England's going, by the way. Did you see the part where it said Jets and it said
Yeah.
Mac Jones? They
Yeah.
just tipped us off.
So
who,
for anyone who is not, yeah, I think Mac Jones just saw that shit too. He looked up and was like, "What the fuck? I didn't get the call yet."
dude, the pick is. I think it just said the pick is in.
Yeah,
Nah,
the pick.
The pick's not in.
So here's the thing. So
the pick
for
is
anyone,
in. The pick is in.
for anyone who didn't see what just happened on the NFL
They just
draft,
tipped us off.
so what happened was they were counting down to the Patriots pick because the pick wasn't in at that point, but they got the little graphic that said Mac Jones quarterback. So they might have tipped us off, but it also just might have been a technical difficulty because they then immediately cut to Mac Jones. So that might have just been like they're trying to get his name out there, but we'll see, man. Goodell.
The camera was on him, dude. The camera was on him. Dude, as soon as they said that the pick was in,
All right, Goodell's there. Let's take a listen.
let's see it.
With food insecurity a challenge for so many Americans, we've
My
taken
team better not have one of these fucking intros. That's all I'm saying.
part of
They're
Draft
gonna. They're gonna.
to help fight
I know.
hunger.
I know. It'll be like the Amy Adams Strunk Foundation or something.
Marine saw a need in his community and started providing food to fellow veterans. He and his team have provided more than 5.6 million meals in 10 different states through Food for Vets. Don, thank you for your service to our country and for helping those facing food insecurity. The stage is yours to make the Patriots pick. With the 15th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the six-time world champion New England Patriots
Rolling my eyes.
select Mac Jones.
Yeah, they tipped us off. Dude, they tipped us off. I can't hear you. There it is.
Yeah, sorry about that, but yeah, so we were wondering how many quarterbacks are going to go in this year's draft. We now know that it's going to be 5, much like in 2018 rather. Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield, Josh Rosen, oh my God, Josh Allen, and the kid, Sam Darnold, all went in 2018. Now, Justin Fields, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, and Trey Lance all went in the first round in this year's NFL draft. And so far, Andrew, that's who we got. But you know what the Patriots got? The Patriots just got a quarterback in the first round for the first time since the year of our Lord 1993 when they selected Drew Bledsoe, number 1 overall. From Bledsoe to Brady to Mac Jones. What is New England getting from Mac Jones?
They're getting a quarterback. I don't know if the talent is the same as Tom, but they're getting a dude who fits in their system more like Tom than Cam Newton. Cam Newton was not their prototypical quarterback that they've been using the last couple of years. Cam Newton was more of a scrambler. He was more of a run first, pass second. Here, they're getting basically what they had in Tom. They're getting a pocket passer who, I mean, I've heard a lot of people say, he can. He's a student of the game, very intelligent dude. He's a first in, last out kind of guy. I mean, they're getting what they believe is the closest thing to Tom. That's what that's what they're getting.
Yep. So the Cardinals are on the clock, and the pick is in for them very quickly. So, look, Christian Barmore is still there. Christian Darrisaw is still there. They got some pieces here. The Cardinals have their choice. They have their choice here to select, honestly, whoever they want. They really can't go wrong. Greg Newsome is still available. You got Christian Darrisaw, the offensive tackle, as I said. There's a chance maybe with Larry Fitzgerald retiring now, they might go Rashad Bateman. Could be a bit of a reach, but we'll have to see about that.
I think Arizona, they're going to try to make a run for the Super Bowl this year with the signing of J.J. Watt. I think if they don't go Barmore to bolster the defensive line, they go with an offensive lineman to protect Kyler Murray. That's where I think they go.
It's one thing we know. We mentioned it ad nauseum today. If you're going to draft a quarterback, if you have a quarterback, a nice young quarterback, you got to protect him. Otherwise, they run the risk of ending up like Andrew Luck. Even one that can run.
Even one that can run, you still got to protect him.
Wow, Mac Jones. He literally looks like. You remember when people were like Sam Darnold is the Lego man? Like
Yes.
Mac Jones is like the Lego man in a world of Sam Darnold's. like you know what I'm
Dude,
saying?
Mac Jones. Dude,
If the
Mac
if the
Jones looks like Mac Jones. He looks like an Alabama frat boy.
he probably was an Alabama frat boy.
Oh, I don't
Not
know.
that that's a bad. Not that that's a bad
No,
thing.
that's the bad thing. Listen. I've seen the Alabama frat boys. A lot of them have the gut. I mean, I'm not gonna say he's.
Oh,
got the gut.
he has a little bit of a gut. Have you seen the
Oh yeah.
have you seen
I'm not gonna
the
say he doesn't like Fields. Fields has like a fucking 10-pack. He definitely doesn't have that, but he's not exactly he's not exactly Cody Butts from Floribama Shore, but he's not Fields either. Like Fields has a 10-pack.
why do
he's
you
got a
know
little bit of a
why
gut
do you know
going.
who that is? Why do you know who that is?
Who Cody Butts?
Cody Butts. What? Yes.
Oh, because I watch Floribama Shore. What do you think I do in my free time?
Is that show any good?
Besides watch film. It's you know what? The fights are funny. There's a fight in every other episode. It's pretty funny, Floribama Shore.
So is it basically Jersey Shore?
No, it's they didn't fight as much. Like they didn't fight as much. I'm talking like every bar they go to, like there'll be like some loudmouth dude will like say something about a girl, and then like all like the big dudes will just like start swinging at him.
All right, the pick is in. Goodell is making his way. Let's take a listen for the Cardinals.
I'm not gonna tell you who it was, but it was a good pick.
With the 16th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Zayvon Collins,
Okay.
linebacker.
College Defensive Player of the Year. They're getting a very versatile player, a very fucking versatile linebacker. I think this is they just signed J.J. Watt. Remember they drafted Isaiah Simmons last year. They could put him opposite Isaiah Simmons. He's basically like Isaiah Simmons. They're just going as versatile as possible. They're trying to make their defense as versatile and as quick as possible. They have Watt on the defensive end. They just brought in this guy, Zayvon Collins, college Defensive Player of the Year. He was a stud in college. I think it was a good pick. Honestly, I thought Zayvon Collins would go a lot lower, but I do think they reached for him. But college defensive player of the year, I mean, listen, you can't argue with the hardware. And given how they're in win now mode, he is an older player who I think can help them right away.
Yeah, I think that was a good pick by them. Like I said, they couldn't really go wrong here. So they got a player who's going to bolster up that defense, like you said, college football defensive player of the year. He's got the ability. He's got great hands. I think he's going to be really good in Phoenix for the next few years.
He's very versatile too. His player comp to me, he reminded me a lot of Matthew Judon. So they're getting that. They already drafted Isaiah Simmons last year. They're trying to make a run at the NFC West and the Super Bowl. With the bringing in of J.J. Watt, they're making a run. They're going to try to make a run this year. So
as they should.
They should.
Let's see.
Hold on
All
the
right.
fort. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm going to hold on the fort, don't worry. But next up, we have the Las Vegas Raiders, formerly known as the Oakland Raiders. They've had some up and down years as well. They shot themselves out of the playoffs after giving up a huge play last year to Ryan Fitzpatrick on a Thursday night football game. So they're picking here at 17. They're, again, the Derek Carr era in Oakland, or in Las Vegas and Oakland, has been an up and down. So the question is, do they want to maybe go down the route of having a little bit of versatility, like adding to that defense maybe that has struggled a lot, adding to that secondary that has struggled a lot? I think Trevon Moehrig is the obvious pick here if you're the Raiders, because he's a great safety. He can go up and get the ball. He can tackle. He's like one of the best athletes in this draft. Trevon Moehrig, he is the guy you're going to go get. Moehrig is the guy you're going to go get if you're the Raiders. I don't see another pick that's going to be that much better, especially after J.C. Horn is already off the board, especially after, these cornerbacks like Patrick Surtain are already off the boards. I think you go with the best defensive back available, help the back end of your defense. The Raiders have been a really bad secondary past few years. This could go a big way to helping them out. Alternatively, they could do the dumb thing and draft Kyle Trask, but that's nearly impossible. That's not going to happen. With 2 minutes and counting, or maybe they trade out here. That could also be a scenario. Maybe you have someone who wants to get Christian Barrymore. Maybe you have someone who wants to get a Greg Newsome. Greg Newsome is also in play here. I think Greg Newsome is a solid player. I think he has the ability to. And he's actually very comparable, in my opinion, to J.C. Horn. Is Greg Newsome. So he could be the pick here, but I think it's gonna be secondary. If you're the Raiders, you struggled badly in the secondary the past 2, 3, 4 years. I think Trevon Moehrig or Greg Newsome is the pick here.
Yeah, I don't know. The Raiders, we know what they
You
should
sound out
do.
of breath. Are you okay?
Yeah, we know what the Raiders should do. What they're gonna do, that's another story, dude.
Who knows what that team's gonna do?
They might draft a fucking running back. They do. Listen, they like their Clemson dudes. Listen, Travis Etienne, the pick is in. This might be Travis Etienne. They like their Clemson dudes over there in Vegas.
I still think Etienne's gonna go 25 to Jacksonville. Look, in a draft where
I can see it.
apparently this is a year, man, where people are drafting the quarterback's like best friend from college. It would make sense for Etienne at 25, but the pick is in for Las Vegas. I think they should go defensive back. That secondary was really, really bad last year. Like, historically bad.
It was bad.
They got beaten by Ryan Fitzpatrick. On some bull.
Listen, let's not get it twisted. Okay? If not for the fucking cover zero called in the last play, they lost to the Jets. Listen, they lost to the Jets. They lost to the Jets.
They should have gotten an extra L in that win-loss column. Like they did not deserve to win that game.
If not for the cover zero called that was meant to keep the tank alive, they lost to the Jets.
That was hilarious. Like, and you know what's funny? What's his name? He wasn't even trying to tank because he was going to be fired anyway. That was him legitimately calling a cover zero.
The defensive coordinator literally called the cover zero. Yeah, he literally he goes, "I'm going all out blitz." I literally have one of the fastest wide receivers in the NFL being covered by a no-name corner, and I'm gonna call a cover zero, leave him out on an island, and let Derek Carr throw a fade to one of the fastest fucking players in football being covered by a no-name corner.
All right, well, Goodell is out. The pick is in. Let's see what he's gonna do. Imagine if never mind. All right, NFL draft. Las Vegas Raiders. Let's see it.
With the 17th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood,
Whoa.
tackle, Alabama.
Look, that is an interesting pick. Alex Leatherwood, offensive tackle from Alabama. We know Alabama can produce those linemen, but look, the person with arguably the best name in this draft, Alex Leatherwood, going to the Raiders, bolstering that line, helping out hopefully Derek Carr, but you would think, a lot of people think, man, that secondary was really bad. They could have used a cornerback here. But Andrew, what do you think about Alex Leatherwood going to the Las Vegas Raiders?
I mean, I like the pick for the pick, the fit.
But damn.
I guess they're tired. I think they're tired of Derek Carr getting hurt. I think that's what it is. I think they don't want to see Derek Carr get hurt again. But yeah, dude, their defense. Listen, I watched bad defense all year in Tennessee. I'm not gonna lie to you. The only defense I saw that might have been worse than us, that was not trying to lose games, was the Raiders.
Yeah. I don't like this pick. I'm not gonna lie, because like, I don't even look. I think he's I don't like it. I think that look, yes, the offensive line has problems, but that secondary is just so bad, and you got someone like Greg Newsome and Trevon Moehrig here who are going to be difference makers, like big time, immediate impact players in that secondary, and they didn't go here. So I don't like it, man. I just don't like it, but we'll see.
So now with this pick,
Miami.
now, Miami. Do you think Miami in the first round took what, an offensive lineman? No, they took
No,
a wide
no.
receiver. Wide receiver. Do you think Miami either takes an offensive lineman or Miami takes? Do you think they go Trevon Moehrig here to try to replace Minka?
If they do, that's a really good replacement for Minka Fitzpatrick. But I if I was them, I would go offensive tackle. You got
Protect
Christian
Tua.
you got Christian you need to protect Tua, especially he's a young quarterback in his development. I think he needs a line. Like, and they need to replace Laramie Tunsil. I think Christian Darrisaw is there. You also have Walker Little, and the person who I think is a dark horse. I think there's a dark horse offensive tackle here, and I hope he falls to the Ravens' second pick in Dylan Radunz from North Dakota State. He protected Trey Lance for all those years. He had a lot of experience just bulldozing people and technique experience in college. I think he's going to be a difference maker for whichever team gets him. Hopefully it's the Ravens, but we'll see, man. Pick number 18. Past few picks have gone so fast, man.
Now, with all this being said, we don't know which direction Miami's going to go in, but the pick after, once Miami makes this pick, I want to ask you.
We're gonna talk about that pick. That's gonna be. There's a lot.
I want to know what the fuck Washington's going to do.
That's an interesting conversation. Because honestly, man,
listen, their defense was fucking elite last year.
it's elite, right? Maybe I think Washington, like, offensive tackle is still on the board there. Like it's still in the case there for them, but we'll see. First, we gotta check out Miami. Roger Goodell is on his way to make the pick.
Wow.
Let's see. Miami, who are they selecting? Andrew seems shocked. We don't know yet. Let's take a listen.
With the 18th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips, defensive end, Miami.
So, like, take a kid who was right in their backyard at the University of Miami. I think he sat out this year, but he is, from what I've heard from people and from what I've seen, he first off, he's very raw. He's very young. He's only 21 years old. Very raw, but he's 6'5", 266. I mean, the talent is definitely there. It's just, is Miami the place that's going to unlock it? Right, and he did transfer from UCLA. Started at UCLA, transferred to Miami. I mean, is Miami the place where he's going to unlock it? Because he does have a lot of he definitely has the talent, but the question is, I don't know. I mean, there were a lot of people who had him. People had him slated. There were people who had him going as early as like 22 to Tennessee. Some people had him going as late as like late second rounder. So,
yeah, this is an interesting pick. It's not bad. I just think that there were better players available, more NFL-ready players available. But like you said, he's raw. He's got talent. You can mold him. Is Miami going to be the best place to mold him? I think, look, one thing that we have learned is that the Miami football team, I saw Washington's on the clock, and I was like, the Miami football team. The Miami Dolphins definitely have. I think they're gonna be fine as far as getting their guy. I think that they're gonna be fine with this pick, but man, you had a chance to get someone better. That's just it. He's gonna take a lot of work.
I think Washington goes O-line here. I mean, what? I mean,
I felt like that. You know what? I just felt like I rambled there for a second. I felt like that guy who was remember that South Park ziplining episode? The guy who was like, long story short.
Long story short.
Yeah, that's how I felt just now. I'm sorry. I'm
because
sorry.
my in-laws are here, and long story short, we decided to go ziplining.
Cartman in the background just goes. He's just like, I'm sick of this shit. Amazing.
Washington's going to be interesting. I do think they go O-line just because. I mean, I'm trying to remember their defense. Their defense was elite. If they don't go O-line, Landon Collins hasn't been the same. Do you think they might go Trayvon Moehrig here and just really go for, just be like, you know what? I know our offense struggles, but our defense is going to keep us in games. They already have, dude. They got they have Deron Payne, I think. Obviously Chase Young is a fucking baller. Do you think they might go Trayvon Moehrig here and just be like, yeah, we're gonna have Landon Collins on one side, Moehrig on the other, and just good luck scoring on us. We might not score on you, but good luck scoring on us.
If they pick Moehrig, it's like that's gonna put that defense over the top because
I mean, do you think
they're gonna be graded all three levels at that point?
Yeah. Do you think they just go? I mean, do you think they just go, hey, fuck it, maybe our offense won't score, but good luck scoring on us. Like that might be the direction they go in.
I think that's literally the direction they're going in. Man.
Who's their quarterback? Taylor Heineke?
Yes, Taylor Heineke. Actually, Ryan Fitzpatrick, too.
Ooh, Fitzmagic can make shit happen. With a defense like that, ooh. He's got a better defense in Washington than he had in Miami. And Miami had a good defense. Ooh. Ooh, that is...
Ooh.
Don't forget, dude, Kyle Trask. Kyle Trask might be on the board. They might take Kyle Trask tomorrow. Ooh.
Dude. Okay, question. Over-under on odds of someone taking Kyle Trask in the first round. Someone trading up in the first round to steal Trask.
No.
Because he's look, he's not a bad quarterback. I think he's got a lot of potential, but no?
He has potential, but dude, let's be honest. He's not Mac Jones, who the Patriots, mind you, the only reason why the Patriots took Mac Jones.
I think it was close between him and Mac Jones, though. The ability at the NFL level, I think it's close with him and Mac Jones. Because Mac Jones, the thing that scared me the most about Mac Jones is he gives up on his progressions or doesn't go through them at all, which I understand. It's easy when you got Jalen Waddle, Najee Harris, and Devonta Smith, right? But you got to be able to do it consistently in the NFL.
Plus, let's be honest, dude. Let's be honest. You don't know what other... There could be some other fucking stud. Like, whoever Alabama had in the slot this year, that dude's going to move out to fucking wide out, and that dude's probably going to be a first rounder next year, too. So, like, he had a fucking dude who's going to be a first rounder, a first round wide out, probably in the slot for him. Like, he had all those options, of course.
Well, Washington's pick is in. I think they go. I think they could go defense. I think you go offensive tackle though to defend.
I think they either offensive line or defense. That's what I think.
Well, okay, so for those who don't know, the NFL schedule will be released on May 12th, Wednesday, May 12th at 8 p.m. I'll think about maybe doing a live stream for that. I don't know about all that, but we'll see. We'll react to it actually on the show. That's fine. We don't need to do a live stream for that. But for anyone watching, Real Take Sports Talk every Monday night at 8 p.m. Check us out. We'd go over everything in sports. The pick is in. Goodell is at the podium. Let's take a listen.
With the 19th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Jamin Davis,
Ooh.
linebacker, Kentucky.
They took a linebacker from Kentucky.
So they're going, well, you know what they're thinking? They're thinking of do you remember not the Josh Allen that came out of Wyoming? Do you remember the Josh Allen
the one who went to the one who went to the didn't he go to the Jaguars?
Yes. And he's good. Dude, he's good. They're thinking that. They're thinking that. He's I think this dude's let me think. He's either an inside linebacker. Yeah, he's an inside linebacker. That's what they're thinking, dude. They're thinking, like we said before, dude, bolster that defense. They're honestly going the direction of just, listen, maybe we're not going to overwhelm you with offense, but good luck scoring on us. That's what I think the direction Washington is going in. They got they got the generational talent in Chase Young last year. Deron Payne is a stud. They got Landon Collins in the secondary. Solid corners. I like this pick. They're just build that defense. Build that defense.
I think he's going to have an even better chance to be great at the NFL level because of the talent around him, because of the coaching around him. Ron Rivera has shown the ability to build an amazing defense. So Jamin Davis is going to be in a good position. Let's see. Hopefully he can produce at the NFL level. Now, Andrew, on the clock, with 5 minutes to go on the clock, the New York Football Giants, your alleged former team, even though you will never accept it.
I was never a Giants fan. I only rooted for the Giants twice ever in both those Super Bowls. That's it. I've been a Tennessee Titans fan since 2006.
Allegedly. So our friend John Gonzalez knows that they're on the clock. What do we think here? You got some great offensive tackles. I think some good first-round offensive tackles still on the board here. Walker Little is still here. We still have Christian Darrisaw, who a lot of people expected to go a little earlier than this, but Darrisaw is a good name here, and the man that I've been talking about for the past week now, Dylan Radins from North Dakota State. I think any team that's going to get him, watch out for him. He's a dark horse to be a very solid offensive tackle in the NFL. What do we think here? Where did the Giants go?
I think the Giants either go Christian Barmore out of Alabama, defensive tackle, to bolster up the D-line, or I think they go with Darrisaw to protect Danny Dimes.
Dude, I think you got to go Darrisaw. They have to get an offensive tackle. Danny Dimes has been one of the most sacked quarterbacks in the games that he's played. I think he had 35 sacks his first year, 34 the next year. This dude he can't stay upright. The dude is getting injured left and right. Colt McCoy was winning games for him, and he wasn't. They got to pick an offensive tackle here.
Was it against the Ravens? I literally watched this man get sacked 3 plays in a row.
yes, we did that to him.
Mind you, that's the Ravens, by the way. Mind you, that is the Ravens. That they load the box every fucking play, so that is bound to happen. I'm just saying.
Dude, we got
3 plays in a row.
We blitz, dude. We blitz with nickel corner. We don't just blitz with nickel cornerbacks. We blitz with Marcus Peters or shutdown corners.
They bring straight up corner. They bring straight up corner blitz.
like the corners who aren't meant to be blitzing. We blitz with those guys. We're kind of wild, but they got to pick. Look, they got to pick offensive tackle here. That offense. Look at these stats. They're just putting up last in yards per game, last in points per game. They need to get better. You got to give Danny Dimes some help. You got to give him some space to throw the ball. You got to get offensive tackle here. You have to.
Now the Giants this offseason. They bought in. Remember a couple off seasons ago they bought in. What was his name? The kid out of Michigan. They bought in the safety. Who was a safety out of Michigan?
I don't remember.
He's from Paramus. He's from New Jersey. They bought in Adoree Jackson this year. They bought Swiss Army knives. They have very versatile defensive players. Jabril Peppers is always thinking of. Jabril Peppers. So they bring in guys like that. Do you think they go the Michigan route and bring in another versatile defensive player in Kwity Paye?
You could, man. You could. I just think no. See, look. I'm not saying Kwity Paye is a bad pick, right? He deserves to go here if they go that route. But I think the Giants need to pick. They need to get off. They're better at offensive line. Danny Dimes. He's literally seeing goats. He's running for his life sometimes. He needs to be confident in the pocket for him to be better in his development. For him to take the next step, for them to win more than 4 games. They gotta, 6 games, as Giants fans will remind me. Yo, I'm sorry. The amount of Giants fans that I know that have been actually, we won 6 games. We were 1 game out of the playoffs. And I was like, dude, you won 6 games. Don't even talk about the fucking playoffs. I don't care how bad your division is. Come on.
Looks like the Giants pick is in.
The Giants pick is in.
Ooh, somebody says he thinks they're going to take Elijah Moore. Ooh.
mean, look, that would be getting Danny Dimes some help. So I think that would be better than going defense. I think you gotta go offensive tackle is like ideal if you're a Giants fan, and like Elijah Moore is good, but I don't even think he's the best wide receiver available. I think Rashad Bateman's better.
Yes, I think Bateman is better. Oh,
So
I got 2 picks till Tennessee. Here we go.
there we
Let's see
go.
what the
2 picks till
Giants
Tennessee.
do.
2 picks till Tennessee drafts the quarterback of the future, Kyle Trask, and Andrew blows a gasket
No,
on live
Absolutely
TV.
fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely. Watch us fuck around. Watch us fuck around and draft some no-name fucking. We're gonna draft some no-name fucking offensive tackle or something like that. Since we fucked up with the Isaiah Wilson, watch us draft this like right tackle from fucking, I don't know, Cal. We'll draft some. We'll draft some fucking no-name player.
I mean, hey, if you guys take Sam Komsky, that would be a good pick. The tackle from Texas.
we
He's a
go.
good player. All right, here we go. The Giants pick is in. Roger Goodell is on his way. Let's take a listen.
2 picks already, and now the Giants, who traded back from 11 to 20 on the clock, and they will make their selection. Here comes.
I love how Roger Goodell flashes like the card to them to be like, "Hey, look," and then like takes it away before they can read it.
20th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Kadarius Toney, wide receiver, Florida.
So they do go offense. They do go offense to fortify.
Dude.
They would have been better off
Dude.
picking the guy that threw him the ball at Florida.
Dude.
Are you
Dude, how many
kidding
fucking-
me?
Dude.
Johnny.
How many more fucking offensive weapons does Danny Dimes need?
He needs protection, dude. The man, he doesn't have enough time to actually throw the ball to his weapons. Jesus. Andrew, that was objectively a bad pick. Like,
Johnny is ticked.
he should be ticked. He should be. Johnny, if you're watching, you should be pissed. Write a letter. Write a letter to your owners. Write a letter to your team management. This is not okay. You really would have been better off picking Kyle Trask here.
Well, all I know is my team can't draft that dude now, so that's all I know.
that was a bad pick. That was objectively a bad pick. Kadarius Toney, man. I was actually about to say his name about you guys drafting him, I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna bring his name up as someone like you guys would draft to like actually piss you off. But little did I know, the Johnny team would be the ones to draft him and piss him off. So look, he's not a bad player though. I wanted that to be known. He's small. He reminds me a lot of Tavon Austin. That's who he reminds me a lot of. He's got good speed. He's shorter. He's got the ability to elude pressure. He's got the ability to elude tackles. But the thing is with him, I think, the hands can be iffy, and there's just better players available. I think Rashad Bateman is the best wide receiver available at this point. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Again, Giants fans, I understand your pain. That was objectively not a good pick.
They already have Sterling Shepard. Like, there's no need. There's no need for this dude.
Yeah, they reached.
He's not a wide out, like a wide receiver one. So you already have Sterling Shepard for the
I would have
slot.
understood Rashad Bateman. I don't understand this. Even Elijah Moore, I would have understood. But no, like,
Yeah, they're
you
going. Johnny thinks they're going all in on Danny Dimes.
They obviously are. Otherwise, they would have picked Kyle Trask here. Dude, honestly, I'm not even kidding when I say that. They would have been better off picking Trask over the guy who was throwing the ball to.
I don't know.
Oof, man. Anyway, Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. They had a very good offseason. Philip Rivers retired, but they were able to acquire the services of one Carson Wentz, the former second overall pick from North Dakota State. So the ties of North Dakota State in this draft are paramount. There's a few places they could go. Maybe get an extra weapon. I think this is where Rashad Bateman has a chance to possibly go. Elijah Moore, one of these receivers, could go here, giving Carson Wentz, another weapon. We know that offensive line is stout. Or, Andrew, do they try to go defense? We know Bowermore is still on the board. We know, Kwity Paye is still on the board. I think this is
They go
very
O-line. They're going O-line. They're
This
going to
is
go
similar-
O-line.
This is a similar pick, I think, to the Cardinals pick. Remember how I said that they could pick anyone here, and it really, like, they could pick virtually anyone, and it wouldn't hurt them. Like, there's really no bad pick they can make. I think it's very similar to the Colts. They got the most important position figured out, and they have a decent offensive line already. So, or I'd say, sorry, defense. They have a great offensive line already. So, I think that for the Colts, you could have your pick here. Whether it's adding another offensive lineman, whether it's adding Rashad Bateman, whether it's adding Elijah Moore at receiver, I think you're good. Or, Andrew, they already have some good running backs there, right? They already have some really good running backs there.
Dude, they got like 4.
They got like 4 good running backs, but do they have a
Dude.
great one? Do they want a great
Yes. No, they have Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, Jonathan
one?
Taylor.
No,
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor's their running back.
Jonathan Taylor. Oh, is he better than Najee Harris?
The pick is in. Just know
Yeah.
that.
Is he
I
better
think they're
than
going left
Najee
tackle here.
Harris?
I think they're going tackle here.
Who do they take?
Darrishaw. I think they're going Darrishaw. They just brought in Carson Wentz. I think they're going Darrishaw.
I mean, they already have a good offensive line already. I think it would behoove them to get Wentz some receivers, if we're being honest. Like, that's why I think Rashad Bateman's probably going to go here.
Well,
I
think they still have Ty.
No, but you want someone to take pressure off of Ty as well.
That is
Give
true.
Carson, dude. Carson has not had any weapons in his entire NFL career, really, other than like that Super Bowl year. Like, get him some more help. Get him some more help. Give your offense a bigger chance to be successful. Get him some confidence. I think you go wide receiver here, but again, they can go defense and make just as big as impact. I think they'll be fine. Hey, Colts are one of those teams too, by the way. Colts are one of those teams. Watch out for them.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
All right. Russell Wilson, the 2020 Walter Payton Man of the Year, making a little speech here. Pick is in. We're waiting for Roger Goodell to come out and announce the Colts pick. Like I said, Andrew thinks they're going to go offensive tackle. I think they're better off going wide receiver, but we'll see.
I think they go offensive tackle, honestly. I think they go offensive tackle, honestly.
Once again, just wonderful work being done there by the National Football League. So many of its players, and in particular, Russell Wilson. Meanwhile, it is time now
All right.
for a draft
So,
segment brought to you by
are they? Nope. Goodell's not coming out yet. They're just delaying.
They're trading up in the second pick in the draft.
You know what we should do next year?
Damn, Carson Wentz is a GOAT with Frank Reich as his offensive coordinator, though. God damn.
Frank Reich.
No,
But yeah.
I don't respect him. I don't respect him enough. I call him Reach.
Dude, he's literally the most underrated coach in the NFL. You can't.
Hey, listen, he's my team's biggest rival, so I
That's
call
fair.
him Reach.
That's fair.
We don't respect him in Nashville. We respect
You're
him as a
from
coach.
You're
but
from Jersey. What the fuck?
what are you talking
like
about?
you're in
What are you
Nashville.
talking about?
You're live from New Jersey.
I'm live from New Jersey, but I am here rooting for my Tennessee Titans. We're on the
All right.
clock, by the way. We're on the clock, by the way.
Basically, yeah. Right after
Yeah.
they announce this pick, you guys are up. So I mean,
we might
we'll
go.
talk about
We might go Kwity Paye because we
Michael-
need defense.
I know how much you like your Kwity Paye.
We need defense, dude. I love how the dude's dressed as Tony Dungy.
That is hilarious. All right, let's take a listen to the Colts pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. Well, do they go offensive tackle or do they get Carson Wentz some help in the receiving core? Let's see.
Draft the Colts fan. You see him if you're just joining us. That is the same lazy boy chair that Roger Goodell had in his basement last year. He's brought it out here. The fans are sitting in it, and Roger is ready with the selection.
With the 21st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye, defensive end, Michigan.
Like I said, there were not that many bad picks they could make, and they made a good one here in getting Kwity Paye. Andrew, what are your your biggest rival in your division, the Colts, getting at a Kwity Paye?
They're getting a very good defensive end. All I know is my team right now, dude. Oh, if Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Yeah.
Oh, if we don't take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I am going to lose my shit.
Please feel free to lose your shit, because I don't think you're going to take him. I think you guys go wide receiver. Although I've been saying that for the past like 5 picks, so what shows what little I know actually. But one thing I do know, Kwity Paye, defensive end from Michigan, is now an Indianapolis Colt, going to bolster up that Indianapolis Colts defensive line. Colts are looking like they're ready to run it back in the playoffs. They're going to be a very dangerous team in that AFC South. Well, I ate my peanuts. I'm sorry. Hungry. All right, so, Andrew. Tennessee Titans are on the clock. This is your Tennessee Titans, the team that you've been rooting for allegedly for your entire life. Who are they picking here? Who are they picking? What's the biggest need? Who does your team need to get over the hump and get advance more into the playoffs?
Listen, offense is not the fucking problem. We had a bottom 5 defense in the entire NFL. We reshaped this fucking defense. We cut Adoree Jackson. We got rid of Daquan Jones. We don't have a fucking pass rush. We just bought in the dude from the Steelers. Fucking I'm drawing a blank, but I have a lot going on up here right now. We need defense. Offense is not the issue. We have a 2,000-yard rusher in the backfield. We have mind you, we did all this shit without Taylor Lewan last year. We have a 2,000-yard rusher in the backfield. We have a solid offensive line. We got a 1,000-yard rusher on the outside. Ferkser, I think we don't really use the tight end like that, but when we do in the red zone, Ferkser is solid. We need defense. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. We need defense. Versatile defense. Listen, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah reminds me of Devin White. Devin White. Did you not see what the impact Devin White made in the fucking Super Bowl?
With that
If
being
we don't
said,
take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah right here out of Notre Dame, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna be so tight.
that being said, I think they go the safe pick, which is picking someone to replace Conklin on the outside.
We either go offensive line, or I think we're gonna go offensive line, or we're either gonna go offensive line, or we're gonna go fucking Caleb Farley, corner to replace Adoree Jackson.
Jesus, dude,
But what we should do?
Greg Newsome is still here though. Greg Newsome is still here.
Give me Owusu-Koramoah.
I don't know.
I
You might get him actually.
Oh, dude, he's on the board, dude. Give me Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, please.
They're talking about him right now.
Please. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, please.
You'd be a great addition here.
Dude, Ferk, I think, could take over for Johnny. We really didn't use Johnny like that.
Andrew.
Davis-
Johnny just said in the chat, he was like, allegedly, haha. Some of us remember when Andrew was a Giants fan.
I was not a Giants fan.
I remember when Andrew was a Giants fan. It's the year we met. Dude, you did not start rooting for.
Giants fan. I was not a
Okay,
Giants
whatever.
Dude, they're showing wide receivers. Fuck, we're gonna go wide out. Why? Offense is not the problem with this team. We can't stop other teams from scoring.
Oh, is Elijah Moore on the phone?
He was looking at his phone, and then they showed Rashad Bateman.
No, Rashad Bateman. That house is too still. There was some movement. I saw some movement in Elijah Moore's house. That could be the pick here.
Elijah Moore is out of Ole Miss. That's AJ Brown's boy. Oh,
That would make sense, bro. This is the draft of like people just drafting their boys. Interesting. Alternatively, they could just go wild and draft like some random ass tight end. Imagine.
Or we could take a fucking offensive lineman like we did last year.
You guys took an offensive lineman last year too?
Yeah, we took Isaiah Wilson.
Oh Yeah, dude, not even a year later, that man's out of the NFL.
Out of the NFL.
That's
And his rap
insane.
career, and I heard his rap career went even worse than his football career. Pick is
A
in.
first round pick, out of the NFL a year later.
Please,
You guys really should try to fire your GM.
the pick is in. Please. I can't watch.
What? Don't watch. Just listen. Just listen to my thing. I'll tell you when he's coming down, man. This is gonna be interesting, Andrew. Elijah Moore has some movement. There was some movement in Elijah Moore's house. There was some movement,
Jeremiah
man.
Owusu-Koramoah, please. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, please.
Dude, this isn't like Beetlejuice. You can't just say his name 3 times and have it come to reality.
Dude.
This is what I've been waiting for all night, just to see the Titans fuck it up.
Dude, if we don't get this shit right, dude. Oh my god.
Caleb Farley is also an option. Asante Samuel Jr. maybe, cornerback.
Asante Samuel's a second rounder. We would take Asante in the second round.
Oh, okay. They're singing "Sweet Caroline," so Roger Goodell is gonna take a minute to come through.
Shit.
All these Titans fans look so excited. I cannot wait to see their hearts break at this pick. I just know if they pick Travis Etienne, Andrew actually might just break his laptop screen.
We already have Darrington Evans as the backup. Dude. We don't need. I'm terrified.
Well, Andrew, here it is. Take a listen. Don't look, my guy. Just listen.
Not looking.
He's on his way down. The Tennessee Titans are about to make their pick. Let's take a listen and see what Goodell has to say as he's making his way to the podium.
Don't disappoint me, please.
But it sets up well here with what they need and the good players like Greg Newsome, the second out of Northwestern, Elijah Moore, you mentioned Azeez Ojulari, really came on those last 6 games of the season, tested very well out of Georgia. So I think
Goodell's telling him to wrap up the song. Come on.
we're going to find out right now. The commissioner
He's like, I'm trying to make this pick. I'm trying to ruin Andrew's life.
part of Sweet Caroline.
The good vibes, Andrew, in the NFL draft right now. Sweet Caroline's being sung. Everyone's happy. Everyone's happy, Andrew.
I won't. Depending on how this pick goes, I won't.
All right. I think they're wrapping it up.
Suddenly a Red Sox game breaks out.
Red
Oh,
Sox
please.
game breaks up. All right.
Well done. The Titans
Here we go.
ready to go. Here's Rob.
Titans pick here.
That was good. With the 22nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley,
Caleb Farley.
defensive back, Virginia Tech.
Not even Greg Newsome. No one's picked Trevon Moehrig yet, have they? Nope. Caleb Farley, Andrew.
Watch the Ravens. No, the Ravens are gonna go O-line, by the way, to replace Andrew Thomas.
Dude. Fucking get Dylan Radins. Get Dylan Radins. I'm not trying to get like one of these offensive linemen. I want them to go Jason Owe at defensive end at 27 and then draft Dylan Radins.
Dude, Jason Owe.
He's tough.
He's tough as shit, dude. I watched him in high school, dude. Jason Owe.
He's an absolute monster, man. Like
Get him
he's
with the Ravens player development staff, dude. He could be a stud.
dude, that Ravens defensive player development staff is like, yeah, he'd be insane. All right, back at it now. So Andrew, Caleb Farley, tell us all about it. What are they getting? What are your Tennessee Titans getting with Caleb Farley?
Dude,
This is the first time Andrew's ever been at a loss for words.
I wanted Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
He
dude.
really wanted Jeremiah to go.
dude. I mean, Farley, he's good, but
Damn.
do we really think? Dude, fuck, I know we drafted Bud Dupree. I know we signed Bud Dupree, but come the fuck on, dude. I know we had to replace Adoree, and I know we have Christian Fulton, but come the fuck on, dude. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah was there for us. Watch the Ravens take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. by
If
the
he's
way.
there,
Just
we're
making
taking
him
him.
into a
If he's
fucking
there, we're
stud.
taking him. If he's
Yeah,
there, we're taking him.
dude, he's gonna and watch him replace. He is gonna replace fucking Matthew Judon for you.
Oh yeah. All right. That went better than I thought. Andrew. I thought you were gonna freak out, but you made it through. You persevered. We're already at pick 23. We're past the Titans, barring them trading back up into the first round, which I doubt they're gonna do. You don't have to worry about anything else for the rest of the night. All right, moving on to the Minnesota Vikings. They obviously traded down the Jets, so Minnesota has had some problems to say the least. Their quarterback and their offense have been hit and miss throughout the past few years. We talked about that. Andrew, who do you think they're going to select here as we find out that the pick is in? Because, this is a team. I think this is a team that has chemistry problems more so than personnel problems, if we're being honest. Minnesota Vikings. He's still at a loss with the Caleb Farley pick. So let me just explain some things here. So I think Minnesota here could go. I think Trevon Moehrig could go here. He probably should go here. If not, I think you could probably see someone like a Walker Little or a Christian Darrisaw on offensive line go here. Maybe they try to go wide receiver. I don't know. They drafted one last year, and they drafted a damn good one in Jefferson last year. So, no. Yeah, no, I think they're good. I think they're good here. I think they're probably going to pick offensive tackle. Or throw a curveball and pick Najee Harris. Maybe get some of the pressure off of Kirk Cousins.
Najee Harris.
Yes. Najee Harris, running back. Alabama.
Dude, they have Dalvin Cook. They don't need Najee Harris.
Do you want to re-up Dalvin Cook?
Fucking A, yeah, I do.
No, I don't know,
had
man.
like 1,500 yards. Fucking
I
A,
don't know,
yeah, I
man.
do.
I don't know, man. I see. My thing about running backs is get rid of unless they're like
Derrick Henry.
unless they're Derrick. I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to give you any credit. Unless they're Derrick Henry, though, don't pay that second contract. Just unless they're Derrick Henry or Gus Edwards on a discount, which is probably what we're gonna end up doing. Gus Edwards is like the most underrated running back, by the way, in the NFL.
Is he the fullback?
No, he's our backup running back, but like he averages like 6 yards a carry, and he's like never had below in the past 3 years. He's never had below 600 yards in a year.
Who's the Ravens fullback? The dude out of Maine.
Oh, that's he's our fullback slash our defensive tackle, Patrick Ricard.
He's tough.
He's tough, dude. I'm pretty sure he's the only player in NFL history to register a touchdown, receiving, rushing, and a sack in the same season.
Dude, he's
like he's a football.
He's like 6'1", 300 pounds.
I'm hip. He's fast as shit. He can block. Hell yeah. Big ups to Patrick Ricard. Justin Fields ended up as a Chicago Bear. That's an interesting. Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick. How do I reach these kids? Anyway, let's see who the Vikings go with.
How do I reach these kids? He was like yelling at him too. He's like pointing at things like, how do I reach these kids?
We got to get Griffin on here, dude, to give us intel on the Vikings.
Dude, when was the last time you talked to Griffin? I think the last time.
My birthday.
I think the last time I talked to Griffin was like literally around this time last year on a random FaceTime call.
Yeah, it might have been like August 16th, like the day after my birthday.
Maybe. Anyway, all right. So it looks like Goodell is taking the stage. Let's take a listen. The Vikings pick here.
With the 23rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Christian Darrisaw.
Had to do it. He had to go at some point.
You
Had to do
You
it.
got to protect Kirk Cousins. You got to do it.
Whatever's left of Kirk Cousins, Jesus.
Hey, no, that's not left to Kirk. No. This is more for Dalvin Cook than it is for Kirk Cousins, by the way.
This is 100% more for Dalvin Cook than it is for Kirk Cousins. And I know I joked about it a little bit here, but I think if what's his name? If Najee Harris is going to go off the board, I think this is the pick right here. You got the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. I hate to see it. I literally hate to see
Najee Harris.
it.
They
You
need a
gotta
running
pick-
back.
they-
They need a running back. They haven't drafted a running back in the first round since who? Was Jerome Bettis a first rounder?
I'm not even sure.
Let me look that up. If not, this would be the first running back in the first round since Jerome Bettis, I think.
So Christian Darrisaw going to the Minnesota Vikings. Good pick by them, helping out Dalvin Cook, not really Kirk Cousins. But here, Pittsburgh, they need help. They need help in so many ways. Ben Roethlisberger was a shell of himself. He needs to get some pressure taken off of him. And the best way to get pressure taken off of you, if you're Big Ben, is by having some help in the running game, which they haven't had since Le'Veon Bell left the team. So Najee Harris makes sense. Small outside chance that they potentially go wide receiver here. I hope they don't. Or maybe, just maybe, Andrew, the guy that your team signed, maybe they try to replace him and Bud Dupree in getting a linebacker here. That's also potential. Why is Christian Darrisaw doing his draft outside of Ocean City? That is weird. My man was in Ocean City.
Maryland or Jersey?
Maryland, cuz, like...
Oh, because he went to Va Tech, bro.
All right,
Don't be
all right.
surprised if he's from Maryland, bro.
All right, Steelers pick is in. Goodell's already on the board. Let's take a listen and see who they take as the terrible towels float in the air.
Fuck a terrible towel.
Fuck the terrible towels. I hate the Steelers. Oh, okay, I think they just cucked. I think they were just playing.
No, the pick is in.
No, the pick's in, but they showed the stage, and I thought Goodell was walking down. They were just being assholes. Okay. But yeah, Najee Harris. I think Najee Harris makes the most sense here. Either Najee Harris or maybe they'll just be like, oh, we gotta replace Bud Dupree. What about you? What do you think?
I don't think the Steelers have drafted a first round running back since Jerome Bettis. I would go Najee Harris.
It just makes the most sense, man. Ben Roethlisberger's decrepit. The dude's falling apart. You have to get some pressure off of him. You got to develop some sort of run game. It's a must. You must do it. So fucking do it, or don't do it. I would be fine with them not doing it too. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me. Why did I say that like that? Doesn't matter to me. Yo, you ever seen that shit? The Goofy?
Yeah.
Like.
Oh,
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
He looks like he's on his way. Here we go.
Pick is in.
With the 24th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Najee Harris.
Had to do it. They had
They
to.
had to. He's probably the first round, their first round running back since Jerome Bettis. It makes sense. They need it. They needed
They
it.
needed it. They needed to do this. If they didn't, they would have been kicking themselves all season long for not doing it. Najee Harris, in my opinion, is the best running back in this draft. And it's by a considerable amount. I think Travis Etienne has the ability to become an every down back. I think he's a better receiving back than he is an every down running back. But Najee Harris has everything you want. He can run through people. He can run over people. He can run around people. He's got great ball carrying vision. Almost never fumbles the ball. And on top of all of that, he's also quality in the receiving game as well. He's big as shit. Reminds me of a slighter version of Derrick Henry. But I think Najee Harris, man, he is what? Slighter. I said slimmer. Oh, he runs through people. Najee Harris runs through people.
He hurdles people.
He runs through people too.
He hurdles people. Listen, Derrick Henry is a
Okay. I was capping a little bit. He doesn't run through people like Derrick Henry.
Running back. We have
Derrick
our-
Henry. Well,
our
okay,
running
yeah,
back,
yeah. Derrick Henry's like 6 foot. He's like 6'4" or whatever.
He's a defensive
He's
end that
tall.
plays
He's
run-
taller than your. Isn't Derrick Henry taller than Ryan Tannehill?
I think they're about the same height,
That's wild.
which is fucked up. Which
That's
is
kind of
fucked
wild.
up.
Actually. That's kind of wild.
Because he runs like a 4.5. It's fucked up. He's a defensive end that plays running back.
All right. One running back off the board. Could another one be inbound here as the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock? We know Jacksonville earlier tonight, they selected Trevor Lawrence, quarterback out of Clemson. Are they going to pair him, Andrew, with the running back out of Clemson, your boy, Travis Etienne, who has shown a lot of ability, a lot of chemistry as well with Trevor Lawrence? So what do we think here about this pick for the Jaguars? Do they go running back here and just get their offensive weapon for Trevor Lawrence?
I don't see how they don't, but if they
Because they got
choose
Robinson
not-
too. They got that kid
Right.
Robinson.
If they
who
choose not to go in that direction with Travis Etienne, I mean, I could see them maybe going Bateman just to give him a weapon along with DJ Chark.
Yeah. Because DJ Chark is good. Chenault is like serviceable, but I think they do need some more help there. And God bless Gardner Minshew. I don't even know where he's. There's nowhere left for him to go. He's not going to be a starter next year, unfortunately. R.I.P. Gardner Minshew.
Not
Damn it.
necessarily. Not necessarily.
Where else are you going to go? Maybe Denver. They already traded for a back. They already traded. He's not going to Chicago. He's not going to New England.
Listen, there is a quarterback battle going on in New
Where?
Orleans. In New Orleans.
Look, I would love to see Gardner Minshew in New Orleans. That would actually be hilarious. But
Hey, listen, get him back in the Pacific Northwest. Get him, yeah, that Seattle.
he's
Seahawks.
behind Russ.
Oh, absolutely.
Someone wrote a piece about that. Someone wrote a piece about not the Jaguar, the Seahawks should trade away Russ and go all in on Minshew. And I was like, I love Minshew. I love Minshew more than anyone else probably in the world. But bro, nah. Unless Russ says fuck you guys, I'm never coming back to your facility ever again. I'm not even entertaining that.
Listen, when Aaron Rodgers gets traded, there's going to be a vacancy.
Oh
in
yeah, that
Green
could
Bay.
be that's actually a
There's going to be a
possibility.
vacancy in Green Bay.
I don't know. It's gonna be hard for him. I think he has ability to throw in bad weather conditions, so he could work in
Dude, he played his college
What did
career
you-
in
what did
the
you
state
just
of
do?
Washington.
Hold up, what did you just do? You just bent down.
Yeah, he played his college career in Washington State. He can play in cold weather.
That's I know. That's why I said. Why are you getting hot? Why are you getting all angry?
I'm not getting hot.
You're getting angry. Chill out.
No.
This is just football.
I wanted Jeremiah Owusu. Watch the Ravens go take fucking Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
I mean,
Watch
we're
the
only
Browns. Watch the fucking Browns go take his ass, man.
dude. We're only 2 picks away. We realistically could do this.
He could replace Judon for you guys too.
But I think we might force. I just don't want us to force a wide receiver. We can't force a wide receiver. Picks in.
Oh, Jacksonville.
Yep, Jacksonville's pick is in. I think there's a chance it's at ETN, but I think maybe a Terrence Marshall. Rashad Bateman's still available, right?
That's what I'm saying. I think it would either be Rashad
Yeah,
Bateman
there's a lot of
and-
receivers available here for them not to entertain that.
Caleb fucking Farley. I know what this means, by the way. I know where my team's gonna go in the second round too.
Where do you think they're going to go in the second round?
We're gonna go with this wide out of North Carolina.
Is that Terrence Marshall?
No, the wide out of North Carolina. What was his name? We're gonna cause he reminds J-Rob of AJ Brown. What's the dude's name?
Does your GM just kind of go for players he likes and not necessarily players that are good?
He has a way. He has there's a way he picks players. It's weird. Hold on. Who does? Let me see. Let me see.
All right.
What's this dude's name?
Dude, whenever it is, it's not like gonna be soon, but the day Trevor Lawrence cuts his hair, it's gonna be like that's gonna be a transformation. It's gonna be an adjustment for sure.
Oh, De'Ami Brown. We're gonna go with De'Ami Brown.
Okay. Kuiper says Elijah Moore.
We're gonna go in the second round with this kid De'Ami Brown. That's where I think we're going. Did somebody just say Trayvon Moehrig?
Trayvon Moehrig, but Booger is saying Christian Barmore, which means Christian Barmore is definitely not going here, because whatever Booger says never happens.
What about Here we go. Here comes Big
right.
Raj.
Here comes Goody. I'm gonna look. I think ETN would make sense, but I think they go receiver here. I think they go receiver. They need to get him another help in the receiving game, some more help in the receiving game. All right, Jacksonville's on the clock. Let's take a listen to the pick as Goodell is on his way out.
This pick from the Lazy Boys. So an homage to last year, Roger Goodell announcing the
That feels
Jaguars.
good.
My man sat down.
Tell me he took a seat in the chair.
25th
He did.
pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne, running back.
Called it. Called it.
So obviously this is it's
that kind of draft. It's just that
it's a
kind of
comfort.
draft.
It's a comfort thing for Sunshine. This was his running back in college. Just keep the continuity going. They know each other. That's what this is.
The best running back in the history of the ACC.
That's because Dion wasn't a running back.
That's too funny. I see. Well, hey man, my mock draft was right then. My mock draft was right.
You did.
Yep. I actually had this exact thing happening. 2 running backs taken back to back, and look, I think Travis Etienne is going to do great. I think they're going to have a 2-headed monster at running back there with Robinson and now Travis Etienne. Travis Etienne's going to probably fill that more receiving back role in Jacksonville. That's good for them. He has chemistry. It's a comfort thing with Sunshine, as you said. I think it's a good fit. This is a good fit, and it's good for Travis Etienne too. So, mazel to him. Jacksonville, I think, is on the up and up. I think they're on an upward trajectory, which I understand. From 1-15, there's not that many places they could go. But you could also ask the Cleveland Browns that, who are, by chance, picking next. Great transition there.
Dude, think about it. We're gonna have the number 1 and number 2 draft picks play each other this year. With the way the schedule goes, we're gonna have Trevor. We're gonna have Zach Wilson play against Sunshine.
That is true. Are we gonna have? What did the 49ers finish second in the division? No, they didn't. No, that was the Cardinals.
Seattle won the division, right?
Oh no, that was the Rams. I forgot the Rams made the playoffs last. The Rams made the playoffs last year and still got rid of Goff. Damn, they won a playoff game and still got rid of
So
Goff.
Seattle. So that means that
Seattle won the division.
So that means that who are the Rams gonna play? I gotta check the schedule.
They're gonna play like the Bears.
Something like that.
I don't know. I don't care. I don't care.
Who finished second in the AFC West?
Not the Broncos.
Kansas City. It was Kansas City finished first. The Chargers.
It wasn't the Chargers. No, it wasn't the Chargers.
Then it was the Rams. No, not the Rams. It was the Raiders.
Yeah, it was the Raiders.
So the Raiders are going to play the Rams.
Maybe. I guess. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't tell anymore.
That's the 17th game is the Raiders versus the Rams.
That 17th game ruined it for me. I don't know. Up is down, down is up. Don't even care.
That 17th game doesn't make any fucking sense, dude.
Dude, see, they had a good thing going. Look, it was all understood. Everyone knew what was going on. All right, Cleveland Browns are on the clock. I had them taking Jalen Phillips, obviously. Yeah. I could see them going Jason Owe. I could see them going Jeremiah Usukoromoa.
I could too. Out of Notre Dame, I could too. Bolster
Yep.
that defense.
Yep.
Dude, they've already or do they go Bateman? Or do they go Bateman?
Or do they do or do they return to the Cleveland Browns of old and take Asante Samuel Jr.?
They might. They might.
Dude, look at the Browns guy. My man's got a pumpkin on his head. My man's got a whole pumpkin on his head. That's funny.
Trey Lance really went third overall. I can't believe this.
Dude, that's honestly still like one of the shocks in that. Roll Tide.
Row Town.
The second I heard that that thing, whenever someone does that now, whenever I hear like that, like a can open, I'm like forced to say Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
You know who really made me appreciate Roll Tide? Daniel Tosh.
Daniel, God bless Daniel Tosh. We'll talk about him later, but
Because he hates Alabama so much, but he gives them so much fucking like, he gives them so much fucking airtime on his show.
yes,
Alabama.
that he does. That he does. They gotta go Koromoa here. You would think, right?
I think
Jock is coming off the board right here.
Who?
Jeremiah Usukoromoa, JOK, Jock.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, Goodell is out, live in Cleveland, making the Browns pick. Let's see who they take.
That dude just dap him up.
Yes.
The pandemic revealed the depths of the digital divide for
Oh, come on, man.
across the country. We have partnered with the Education Trust as part of Draftathon.
Do you hear the fans in the background? Woo, woo. They're funny as a woo, woo.
And their class at
Yo, Browns fans are so happy they're picking in the bottom 20 or the bottom like 10.
They're not used to this shit.
This has not happened, bro, since 2002.
20, 30, almost what? 30 years? 20 something years?
Actually, this low, I don't think it's happened since it hasn't happened in 30 years.
to make the Cleveland Browns pick.
We weren't even alive. Think about that. The last time this happened. This is literally history we're witnessing.
What's up, Cleveland?
All right, let's take a listen to the pick.
Are y'all ready for this? All right. Are you guys ready for the best in the land?
So that's the fucking pick, man. Damn.
2021 NFL Draft for the Cleveland Browns. We have Gregory Newsome II.
Greg New.
Wow, what a Cleveland thing to do.
The second has arrived, and he's going to be playing cornerback for the Cleveland Browns. I like the pick. I'm not going to lie. I think
Dude,
he
he
fell
looks
a little
happy.
bit.
Dude, he
hey,
looks happy.
These are not the Browns.
Dude, he
of
literally
old.
yelled, "Let's go!"
I mean, my man just got paid, so I'd be happy too. But that being
Out of
said,
Northwestern.
I think this is a good pick. I think Greg Newsome is a very talented player. He's going to provide a lot of good coverage, and you need to be able to cover. When you're playing in the AFC, especially if you want to compete with the Chiefs, who they lost to. That's a good place to start. At cornerback with Greg Newsome II. I think he fell a little bit in this draft, but I like it. Now
And one
we
thing that
get
can be said about Greg Newsome was, I think, don't quote me on this, but Greg Newsome was very instrumental in helping slow down Justin Fields. I think he picked off Justin Fields in the Big Ten championship game, by the way.
probably.
So that's something to be wary of. He's a very good defensive player. Why did my team not fucking pick this dude? Why the fuck did we go with Caleb
I told
Farley?
you
What
guys.
the fuck?
Caleb Farley,
What the
bro.
fuck?
You fucking picked Tingus Pingus. It's okay, bro.
Baltimore.
It's okay,
Hey,
bro.
man, Baltimore's on the clock.
We're on the
Baltimore's on the clock,
clock.
dude.
There's not many picks. There's not many picks that are gonna piss me off. One that I know definitely will is Elijah Moore. I do not want to see Elijah Moore get off the board here. Rashad Bateman, I'll be upset, but I could live with. But Jason Oweh is on the board. We also have Jordan.
I can't hear you. Nope, still can't hear you. Nope, I can't hear you. What I was thinking was you guys could go Jason Oweh. Jason Oweh from New Jersey. I'm a big fan. Watched him play in high school, both basketball and football. Another way you could go is maybe Bateman, but I'm telling you, dude, Jeremiah, I can hear you now. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, dude, would really help you guys replace Matthew Judon. But with the way the Ravens player development staff is with defensive players, dude, Jason Oweh is a defensive back. He's like a defensive player's like clay that you could mold into whatever the fuck you need for a defensive end or a linebacker. That's what Jason Oweh is.
I'm not going to hold you, bro. I know the Ravens, we're that team. Even if we have a dire need at a position, we almost never reach for a position. We like strictly follow our board. And if we're looking at some of the best players in this draft, it depends on who they have rated right. Dude, I think Christian Barmore is in play here. I think it's very realistic that they forego the wide receiver and take Christian Barmore. But I will say this. One thing I also know about the Baltimore Ravens is we're not good at drafting first-round wide receivers. It doesn't work out for us, all right? You want to know how bad it is, bro? Marquise Hollywood Brown is the most successful first-round wide receiver we've ever drafted. And he's good. I think Marquise Hollywood Brown is good. He's just not a number one, which is fine. He doesn't need to be.
Listen, we're going to revisit Marquise Hollywood Brown, by the way, okay?
No, I actually think he's very good.
Very good. Listen, good slot receiver, but you also have to understand, look at who the fuck he was playing with in college, dude. He had CeeDee Lamb.
Yes, I understand.
In a Lincoln Riley offense.
No. But I was trying to make the point, dude. Like our wide receiver, our first round wide receivers have been bad. We picked like Mark Clayton. We picked fucking Brashad Perriman. Like we gotta do. Hey, we down here in Baltimore. We gotta get ourselves a winner. And you know how we get ourselves a winner down here in Baltimore? We gotta get
draft yourself some Christian Barmore out of Alabama.
Some Christian Barmore out of Alabama. We gotta get defense. Defense wins championships. Let's go.
If there is one thing, that has not gone wrong for the Ravens when it comes to drafting, it is those defensive players out of Alabama. That's the one thing you know.
Andrew, his name is literally how people in Baltimore say Baltimore. Barmore. Let's go. Get me some defense here, baby. Let's go.
So Mel Kiper's best available are Elijah Moore, Christian Barmore, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Trayvon Moehrig, and Tevin Jenkins.
I don't want Elijah Moore. I don't want it.
You're I could either see either Christian Barmore, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, or Trayvon Moehrig. One of the three. They love going defense. In the first
literally
round.
Any of these guys other than Elijah Moore. Just pick them. But don't pick Elijah Moore here. If he's still there, 31 maybe, but no, not here, bro. Not here. Yeah, all right. Who is this? Okay, there's no movement at Elijah Moore's house. That is a good sign. Good sign here for Baltimore. Good
What about
sign.
Bateman? What about Bateman?
Oh, shit, there's smiles. They're smiling. They're smiling. The phones are out. Fuck, we're picking Rashad Bateman. Fuck. No. Shit. Oh my god, they were too happy in that house, bro. They were too happy in that house. Come on, no. No. No, oh my god, there's like 2 defensive studs here. Come on, no.
With the 27th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore
don't do it.
Ravens select Rashad Bateman. wide
Fuckers.
receiver,
God, fuck.
Row that boat. Row that fucking boat. I watched this man tear up Penn State like 2 years ago. So there is that. But personally, yeah, no, I thought you all should have went with either Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or Christian Barmore. That would have been a Ravens thing to do. Just draft an Alabama defensive player. Like, you can't go wrong drafting the Alabama defensive dudes. You can't go wrong.
I don't even want to talk about him. I don't, Andrew, unless you have something to say it. I'm done. I'm done. When will we learn? If we were going to pick a wide receiver, trade up. Trade up. Devontae Smith fell into the 10s. Bro, like, come on. Are you kidding me?
Johnny's
Dude,
funny. Johnny
Rashad
said, tell Omer his throw is weak.
What?
Oh, Johnny goes, tell Omer his throw is weak.
Bro, I'll show him a weak throw.
Yo, the Saints pick is already in.
I don't even want to change the graphic, man. I'm still in shock at how dumb we were just now.
Now you know how I feel. Y'all want Bateman. My team went Farley. When Newsom was still on the board, y'all had Barmore and Owusu-Koramoah on the board. I don't know. I don't know. This means you guys will not be trading for Antonio Brown, by the way. Not Antonio Brown. This means you guys will not be trading for Julio Jones.
I didn't want to trade for Julio Jones. I'm not trading a first-round pick to get a 32-year-old receiver who's owed $20 million next year. No, I'm not doing that. That's dumb. Anyone who thinks we should trade for Julio Jones is dumb. With Devontae Smith went 10. He fell to 10. How the hell did we not trade up to get him? He fell to 10. And instead, we want to get, Rashad Bateman. Rashad Bateman. Everyone wants to talk about, Rashad Bateman's this great receiver. One fucking great game. You're right. One great game against Penn State. That was his breakout game that everyone was like, damn, he tore them up. He was, yeah. Is he okay? Yeah. Look, I'm not saying he's not, like, ugh. I'm just fucking bullshit, bro. Man, I'm done. I'm done.
I really hope it works out for you guys. I really hope it works out for you guys.
Is Dexter returning? What the fuck?
For what?
I thought that man like died.
Johnny goes, watch this kid Bateman turn into a star.
Look, I hope he does, but I don't see it happening.
You're saying
I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. All right? If
Owusu-Koramoah goes to... Watch Owusu-Koramoah go to the fucking... Either the Packers or the fucking Saints, dude. They already have Cam Jordan. They already have they already have a very good defense in fucking New Orleans. If they get better with this fucking Swiss Army knife that can play fucking everywhere on defense.
Yo, in his defense though, in defense of Rashad Bateman, I will say this: he is a infinitely better pick than Kadarius Toney. Like, much better pick than Kadarius Toney at 20.
They drafted a slot receiver at 20, dude.
Yeah, I don't think Johnny has like absolutely no room to talk. They drafted They drafted
they-
they drafted Tavon Austin. Are you happy about that, Johnny? You drafted Tavon Austin at 20. You
at
traded
least
up.
my team.
to
At
get
least
traded-
my team. My,
Look,
at least
your
my
team
team
gotta-
sucked
yeah.
on defense, but at least we drafted a defensive player. We sucked on defense, but at least we drafted a defensive player. Now I wanted Jock Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Watch him go to either New Orleans or fucking. He goes, Omar's
Is
trying
Johnny-
to fight.
Is Johnny
Oh.
wait, is Johnny texting you? Why isn't he texting in like a chat?
I don't know. Johnny, hit the chat.
Johnny,
What do you-
Johnny, hit
what
the
do you-
dude, hit the
Johnny,
chat.
hit the chat. What the
Hit,
fuck
the,
are you
hit out
texting
of
me
the
directly
dude.
for?
Hit the YouTube chat or hit like our group chat. Don't hit the. Why are you hitting up Andrew? Trying to leave me
He's
out of
hitting
it.
me up. He's hitting me up.
You
Johnny,
never
hit
hit
the
up
chat.
Andrew too. Like what the fuck?
Johnny goes, yeah, but at least we traded down.
You still picked him at 20. You picked a slot receiver at 20. Shut up, Johnny. You're fired. I'm not happy about this pick, by the way. I'm not happy about this pick, in case you guys can't tell.
Drew Brees was really a 13-time Pro Bowler.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, Drew Brees has the most passing yards in the history of the NFL.
And he never.
This dude to be a really good edge rusher, but I think they reached. I think he's a second round talent. I think he's a second round talent.
Big time reach here by the Saints. Saints selecting Peyton Turner, defensive end, with multiple much better defensive players still on the board.
Dude, I saw Mox with Tennessee getting him in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, hey, could be a great pick. We don't know. One thing we do know is there's been a lot of turmoil, Andrew, in Green Bay. There's been a lot of turmoil with the Packers, a lot of turmoil with Aaron Rodgers. He wants out. You know, we know that Jordan Love apparently was picked last year around this spot, actually. They traded up to get Jordan Love. What do we think the Packers are going to be doing here? What's in the cards for Green Bay in this pick?
Maybe O-line. Maybe O-line for whoever the next quarterback is, because in complete honesty, they're going to move on, I think, from Aaron Rodgers. They've been building a defense. I don't see them taking. There's not really an offensive weapon there. I mean, Elijah Moore is not. He's not like a top 4. He's not like the other dudes that have come off the board. So I see them taking maybe an offensive lineman. Draft an offensive lineman to protect the next quarterback. Whoever, probably Jordan Love.
So according to Adam Schefter, who's just on ESPN, he just said they have told all teams not to inquire about Aaron Rodgers. They're not trading him. But, Andrew, you got to think, man, at some point, Aaron Rodgers, he's powerful enough. He'll just force his way out.
Listen, they're not trading him tonight. June 1st, it's different. And Aaron Rodgers, listen, when you are Aaron Rodgers, there's only a handful of dudes that can legitimately say, there's only a handful of dudes in the NFL that can legitimately control, where they go and what happens. Rodgers, I think Breeze when he was playing, Brady, like there's only a handful of dudes that can really dictate what kind of goes on. You know what I'm saying? Aaron Rodgers is one of those dudes. If they don't move on from him, I mean, don't be surprised. He listen, if he really liked that gig, hosting Jeopardy, don't be surprised if he sits out. He's made a shit ton of money. He's got the endorsements. I mean, he could sit out, and if they don't pay him, if they cut him, listen, that's dead cap, and he still made a shit ton of money. So
More money than either of us will ever see in our lifetimes. But yeah, no.
it looks like it's in.
The pick is in. I think Goodell is on his way. So the Packers, who picked a quarterback with all this turmoil, with Aaron Rodgers, they picked a quarterback last year. It's all led up to this point. Aaron Rodgers, that's his way out. What are they going to do to potentially make him happy? Elijah Morris could be an option here. Let's take a listen.
So much a part of the story today. We'll see if there's anything more to that as the night and the day and the weekend continue. But here comes Roger Goodell with Green Bay's pick.
With the 29th pick in the 2021
Eric Stokes.
Time was seen as more of a track star than a football player.
He's fast as shit. That's what I know for a fact. Eric Stokes is really freaking fast. So, hey, look, it's a hole they had that was obvious from the NFC Championship game. That was the cornerback was a hole they had, but they're picking Eric Stokes here to potentially fill that role. We saw what happened at the end of that game. Wasn't pretty. Tom Brady picked them apart. But what do you think about this pick, Andrew?
I think Aaron Rodgers is gone. I think he forces his way out.
I mean,
another
we
year.
kind of knew that already, but
Another year, they draft a defensive player in the first round. Another year, them drafting a defense, just continuing to build that defense, not giving him a weapon. Unless they trade for Julio Jones, I don't really see them.
So Johnny just said something very interesting in the chat. He asked, "Does Rodgers hold out if they don't trade him?"
Yes.
Yeah. I think
He already has
I think-
enough money. Listen, he has
Dude.
enough money in the bank, and listen, he already has another job. He can go host. He can go host Jeopardy. It's
He
not like
could-
he's
bro,
gonna sit
bro,
home all
bro.
day.
Bro, you know what's funny? I genuinely think Rodgers would literally like if he even didn't get the Jeopardy job, he would just join Pat McAfee on the Pat McAfee show live every day and just shit on the well. He wouldn't
You
even
don't-
shit
you
on the
don't-
Packers.
listen,
He wouldn't need
listen.
to. He would just be on there like being like I'm willing to do this. I'm
You don't-
not playing for your team anymore.
You don't think he could apply for a job at ESPN or Fox Sports and they wouldn't give him a job? Like they absolutely they would.
And dude, it's been done before. Carson Palmer did the same thing, and he had success doing it. Carson Palmer forced his way out of Cincinnati, goes to the Raiders, has like you lukewarm there, but ends up going to the Cardinals, becoming their franchise quarterback for a few years, leads him to an NFC Championship game. So, been done before. He can do it. He can do it. Like you said, he's in the best position of almost anybody in the NFL outside of Tom Brady, and maybe like, right up there with Tom Brady, if we're being honest, to force his way out.
The only quarterbacks, there's only 3 teams or 4 teams coming in tonight that honestly would not inquire about a quarterback. And the only 4 teams are you guys, Tampa Bay. It was you guys, Tampa Bay, the Chiefs, and Buffalo. Only
Yeah.
4 teams that would not inquire about a quarterback. Only 4 teams.
Speaking of Buffalo, Buffalo is on the clock, Andrew. Where do you think they go here?
They brought in Stephon Diggs last year. They have a pretty solid O-line. I mean,
I think this is-
defense. I mean,
Dude.
maybe I think Trayvon Mulrig. Trayvon
he has
Mulrig
to.
kind of
It
might come
has
off
to
the
be,
board
man.
here.
If Trayvon Mulrig
Trayvon
gets past the
Mulrig
first
might come
round,
off the board
that
here.
is that's actually an abomination. He should not get past the first round.
Either Trayvon Mulrig or, given what transpired in the Super Bowl with Tampa Bay's defensive line dominating Kansas City, they might go Christian Barmore here to bolster the defensive line in a potential AFC Championship rematch if they have to play the Chiefs again.
We're really coming down to it. We're
I
coming
could
down.
either see.
Yeah.
I could either see them going Christian Barmore to bolster the D line or Trayvon Mulrig. That's what I could see.
All right. Pick's not in yet, but the clock's still winding down. I think Trayvon Mulrig's like the pick that makes sense. I had them taking Asante Samuel Jr., but I also had a few cornerbacks.
Mulrig
That was before
fell.
Mulrig fell. I did not think he was gonna get past Oakland
And
at
the pick is
17.
in.
Yep, pick is in. We're awaiting word from the commissioner on who the Buffalo Bills would pick. That makes pick number 30. Only 3 more, man. Only 3 more, and we're done for tonight. Like I can honestly, dude, like the first
Crazy.
4 picks felt like 2 hours. Like those
Well,
picks,
because they were. 'Cause they were
bro. It's just like those are the picks that everyone knew though. I'm like you couldn't like
that never makes any sense to me.
you tell me Jacksonville couldn't just call it in like right then and there, been like, yo, like come on, we already got this guy signed to a contract. Like, come on.
Right. It's like, yeah, we've already got this dude shooting commercials in the fucking local car dealerships in Jacksonville.
Bro, he's watching the draft from his apartment in Jacksonville. Like, come on.
Yeah, come on.
Jason Owe. They're showing Jason Owe on the
They're
thing.
also showing Aziz Ojolari.
No.
So they might go. They're definitely going to go defense. I think they're definitely going to go defense here. Do you want Jason Elway or Aziz Ojolari?
I mean,
Either of
no,
them
I
could be
think-
molded into like really good defensive ends for Baltimore.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad, right? I wouldn't be mad at us getting either of them, right? But
Baltimore is so good at developing defensive players.
I just think I mean, look, I think we have an immediate need, and I think he's this good. I think I've been raving about him. Dylan Radins from North Dakota State, 400 plus snaps in run blocking in his last year at North Dakota State. Similar offense to the Ravens. It makes sense. Let's take a listen to Buffalo Bills pick here.
Let's see what he says.
2021 NFL Draft. The Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau, defensive end, Miami.
You heard that boo, right? You heard those boos.
They were ticked.
Audible
Dude,
boos from Bills Mafia.
I think they wanted.
Moehrig.
Barmore, Moehrig or
dude,
Barmore. I
dude,
think
they
they wanted either of the two.
If I was them, I would have wanted anyone. But like, what? Come on. I mean, look, I'm sure he's gonna be fine.
Hey, dude,
Rather-
Barmore. If Baltimore's on the clock, don't be surprised if it's Barmore here.
I probably won't be surprised if it is Barmore. But man, oof. I don't know. The Rashad Bateman thing kind of took me out of it. I don't even feel like putting my hat back on. But hey, Barmore is there.
Barmore fell.
Barmore is like
Barmore
the
was
typical
slated-
Ravens pick. Barmore is the typical
Barmore was
Ravens
going.
pick.
He was going slated going high as like 15, falling to 31.
That is a fall. That is a fall if I've ever seen one.
Buffalo's another one though, dude. Buffalo is really good with defensive ends, defensive linemen.
Yeah.
I think this kid's gonna end up being pretty good for Buffalo, honestly.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be able to develop him well. Damn, they said Herbert and Mahomes, but not Lamar Jackson. Booger, you suck.
Tragic.
Your Gen Z audience doesn't remember Carson Palmer. Dude, most of my audience is like 30 to 40-year-old wrestling fans. That's most of the audience of this channel. Responding to Johnny in the chat.
So they remember this guy.
Who? What are you talking about? I don't know. who
The
you're talking-
Undertaker. I'm talking about The Undertaker.
Oh, the Undertaker. Yeah, I don't know. You did this, but like I couldn't see what you were doing.
Rey Mysterio.
619.
619. Yes, sir.
Most of your audience is me right now. I think our entire audience is you right now. You're the only one who stuck around for this long. But we've had a few people come and go. I've had like 70 people come and go. That's fine.
I really do think Barmore goes here.
I think so too.
Dude, that is a stereotypical Ravens pick. A Alabama defensive player. That's a stereotypical Ravens pick.
It should be him. It really should be Barmore.
You took fucking Caleb Farley with
Caleb fucking Farley.
Oh, if Tampa Bay takes Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Yeah,
they need
that would be tough.
Come on.
That
Like
team
they
would-
need another
Aw.
fucking stud defensive back who could fucking play every position. Come the fuck on.
Snickers satisfies.
Nah, he'll
Hey,
be,
hey, Johnny. We won't be streaming, but do you want to watch the draft with us tomorrow? We won't be streaming, but do you want to watch it? Johnny, let us know in the chat.
I might be at a bar somewhere.
Nice. Nice.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Miss Stevenson, the blonde? Yeah.
Ah, not nice. Not nice.
Miss Stevenson, the blonde. Nice. So what's the crime here? The crime is she isn't doing it with me.
Ah, okay. Well, you're getting muted. You're in timeout, Andrew. You're muted for 5 minutes. You're muted. They can't hear you. They can't hear you. This is what happens, Andrew, when Andrew was a little too much. All right. Andrew is unblocked now. The Ravens, my Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. They pissed me off by picking Rashad Bateman. By not trading, and honestly, it was honestly more taking a wide receiver that wasn't Devontae Smith, who they could have traded up for. But we'll see what happens here. But the Ravens are on the clock. We've been talking about this whole time. Christian Barmore, he is the typical Baltimore Ravens pick here, and a defensive player out of Alabama. That is, the Ravens get at least one almost every other draft. So I think that's probably gonna be the pick. We need help on the interior. Actually, we don't need that much help on the interior defensive line, but he could go a long way, I think, to replacing Brandon Williams one day. Brandon Williams on a big contract. His contract is coming up, and I believe next year it might be up. So I think he could possibly replace Brandon Williams at some point. If not, take the best defensive or the best player available. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is honestly, him and Trevon Moehrig are the best defensive players available. Take them. Pick them. Or pick Kyle Trask. Make it.
Jock.
Just
Take Jock.
I really want Kyle Trask to be a first round pick. I don't know why.
I don't.
I do. What if Tampa Bay takes him? That would be something.
Tampa Bay. Well, the pick is in, it looks like. Tampa Bay,
dude. Tom Brady, absolute legend for throwing the Lombardi Trophy from one yacht to another. Absolute fucking. He literally could have killed somebody. He literally could have
frat boy. What a frat boy thing to do.
Dude. He's like 45, and his daughter was like his 6-year-old daughter was right in front of him. He could have taken someone's eye out.
What a frat boy thing to do.
Tom Brady, what a role model.
He's as much of a frat boy as Gronk. Gronk is a frat boy.
Yeah, Gronk
Family Guy literally made a whole parody about how much of a frat boy Gronk is.
They did a parody of Tom Brady too.
Yes, they did. When Peter was a New England Patriot.
Oh yeah, then he got traded to the London Silly Nannies.
That was so funny.
That was so funny. My man did a whole dance number when he took the ball in for a touchdown. Look. If a center scores a touchdown, I think they do deserve not a whole dance number, right? But some time. You got to give him some time.
Dude, Pat McAfee had a whole touchdown celebration for when he finally scored his first touchdown that he never got to use because of Palamalu.
Palamalu up the C gap, bro. What a bro. Pat McAfee's like the ultimate bro.
Troy Polamalu.
Ty Schmidt must be pissed right now.
He goes. Hey, good job. What did you see? What did I see? Palamalu went to right in the goddamn C gap. What did I see?
All right, we're waiting.
Oh, this was the Orlando Brown pick.
Yep, this is what we traded Orlando Brown for. So I'm going to assume this is basically a swap here. All right, Baltimore, let's go get Barmore, Baltimore. Barmore for Baltimore.
You know the Baltimore Ravens were named after the Edgar Allan Poe.
I'm well aware. Yes.
Good.
That's what they teach you in that's the pro Maryland propaganda they teach you in 3rd grade when your social studies is strictly Maryland history or whatever your state's history is.
I'm from New Jersey, and my 8th grade English teacher taught me that.
That's funny. All right, Goodell is out here for the pick for my Baltimore Ravens. Our second pick of the first round. Baltimore, let's go.
With the 31st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Jason Oweh, linebacker, Penn State.
You know what?
Don't hate it. I don't hate it. Jason Oweh
know
is a
what?
great player. I had him taking him before. Don't hate it. Don't hate it.
I had Tennessee taking him at 22, but dude, with the way they develop players, dude, they're gonna develop him into a stud.
He's like, dude, he's got like like, if there's any team that's gonna be able to mold him into a Pro Bowler, it's the Ravens.
It'll be the Ravens, dude.
Yeah, I like the pick. He's gonna be able to kind of take over some of the duties that Matt Judon had. Great player. Man, he just gets around the edge too. He's a monster. All right, Andrew, we made it, man. And
Well,
then
the pick is already in for the Chiefs.
they said, man, we've had a long night. We've been waiting all night for this. Let's just get it.
And watch it be Jock. Watch it be Jock.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Yeah, that would make sense. Jeremiah Usu-Koramoah. There we go. Yeah, that's the smartest thing Booker's ever said. It's like you cannot teach the raw talent he has, and if there's anyone who's going to be able to develop him, it's the Ravens. Big facts.
Yeah. He's got the raw ability, and if there's anyone who's going to develop him into a stud, the Ravens, yeah.
Although, man, Trayvon Moehrig is here, man. The fact if he's not a first, like, he deserved to be a first rounder. Like, man, some team's gonna get lucky
Jeremiah
with him.
Owusu-Koramoah is not a first rounder, though. Don't be surprised if he goes top 5 in the second round, by the way.
Kadarius
Dude.
Toney.
Here he
Kadarius Toney, my guy.
Here he comes.
All right, Goodell is on his way. This is the final pick of the first round of the 2021 NFL Draft. The reigning, defending, undisputed world champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers are up here. Let's see who they pick.
The last team to go. Here's the commish.
With the 32nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joe Tryon, linebacker, Washington.
Wow!
Native of Washington State, rushed the passer on 85% of his snaps in 2019, opted out of 2020. Let's take a look at the tape now. Yeah, kid has got talent. 2019, he got after the quarterback. Now, against the run, he struggled. I think with Tampa Bay, that pass rush ability that he showed in 2019 got your attention. Against the run, he got kind of blown up.
I'm going to tell you what that's about, by the way.
Go ahead.
They have
Go
Vita
ahead.
Vea. They have Vita Vea.
They
They're-
re-upped him too. They picked up his option.
They're assuming they're going to get
Similar production to Vita Vea, but on the that's literally what it is.
Well,
Vita
this
Vea
was
came out of Washington. Vita Vea came out of Washington, by the way. That's what this is.
yeah. I didn't like that pick, but it is what it is, man. All right, let's wrap it up, I guess, because the draft's over, or the first night the draft's over. Which picks do you like the most? Which picks do you question the most?
Chicago trading up for Justin Fields. I loved that, by the way. He fell. He easily could have went 3rd overall. He fell to 11 to Chicago, or 12 to Chicago. I really like that pick. They got their quarterback of the future. They righted the ship for messing up with Mitch Trubisky, and they're getting a stud. I love that pick. The pick that I don't like, you know what? As much as they're reuniting a college wide receiver with his quarterback, I really don't like the Jamar Chase. Just because, as talented as he is, what good is having a quarterback who already has chemistry with a wide receiver if that quarterback is going to get hurt week 6 because the O-line can't keep him
Yeah.
safe.
Yeah. Panay Sewell's fall in this draft is that's good. Like that's honestly the story for me. Like there's no way he should have fell all the way down to the Lions. But they got a good offensive tackle there. I think Kadarius Toney's like gonna be a bust, like straight up. I don't like it. I don't like that pick. You basically pick Trayvon Martin or Trayvon. Sorry about that. Tavon Austin, in the first round. Like, I don't like that. But it is what it is. Rashad Bateman, don't like that one either, but it is what it is. Andrew, any
Hey.
parting words before we go off?
You know what? As maybe upset as I was at how tonight went, J-Rob and Tennessee the last couple of years have done their best work in the second and third round. So I'm not really going to put too much stock into this. I hope for the best. Honestly, for the sake of my team, I hope Caleb Farley comes out and is a fucking baller. But I know that if Tennessee is really going to whatever the dude who's really going to like be like the showstopper or whatever dude we're going to draft tomorrow and Saturday, those are going to be the guys that are really going to, make an impact on this team. So I'm not worried. I hope for Farley's sake, he's good, but I know J-Rob does his best on the day 2 and day 3. So that's all I'm going to say. If you're a Tennessee Titans fan, don't fret, don't get upset because we can only root for Farley, hope Farley is successful, but we know J-Rob does his best drafting in the second, third, and fourth rounds. So that's all I got to say.
I agree. I think, yeah, I like Jason Oweh. I like that pick. That was a good pick by the Ravens. All right, we're gonna
I
address.
absolutely fucking love Jason Oweh, dude. I always root for the New Jersey dude. Jason Oweh is from New Jersey. Went to Blair Academy High School in Blairstown, New Jersey. I want Jason Oweh to succeed. He's a Jersey dude. I want him to succeed.
The fit that I actually like the most. I really do like that Trey Lance pick to San Francisco, because like Trey Lance, he's literally the best of both worlds for San Francisco. I think he's gonna work. He's gonna work in that offense. I like that pick. And all right, last thing we'll talk about. Last thing I'll even mention really quickly. We'll talk about it more on Monday. But where does Aaron Rodgers playing week 1? Who's he playing for?
I don't see him in Green Bay. I see him in San Francisco.
You think it's gonna be a swap for Lance for Rodgers?
I think so. I think they're going to swap Lance and a couple maybe future first and second rounders for Aaron Rodgers. Yes.
Interesting. All right, we'll address that and much more on Monday on Real Take Sports Talk. So if you haven't already, remember to subscribe, hit that notification bell so you get notified whenever a new video is released. I've been Omer for Real Take Sports, and for Andrew.
Peace out, y'all.
Peace out. We'll see you guys next time. Hope you guys enjoyed the draft.